Good morning. Welcome to this meeting of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board. It is November 8th at 9:05 a.m. I'm Jennifer Urban. I'm the chairperson of the board, and I'm pleased to be here in person with my fellow members of the board, some members of the public, and to welcome many of you via Zoom as well. Before we get started on the substance of the meeting, as usual, I have some logistic announcements and some legal parameters to share with you. First, I'd like to ask everyone to ensure that your microphone is muted when you're not speaking, and that everyone who is here in person, please silence your cell phones to avoid interruption. Third, and importantly, this meeting is being recorded, so please be aware of that. We do still encourage people to wear masks if you're attending in person, given the continuing circulation of COVID and other viruses, and we want to be sure that our meetings are accessible to everyone. As you may know, our temporary ability to meet remotely and still comply with Bagley-Keene did expire, so this meeting is in a hybrid format. My fellow board members and members of the CPPA staff are here in person, along with some members of the public, while most members of the public are joining remotely. That hybrid format, to which we are committed to make the meetings as accessible as possible, has a number of technical complexities. So if we have technical kinks during the meeting, we'll pause the meeting and address the issue. Our board meetings are physically held at the California Public Utilities Commission in San Francisco, and we appreciate the CPUC team for their hospitality and for not only allowing us to use this hearing room, but also providing AV assistance today. Let me go over some logistics and meeting participation. Today's meeting will be run according to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act as required by law. We will proceed through the agenda, which is available as a handout here in San Francisco and also on the CPPA website under meetings and events for today. Materials for the meeting are also available here as physical handouts and on the CPPA website. You will notice board members accessing laptops, phones, and other devices during the meeting. We are using these devices solely to access board meeting materials. After each agenda item, there will be an opportunity for questions and discussion by board members. I will also ask for public comment on agenda items. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item. We also have a designated time on the agenda for general public comment. That's agenda item number 2. On that point, I want to note that we have, again, reordered the agenda compared to how our practice in the past to hear general public comments at the beginning of the meeting. This was in response to observations from some stakeholders that they face challenges trying to predict when the board might get to a specific agenda item. And so for those folks who can't just stay for the entire meeting and want to be sure to offer their public comments, we are scheduling general public comments at the beginning of the meeting to make that as easy as possible. We have, if you're participating via Zoom, and you wish to speak on an item, please wait until I call for public comment on that item and allow staff to prepare for Zoom public comment. Then please use the raise your hand function, which is a feature at the bottom of your Zoom screen. And if you wish to speak on an item and you're joining by phone, please press *9, that's *9 on your phone, and that will show the moderator that you're raising your hand. The moderator will call your name when it's your turn and request that you unmute yourself for comment at that time. Those using the Zoom webinar can use the unmute feature, and those dialing in by phone can press *6 to unmute. That's *6. When your comment is completed, the moderator will mute you. Please also note that if you're joining us remotely, the board will not be able to see you, only hear your voice. Accordingly, it's helpful if you identify yourself, but this is entirely voluntary. And if you're joining the Zoom webinar, you can also input a pseudonym when you log into the meeting. If you're attending in person and you wish to speak on an item, please wait for me to call for public comment and then proceed towards the podium to my left and form a line. Please move to the podium when you're called to speak in your turn. As with the Zoom attendees, it is helpful if you identify yourself when you begin speaking, but again, it's entirely voluntary and you're free to refer to yourself with a pseudonym or not give a name. Please do speak into the microphone so everyone participating remotely can hear you and also so that your remarks can be recorded in the meeting record. As I mentioned, the hybrid meeting format is technically rather complex. And first, I'd like to thank the team for managing the technical aspects of today's meeting. And second, I will explain what to do if those of you attending remotely experience an issue with the remote meeting. For example, if the audio drops. If something happens, please email info@cppa.ca.gov. That's India, November, Foxtrot, Oscar @cppa.charliealpha.gov. This will be monitored throughout the meeting. If there's an issue that affects the remote meeting, we'll pause the meeting for our technical staff to work on the issue. The board welcomes public comment on any item on the agenda, and it is our intent to ask for public comment prior to the board voting on any agenda item. If for some reason I forget to ask for public comment and you wish to speak on that item, please let us know by using the raise your hand functions, and the moderator will recognize you, or simply raising your hand and moving towards the podium if you are in the room here. Once I see that I forgot, I will call you to the podium or ask the team to unmute you to provide your comment. Once again, each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes per agenda item for public comments. And if you're speaking on an agenda item, Bagley-Keene requires that both board members and members of the public must contain their comments to that agenda item. And we may discuss agendized items only. There is a sort of broader possibility for the public when we take up the item for general public comment, which is number 2 today. However, board members cannot respond. We can only listen. And in addition, agenda items for future meetings can be suggested for discussion at future meetings during the agenda item for that purpose, which is number 9 today. We'll take breaks as needed, including one for lunch. I'll announce each break and estimate on when we might plan to return so that members of the public can leave and come back before we begin again. Please do note that agenda item number 10 today is a closed session item. The board will leave the room to consider a closed session item, and when we are finished, we will return to the public meeting. My thanks to the board members for their service and all the people working to make this meeting possible. I'd like to thank the team supporting us today, Mr. Robert Stanford and the team of conference services experts I mentioned have organized the meeting infrastructure. From the CPPA, I'd like to thank Mr. Philip Laird, who is acting as meeting counsel today, Mr. Ashkan Sultani, who will be here remotely in his capacity as executive director, and all the expert staff who will be briefing us today. I'd like to thank and welcome our moderator, Ms. Serena Marzion, and ask her to please conduct the roll call.
All right. Board Member Lay,
Present.
Board Member Liebert,
Present.
Board Member McTaggart,
Here.
Board Member Worth,
Here.
Chair Urban.
Present.
Madam Chair, you have 5 present members and no absences.
Thank you, Ms. Marzian. The board has established a quorum. I would like to remind board members that we'll take a roll call vote on any action items. With that, we'll move to action item number 2, which is public comment on items not on the agenda. If you haven't joined us recently, again, we are doing this at the top of the meeting to provide some predictability for those members of the public who can't attend the entire meeting but would like to comment. Also, as a reminder, please understand the board may not discuss or act on any matter raised during the section, except perhaps to decide whether to place the matter on a future agenda under the item for that purpose. We are listening. We don't mean to be non-responsive. Just under Bagley-Keene, we can't respond, we can only listen. And with that, I will ask both the team running the Zoom to see if there's public comment in Zoom, and also invite any members here in person who would like to comment to move to the podium.
This is for agenda item number 2, a public comment on items not on the agenda. If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 2. And it looks like we have a few hands raised. Claire Morgan, you are unmuted and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, I don't know if y'all could hear me, but I'm having some audio issues, so I'm not quite sure if that is an issue on my end or
We
an
can hear
issue
you,
on
Claire.
the system's end. But I just want to make sure that the audio is properly working on the Zoom. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much for your comments.
Ms. Marzian, could we check that she could hear that?
Yes. Did you hear yourself, Claire? She's already muted.
Madam Chair, I've checked with others who are listening remotely. They're able to hear. Claire emailed us as well, and I let her know perhaps to log off and log back on.
Wonderful. Thank you very much, Ms.
Thank you.
White.
Edwin Lombard, we have 3 minutes. Oh, Edwin has dropped his hand. Luigi, go ahead and speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name's Lou Mastria, and I'm the president and CEO of the Digital Advertising Alliance. The DAA is an independent nonprofit that sets and enforces privacy practices for digital advertising, empowering millions of Americans to control how data is used to advertise to them. Thank you for the opportunity to testify today on the CPPA's draft regulations. For more than a decade, the DAA has administered a set of self-regulatory principles that define standards for informing consumers of companies' data collection and use practices, and for offering consumers control over those data for interest-based advertising. The DAA supports providing consumers with notice and opt-out choice surrounding interest-based advertising. However, the CPPA's draft regulations related to behavioral advertising would threaten businesses' ability to use data from their own consumers to advertise products and services to them. The draft behavioral advertising regulations are significantly out of step with other state privacy laws and simply do not align with the CCPA, causing consumer confusion. First, the creation of this limit for behavioral advertising under the proposed regulations would contravene the scope and intent of the CPPA. The agency should not enshrine this concept into law, as it extends well beyond the CPPA's authority to regulate it, and it unintentionally affects all sorts of consumer interactions, including expected customer service through recommendations and similar dynamics. It's basically asking a shopkeeper to not make recommendations to his or her customers. Second, the proposed limit would contradict the approach of approximately 20 other states that have passed privacy laws. Third, businesses should in fact be permitted to advertise to their own customers on their own digital properties. So thank you for the opportunity to present you with this testimony. We at the DAA look forward to continuing to work with you as you take steps to update the draft regulations to align them to the text of the CCPA and the scope of the agency's regulatory authority. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Dalton Klein, I'm going to unmute you this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hi, hello board members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm a lawyer in Kentucky with a practice primarily consisting of data privacy and cybersecurity. And I wanted to offer a comment mainly to staff, but also to the board on the proposed regulations in Article 12, specifically those dealing with insurance companies. In my view, I think it's clear from the definition of consumer that commercial clients of insurance companies would be included within the scope of the regulations. However, I've seen commentary online and in talking with other members of outside counsel and different clients that the industry is not clear actually as to the scope of the general application of the CCPA to insurance companies. And like I said, specifically with regard to whether the commercial clients of insurance companies, such as those purchasing life or liability, director's liability insurance, that kind of thing, if it applies. So I think that in section B, in the illustrative examples, I think it would be helpful to the industry if staff could consider including an illustrative example of commercial insurance clients. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. ACLU Cal Action. Go ahead. I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment, so please begin as soon as you're ready. Oh, and your hand just went down. Matt Shearer, I'm going to unmute you at this time. We have 3 minutes and go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm Matt Shearer, and I lead the Workers' Rights Project at the Center for Democracy and Technology. I appreciate your work on this issue, and thank you for taking the time to hear from stakeholders. I urge you to review and take to heart the comments from Consumer Reports, the UC Berkeley Labor Center, and other consumer and workers' rights advocates that are appearing today and submitting written comments, particularly on the strong need for clear and meaningful disclosures to consumers and workers when companies use ADMTs to make key decisions about consumers and workers. I'll focus on the definition of ADMTs. The proposed definition would apply only to systems that are a substantial factor in covered decisions. This would essentially give companies a license to opt themselves out of the law's requirements. Here's why. Workers and regulators often don't know which companies are using ADMTs, much less how those companies are using them. Companies have strong incentives to keep it that way because it allows them to avoid accountability for error-prone and harmful ADMTs. Consequently, companies are likely to take advantage of any loopholes that give them discretion to wiggle out of ADMT disclosure requirements that would reveal their use of these systems. The substantial factor requirement would create such a loophole because companies almost always claim that ADMTs merely make recommendations that are one factor among many, and that humans have final say in decisions. Companies can easily avoid compliance by adopting internal policy saying that the decision makers should not over-rely on ADMTs, even if in reality the tool's recommendations are decisive and human reviewers defer to the AI. We know that companies do this. The nonprofit investigative outlet ProPublica published a trio of reports on how Cigna secretly used an algorithm to mass reject policyholders' claims that were supposed to be reviewed by doctors and then threatened to fire a physician who pushed back. Given companies' ability to cloak their ADMT use behind human rubber stamps, this substantial factor requirement creates a catch-22. Once a company chooses to assert that a tool is not a substantial factor, it can continue hiding that system from consumers, workers, and regulators. And with that secrecy assured, no one would be able to challenge their behind closed doors determination that a system is exempt from disclosure. In other words, the substantial factor requirement threatens to make ADMT regulations a dead letter, giving companies the ability to opt out of complying with the law completely, as appears to have happened with New York City's ordinance on AI and hiring, according to a study that was released earlier this year. I urge you to go back to the original broader definition of ADMTs that appeared in the earlier draft regulations. And it is essential that the CCPA rules be written in a way that ensures companies cannot use their information monopoly on ADMTs to avoid transparency and accountability. Thank you.
Thank you. ACLU Cal Action. I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hello, this is Becca Kramer Matter on behalf of ACLU California Action. We would encourage you to call for strong protections for civil rights in light of the presidential transition that's coming up. We know that California has been doing a lot to shore up our laws, protecting people who are coming to California because of who those people are or because they're seeking healthcare services. However, there are ways that consumer information can be used to target particularly vulnerable people. And so we would encourage you especially to be looking at the strong civil rights protections that are needed for immigrants, people seeking reproductive services, transgender people, protesters, and others. Additionally, we would encourage you to identify red lines that should not be crossed to help protect Californians as well as people accessing their basic rights from other states and needing to do so in California. And lastly, we would encourage you to continue demonstrating the importance of preserving state laws, including Article 1, Section 1, constitutional right to privacy in California against federal preemption to help protect Californians as we shore up privacy rights in an effort to protect civil rights and civil liberties in the coming years. Thank you.
Thank you. Adar Carver. I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you, Jennifer Urban, Chair. My name is Adar Carver. I am an attorney, a 3-time International Association of Privacy Professionals certified. I am interested in the way that we protect data and the different sorts of data processes. So as of now, we are protecting data that is binary, very straightforward, and now we're seeing advent of technologies such as artificial intelligence, which are creating different algorithms and models that are processing our data in a more sophisticated fashion. I urge the board to, as we think about algorithms and artificial intelligence, to think about also standards, higher standard requirements for companies that collect consumer data so that they may more highly protect or be more transparent with consumers about those algorithms. Very finally, I would like to raise an issue that's not yet maybe as widely applicable. There are new data processing powers through International Business Machine, Google, Amazon, where they are processing data using quantum computing or imposing they are using bits that are in superposition, quantumly entangled, and then able to generate floating operation points per second that are more sophisticated than even the algorithms. International Business Machine, or IBM, implements both algorithmic processing, AI, as well as quantum processing with their Watson machine. So very finally, I would like to urge the California Privacy Protection Agency to have a higher standard for that quantum data processing of consumer data. Thank you.
Thank you. George Sewell. I'm going to mute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hello, Chair Urban and fellow members of the board. My name is George Sewell, and I'm with the Security Industry Association. SIA represents more than 200 companies headquartered in California that provide a wide range of products for protecting the physical safety of people, property, businesses, schools, and critical infrastructure. Our members are committed to safeguarding personal information in their own business practices, as well as in the design of the products and services. I would like to make 2 points regarding the proposed rules, specifically the automated decision-making tools section. First, like many other business organizations, we have concerns about the proposal to create a right to opt out of tools used for consumer profiling. This would interfere with the ability of businesses to conduct first-party advertising to their existing customer base, an ability that stakeholders had agreed to protect when CCPA was negotiated. Disrupting established business models in this way could limit the ability of companies to provide relevant offers and services to their customers and put California businesses at a disadvantage. Second, we are concerned about the implications of creating a consumer right to opt out of training data. This approach is not consistent with the current practices in training data models, which use aggregated information and patterns versus specific identifying data. The unintentional result could be reduced model quality, reduced accuracy, and increased bias due to less diverse data. And it could be counterproductive to privacy protections, as an opt-out mechanism would require processing and retaining personal data in order to track individuals' preferences. Such issues underscore, as currently written, the proposal would extend control over activities falling outside the scope of the CCPA that have little impact to privacy expectations and were not meant to be restricted under the original legislation. Additional analysis and revision of the proposal is needed to ensure it aligns more closely with original intent, focusing on genuine privacy concerns stemming from AI-driven automated decision-making technology. SIA and our members stand ready to provide any additional information you may need as these important issues are considered. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Matt Reagan. I'm going to mute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Good morning, board members. My name's Matt Regan. I'm Senior Vice President of Policy at the Bay Area Council. We are a regional employer-sponsored public policy and advocacy organization. About 350 of the Bay Area's largest employers, both public and private, are members. And we advocate on issues that are of critical importance to our region's economy and quality of life. First, I'd like to thank the board for allowing us to speak at the front end of this meeting. I participated in the previous meeting in person, and that was a long day. So thank you for letting us speak up front. I do recall at that meeting a great part of the agenda focused on this agency's lack of resources, lack of staff, lack of talent in place to make some critical decisions about the future of this industry. I think Board Member McTaggart was even calling for volunteers, retired members of the tech community, to step in and help with your work. That does not strike me, with all due respect to the agency and the great work that you do and the great people that you have, does not strike me as a body that's yet ready to make some of the critical decisions that you are in the process of making. We would urge you to start to pump the brakes on the decision-making process around advanced decision-making technology. This is a critical part of our future economy. The Bay Area and San Francisco in particular, where you sit right now, is the global epicenter for the development of this technology. And we are deeply concerned that the decisions made by a self-admittedly under-resourced body could permanently hamper and put at a disadvantage this industry that is, a growing part of the Bay Area's economy. We would like to see these decisions made in a deliberative process, in a deliberative manner, in the legislature, where they have the resources and they have the people and they have the ability to make these large decisions in a thoughtful, not that you don't do it thoughtfully, but in a thoughtful, deliberative, and resourced manner. So we would urge you to pump the brakes and consider letting the legislature do the work that you have admitted that you don't have the resources to do. Thank you so much.
Michael Shilstone, I'm going to mute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hi there. Sorry about that. Good morning. Michael Shilstone with Central City Association of Los Angeles. CCA represents over 300 members from businesses, nonprofits, and institutions, and we're committed to enhancing downtown LA's vibrancy and increasing opportunity across the Southern California region. And we appreciate the goal of these regulations to limit discrimination, but the way these regulations are written are too broad, overburdensome, and will negatively impact independent contractors and the business community. This language is broad enough to cover many types of routine technologies used in businesses in many industries, not just cutting-edge AI technology, meaning even inconsequential or everyday uses of ADMT will have to comply. And I think, echoing what the Bay Area Council said, we urge the board to hold on advancing formal rulemaking until after related legislative processes are finished. Legislature is currently considering dozens of AI-related bills and examining whether existing law provides sufficient protections for any number of concerns, defining key terms, and deciding which agencies should enforce various AI laws and more. So with that, the board, we don't think should unnecessarily get ahead of this process with potentially damaging rules that could have sweeping impacts. Thank you. We appreciate consideration of our comments.
Thank you. Lucy C., I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Good morning. My name is Lucy Chinkazian, and I'm counsel at the Civil Justice Association of California. We would like to thank the agency for the opportunity to comment on the proposed regulations. CJAC and others have filed written comments on these regulations, and we have concerns that a number of them have not been addressed to date. In addition, some of these regulations seem to exceed what the legislation has authorized. Notably, the ADMT regulations would create a right to opt out of automated decision-making tools. This would impair a business's ability to advertise to its own customers, requiring a complete overhaul of existing advertising practices for those customers who choose to opt out. This is both costly and unreasonably burdensome for businesses. The primary compromise between business and legislators in passing the CCPA was to provide consumers with protections while also preserving the ability for businesses to continue to use data from their own customers to advertise to them without facing the threat of excessive liability. The proposed regulations also would create a right to opt out of ADMT training data. This could negatively impact retail companies who develop their own ADMT applications internally. Finally, the CPPA estimates the cost of implementing these regulations on California businesses to be $3.5 billion. This is likely a conservative figure. Businesses cannot face these exorbitant costs. We urge the agency to be measured in adopting these regulations. It should continue to work with industry and find attainable compromises and take care to ensure the regulations are consistent with the statute. Thank you again for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Lartiz Tiffith, I'm going to unmute you this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Great. Thank you very much. Good morning. My name is Lartiz Tiffith, and I am the Executive Vice President of the Interactive Advertising Bureau, or IAB. IAB represents over 700 companies across the advertising and media industries, advocating on complex issues such as consumer privacy, data security, global trade, and data transfer rules. Today, I'd like to address significant concerns with the latest draft regulations on automated decision-making technology, or ADT, and associated risk assessment requirements. These regulations, like others from this body, are overly broad and lack the clarity needed for practical application. Our primary concern lies with the regulation allowing consumers to opt out of automated decision-making tools used for profiling, which could severely impact first-party advertising. Businesses rely on these tools to enhance customer experience and provide product recommendations based on past purchases. Disablling these features would require complete operational overhauls, which is unreasonable and goes beyond the California Consumer Privacy Act intended scope. Moreover, the draft's definition of ADT is overly broad, covering nearly every technology that processes personal data and executes a decision, which creates confusion. Aside from a few explicitly exempt processes, nearly all computational activities could be subject to risk assessments and opt-out requirements, burdening businesses with excessive compliance demands and frustrating consumers with opt-outs from essential services they rely on. The proposed definition of behavioral advertising is another problematic area by extending opt-outs to a business's own use of customer data. This goes beyond the scope of the CCPA, which was passed with the understanding that businesses could market to their own customers. Redefining this would introduce significant challenges, particularly given that businesses already comply with established opt-out mechanisms like email unsubscribes and the FTC's Do Not Call registry. Finally, the draft mandates extensive disclosures on ADT logic and output, which may force businesses to divulge trade secrets. This not only risks intellectual property, but directly contradicts the CCPA's own provisions prohibiting the disclosures of trade secrets. Furthermore, the agency's economic analysis estimates a $3.4 billion compliance cost for California businesses, an understatement in our view, given the analysis flaws. The financial burden is significant, especially for smaller businesses, and diverts resources away from consumer-focused innovation. Additionally, the requirement for businesses to submit annual risk assessments to the CPPA will lead to a backlog of paperwork, which we believe is unnecessary. Businesses should only be required to submit assessments upon request. To clarify, these regulations should specify that the
That is your time. Thank you. Edwin Lombard, I'm going to unmute you this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning, CPPA board members. I'm Edwin Lombard, representing the California African American Chambers of Commerce. On behalf of our membership, I have a couple of key points I would like to highlight. For almost 3 years, I have testified and done my good faith effort to ask CPPA to be mindful of the economic harm that is coming if the CPPA regulation is not done reasonably and balanced as required in Proposition 24, Section 3C1, which reads as follows. The rights of consumers and the responsibilities of businesses should be implemented with the goal of strengthening consumer privacy while giving attention to the impact on business and innovation. Our businesses are alarmed by the findings that the Standardized Regulatory Impact Assessment, SRIA, and I have asked each of you, are you prepared to vote on regulations that will, number one, make Californians pay $3.5 billion for CPPA regulations and add ongoing costs of $1 billion for the next 10 years? Number two, cut 98,000 jobs and tell us that finding alternative jobs are easier. And three, let businesses leave California and tell us that it has negligible impact on us. Do each of you believe the following statement? CPPA substantive industry regulations can often be expected to induce innovation, as stated in the SRIA. I respectfully disagree. If anything, substantive industry regulation that costs billions ends innovation. On AI, CPPA is not authorized to include AI in the ADMT regulation. I would like to echo Governor Newsom's edict on AI regulations. We must get this right. I implore the CPPA collaborate with the legislature and governor on AI and request that CPPA remove AI from the regulation. I would also like to dispel CPPA from acting like the regulations do not apply to small and diverse businesses. If the companies CPPA are aiming to regulate leave California, we are gone too. When big businesses catch a cold, we catch pneumonia. What you are voting on today is not an academic exercise without real life consequences. You can overregulate California and these companies will take the jobs to Arizona, Texas, and other states. Is this truly what victory for Californians is? Let me close with this. There is still time to get this right. A reasonable approach is the only advance to cybersecurity and risk assessment regulations today, and collaborate with Governor Newsom and the legislature on ADMT and AI. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Initials KN. I'm going to mute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment, so please begin as soon as you are ready. Graham Dufault, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Well, thank you so much, Chair and members of the board, and I really appreciate you making this so accessible for us and the opportunity to participate. My name is Graham Dufault. I'm General Counsel of ACT, the App Association. We're a trade group. We represent small business software and connected device makers. They're part of a larger sector that's about $1.8 trillion in the app economy throughout the US, and it supports about 6.1 million jobs. So it's a big industry and we're small companies participating in it. For App Association members, privacy is a really important part of their job, and it is 100% about meeting consumer expectations. As makers of software-driven devices and services, their ability to cultivate trust is foundational, and the job is really not easy without name recognition. They can't afford to buy Super Bowl ads, and so the job is often tougher in that respect than it is for big companies. But just because they're small doesn't mean these rules won't affect them significantly, and I think the regulatory impact assessment itself points that out. They may find themselves either over CCPA's underlying thresholds or serving clients that must comply and therefore have to comply by contract. They're also some of the most important consumers of services that we know have to comply, like ad technologies, online marketplaces, search, cloud, and they have a big stake in how usable these services are. So we believe the proposal, insofar as it mandates additional comprehensive requirements tied to ADMTs, falls short on our priorities. First, we believe they would undermine our members' efforts to meet consumer expectations. And that's because the proposed rule would mandate covered companies to issue sort of an intrusive, complex notice and opt-out mechanism for information about consumers with existing relationships. And so requiring additional digital red tape between consumer and contracted for services would only frustrate their ability to access what they already expect to receive. And it would also throw tons of detail and information at these consumers that most will find not as relevant to privacy decision-making. And that creates an unwieldy sort of detour, raises false red flags, and a flow of communication between business and consumer that must respect context to be effective. Secondly, the rules would impose new costs, we believe, without any additional benefit for consumers. And that's because California already requires comprehensive disclosure about what companies do with consumer data. It also already requires companies to address core privacy risks by mandating responses to consumer requests, including universal opt-out. And so layering additional standalone, exceptionally comprehensive opt-out and notice burdens on consumers, specifically for ADMTs, adds costs without any benefit beyond what accrues from existing protections. So it's not clear that there's this fundamentally different privacy risk posed by the use of ADMTs that are unaddressed by the other broader requirements in California law. And the statutory provision here, we believe, must be interpreted in that broader context. A highly complex and separate, notice and opt-out regime just isn't required in our view under the law, and will actually harm the overarching purpose of CCPA and your mission here. And so for these reasons, we do urge CPPA to reconsider.
Scott Miller, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. I'm Scott Miller. I'm the CEO of the Fresno County Chamber of Commerce. We represent about 1,000 businesses, large and small, in Fresno County. And I'll keep my comments brief because so many people have been so eloquent about it. But our board and membership believes that this process should be slowed down and should be led by the governor and the legislature, and that the rules should be made after a much larger process throughout the state. I agree with one of my colleagues who spoke earlier and said that when big businesses get hurt, little businesses also get hurt. The suppliers, even the landlords, and all of the downstream people who are involved with these things will get hurt. And in our county, we cannot afford to lose any more businesses to other states. So again, we believe that California should be the leader, the global leader in AI, and we really urge you to slow the process down. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Jackson, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Good morning, Chair Urban and members of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board. My name is Jackson Napier, speaking on behalf of the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce. While our members value consumer protections, we caution against overregulation that could hinder innovation and exceed the agency's authority, especially where it extends into general AI regulation. AI policies should be guided by the legislature and the governor, who can comprehensively evaluate implications across various sectors and set a cohesive policy direction rather than by isolated agency action. AI represents a massive growth opportunity for California and has hasty, restrictive regulations with risk undermining the state's competing edge and the economic gains AI can provide. Given the legislature's ongoing AI-related initiatives, we urge the California Privacy Protection Agency Board to pause formal rulemaking until these efforts conclude, allowing alignment with state priorities and statutory authority. Thank you.
Thank you. Victor Reyes, I'm going to mute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hi, good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Victor Reyes, here on behalf of VICA, the Valley Industry Commerce Association. We're a business advocacy association in the San Fernando Valley, representing over 400 businesses and 245,000 in LA County. Today, I want to discuss the draft regulations regarding the automated decision-making technology and its potential implications for California's economy and our businesses. While we appreciate the need for consumer protection, the proposed regulations could result in significant unintended consequences. The requirement for businesses to provide multiple consent notifications and conduit extensive audits could lead to consumer frustration and discourage them from completing online transactions. Small businesses, which depend on digital engagement, will particularly struggle with the burdensome regulations. The complexity of compliance could drive up costly, significant, and forcing many to divert resources away from innovation just to meet regulatory demands. For example, a food delivery platform would face a challenge of treating each operational update as a significant decision, creating a regulatory environment that could hinder their ability to improve efficiency and service. Furthermore, the potential economic ramifications are stark. Assessments indicate that the regulations could lead to a reduction of $27 billion in California's gross product and hundreds of thousands of jobs lost by 2034. And this is absolutely unacceptable in our current economic climate. We also urge the agency to align its approach with the governor's executive order on AI, which emphasizes the promotion of beneficial technology use while avoiding a fragmented regulatory landscape. It's vital that these discussions occur in a transparent and inclusive manner, led by the legislature to ensure that all stakeholders have a voice. And it's for these reasons that we strongly encourage the agency to reconsider advancing these draft regulations without further stakeholder engagement. A more thoughtful approach is essential to protect consumers while fostering an environment that is nurturing of innovation and supporting California's economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Flo Hunter, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hi, I just have a question. I've been hearing a lot of public comment on ADMTs during this section of public comments, which I thought was for items that were not on the agenda. I just want to confirm that there will be time on the agenda, on agenda item 3 for comments, or should I have my speakers speak now?
Thank you so much for the question. Yes, this is open public comment, so people can choose on what they would like to comment. We will also have public comment specifically on that agenda item.
Thank you.
George Boutros, I'm going to unmute you this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hello, and thank you, and good morning, Chair and board members. My name is George Boutros, and I'm here on behalf of Orange County Business Council. Thank you for allowing me to speak this morning, specifically on agenda item number 3, regarding your consideration for formal rulemaking on automated decision-making technology risk assessments, among other things. These new risk assessments requirements add significant costs to California businesses and would impact operations. Risk assessments require a weighing of sometimes unquantifiable costs and benefits, including the potential for discrimination, economic and reputational harms, the potential for inducing stress or anxiety, among other things. These burdensome regulations could apply to any company that works with independent contractors and uses technology to assist in structuring that work, including companies in industries like financial services, housing, insurance, education, healthcare, and some everyday retail goods like groceries and pharmaceuticals, among a slew of other business industries. Complying with these complex regulations, providing opt-out rights, technical disclosures, and risk assessments could lead to fewer job opportunities for our local workforce and make it too complicated and costly for our local businesses to innovate throughout the state. In summary, Orange County Business Council is opposed to burdensome privacy regulations that would stifle commerce while providing little protection to the consumer. With that, I thank you for giving me the time to speak today and bring forward these concerns that impact businesses in Orange County and throughout the state. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Nate Hatterley, I'm going to mute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you so much. Sorry. My name is Nate Hatterley. I represent the Alliance to Preserve California's Innovation and Technology economy. We consist of about 80 different organizations, some of which have spoken today. And I'll let the smarter folks talk on the ADMT impacts and things like that. We wanted to raise a few concerns outside of the agenda items today. One being, first, thank you, board members, for pushing this meeting back to a later date that wasn't on a holiday that many of the Californians observe. Unfortunately, we a few of our members are struck between a rock and a hard place, wanting to participate in today's hearing with the CPPA, and also want to participate in the California Air Resource Board that is meeting right now as well, looking to also add costs to the California economy. With the impact assessment that we've rigorously reviewed, and the standardized regulatory impact assessment that you've put out, we are grossly concerned with the impact that your own numbers implies that 66% of the businesses that you show are going to be impacted are actually small businesses that don't have the overhead. The fact that we are okay with a job loss of 100,000 or more jobs after we've already had a large job loss in the industry, the technology industry, with a lot of layoffs in the past 2 years. We're not okay with losing jobs and forcing businesses to choose whether they want to do business in California or do business elsewhere. We pride ourselves, just as the governor does in his and the legislature, that we are the technology and innovation capital of the world. We want to make sure that we are preserved here in California. We don't want to see job losses and $30+ billion impacts to profit margins within the small business industry, on top of a $27 billion gross state product loss. And then from there, that's just the start. Each year after year, with the cybersecurity audits, the ADMT audits, the risk assessment audits, it continues to go on, and we're already facing a $68 billion deficit in California that we're not okay with more being added to that. So thank you very much for the time.
Thank you. Kyle Shannon, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. So please begin as soon as you're ready. Kyle Shannon, please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
We can hear you, but not very loud. If you can speak up a little bit louder, thank you.
How about that? Is that better?
Much better, thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you, Chair Urban and board members, for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Kyle Shannon. I'm the founder of the AI Salon, a community of nearly 2,000 AI optimists, creators, and business professionals with many members in California. I'm also CEO of Storyvine, an automated video storytelling platform with enhanced AI features. Over the years, I've seen how technology can transform industries and improve lives if it's allowed to grow thoughtfully and sustainably. Today, I'd like to discuss the proposed opt-outs for the automated decision-making technologies, or ADMTs. First, regarding the consumer opt-out of AI data processing, I fully support the idea that consumers should have the right to opt out. However, the requirement that small businesses maintain an alternative non-AI or perhaps manual data processing system is overly burdensome. For small businesses like mine, maintaining 2 separate systems just to process a small number of opt-outs is simply not feasible. The reality for those of us, for those who prefer non-AI alternatives, it's fair to suggest they look elsewhere, just like they do with online college applications that no longer maintain paper or manual options, or automated toll booths that no longer take cash. We need to ensure that the regulations don't hinder small businesses by imposing impractical requirements. The second opt-out proposal allows consumers to prevent their data from being used to train AI models. I understand and support the need for this option, but we must also understand the risk if too many people opt out. Every system, whether AI or human, learns and improves with data. All of us and all businesses use historical data to improve our decision-making. Restricting AI from learning with data risks reducing its effectiveness, negatively impacting both consumers and businesses. Moving on to risk assessments, to make ADMT risk assessments feasible for small businesses, I propose a tiered approach. Low-risk tools, such as those used for consumer management or routine payment processing, should be exempt from extensive assessments. A simple checklist or vendor certification should suffice for basic compliance. For more complex tools, guided templates would allow businesses to complete the compliance without hiring costly consultants. In closing, standardized, easy-to-use notice templates would help streamline compliance, and phased deadlines would allow small businesses the time they need to adapt without disrupting their operations. Let's focus on protecting consumers while also fostering innovation and supporting the growth of small businesses in this evolving AI landscape. Thank you so much for your consideration and time.
Thank you. Anika Gandhi, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes, so please begin as soon as you're ready. Anika Gandhi, please begin as soon as you're ready.
Can you hear me?
If you could speak up a little bit louder.
Is that better?
Yes, that's better.
Okay. Good morning, Chair Urban and board members. Thank you for helping keep Californians' data safe and secure. And thank you also for allowing me to offer my views on the draft regulations for businesses like mine that rely on automated, data-driven online advertising. I'm concerned that these regulations will negatively impact my website and badly hurt my growing business. I am Anika Gandhi and I live in Orange County. I'm an engineer turned online woodworking teacher, and I help people learn woodworking skills to complete all kinds of household and small construction projects. My website, Anika's DIY Life, helps me earn money in 3 ways. First, businesses pay me to play sponsored content in front of the audience. Second, I sell advertising. And third, people sign up on my website for tutorial sessions. I can only generate income if people visit my website. Even as a small website or a small business, my website gets more than 100,000 hits annually. So the regulation will require me to create all sorts of new user notices and pop-up notifications. And I'm worried that confusing notices and pop-up screens will drive people away and they will leave before ever really visiting my site. My business will quickly shift from growing to shrinking because we all know that people quickly abandon websites that are difficult to navigate and full of pop-ups. If few people visit my website, my business will really suffer. I will lose sponsors, make less money selling ads, and have fewer people sign up for the courses. Also, if people opt out of the data-powered advertising, which they may do simply because they are confused by the pop-up screens, all digital ads will become far less valuable because they will not reach the right people. 40% of my revenue comes from digital ad sales, so that will seriously hurt my business. I appreciate your efforts in keeping Californians' data secure, but the draft regulations will make it so much harder for me and other small independent publishers to stay in business. Please continue reviewing these regulations. It is wrong to move forward with these regulations when it is clear how they will be hurting small businesses. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak today.
Thank you. Grace Cadet, I'm going to unmute you this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hi there. I'm Grace Getty, and I'm with Consumer Reports, where I work on AI policy. Consumer Reports represents 6 million consumers across the country. I'd first like to thank the board for rejiggering the schedule to make it easier for stakeholders to comment. I plan to wait until the next agenda item to comment on the ADMT regs, but since so many commenters have not done that, I have decided to jump in too. I also want to thank their agency for the work on these draft rules. The effort to give Californian consumers some transparency and agency when it comes to automated decision systems is particularly important. Every day, Californians are being evaluated for rental units, mortgages, health services, job opportunities, and spots in top schools by automated decision systems. These predictive AI systems may, in practice, function poorly. They may latch onto factors that tend to correlate with the desired outcome, but are not, in fact, important. For example, a hiring algorithm may notice that in the past, a company was more likely to hire applicants with bookshelves in the backgrounds of their video interviews. They might therefore rate candidates highly, in part based on the presence of a bookshelf. That's a real example, by the way. AI hiring company Retorio was found to work precisely that way. Every day, Californians are completely in the dark about how their personal data is being repurposed to make these decisions. For these reasons, I commend the CPPA for working on the ADMT rulemaking. These rules are clearly in the public interest, and well within the agency's authority under CPRA Section 1798.185, subsection 15. I don't doubt the agency has heard from business groups pushing back on these rules with every rationale imaginable. Business groups large and small will always have more resources and more staff to show up at every public meeting and have their point of view heard. But the balance of who shows up to board meetings is not representative of what Californians want. It's representative of who has the money to advance their interests. Since consumers can't always show up to board meetings, Consumer Reports commissioned a nationally representative poll of more than 2,000 US adults by NORC at the University of Chicago. Their survey focused on how people feel about the use of AI and algorithms to make decisions about their lives, such as allowing algorithms to evaluate virtual job interviews or allowing algorithms to screen you as a potential tenant. Across these examples and more, majorities of Americans said they were uncomfortable with AI or algorithms making these kinds of decisions. We also asked Americans about whether they'd want to know specifically what information an AI system used about them to make a job decision. We also asked whether they'd want the opportunity to correct any incorrect personal information an ADMT relied on. These are two forms of transparency these draft rules would provide. Overwhelmingly and across all demographic groups, including age, income, and political self-identification, Americans did want that information. CR looks forward to providing more detailed feedback on the draft rules once they.
That is your time. Thank you. Justine Murray, I'm going to mute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Good morning, Chair and board members of the California Privacy Protection Agency. My name is Justine Murray. I'm speaking on behalf of the San Diego Regional Chamber of Commerce. I'm the Executive Director of Public Affairs. We represent over 2,200 member businesses and over 300,000 jobs. Our mission is to make the San Diego region the best place to live and work. San Diego is also home to some of the state and the country's top tech companies. We're greatly concerned with the proposed draft rulemaking actions that many have been speaking about this morning. Rushing to regulation will impose significant burdens to California consumers, innovators, and businesses. While we understand the need to create consumer protection guardrails in evolving technology, it is crucial that rules and regulations are created from a purposeful and thorough engagement process that takes in the economic realities of this industry. We're concerned that the agency is developing a framework for regulating AI without providing sufficient opportunity to receive or consider feedback from all pertinent stakeholders. As you've heard from others, the proposed action is not in line with the governor's executive order on AI that directs agencies to consider how to deploy AI for the benefits of Californians while avoiding overly burdensome and confusing regulations across various state agencies. Our state is a global leader in AI research, development, and deployment. The San Diego region is also poised to be an up-and-coming hub for AI technology. Experts have said that we are poised to be the 8th biggest AI hub in the country, given its position as a leader in the state's innovation economy. Rushing to regulation harms our consumers, small businesses, our state's economy, and San Diego's ability to harbor a successful binational regional economy. Under these proposed actions, organizations using ADMT would need to provide pre-use notices to consumers and allow them to opt out and be tasked with conducting audits of these technologies to attempt to identify risks of bias. This could require changes to existing systems and workflows and new novel compliance changes. Implementing transparency measures would stifle innovation and discourage new developments because every time a business implements a new automated technology, it must conduct new risk assessments and draft new disclosures. Proper regulation of AI and similar tech distinguishes between the everyday uses of these technologies and the truly critical uses of these technologies that have significant real-world consequences. We urge you to consider not moving forward with the proposed rulemaking and engage in a robust and deliberative process regarding any potential rulemaking and regulations that affect the deployment of AI technology in California and in San Diego. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette Bernhardt, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes. And go ahead and speak when you're ready.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Annette Bernhardt, and I direct the Technology and Work Program at the UC Berkeley Labor Center. With the advent of big data and artificial intelligence, employers in a wide range of industries are increasingly capturing, buying, and analyzing worker data, electronically monitoring workers, and importantly, using algorithmic management to make critical employment-related decisions. And yet California is the first and only place in the US where workers are starting to gain basic rights over their data, and how employers use that data to make critical decisions about them. That's why labor groups and other worker advocates are paying such close attention to the CCPA rulemaking process, because the stakes are high. These proposed regulations will be absolutely critical to realizing the promise of the CCPA to protect both workers and consumers in the rapidly escalating use of data-driven technologies in all facets of our lives. In February, we joined a group of worker advocates in submitting a letter to the CCPA outlining several principles for the rulemaking process. That was based on an extensive body of research and workers' experiences on the ground. The first principle was that the scale and scope of data-driven technologies in the workplace necessitate broad protections for workers. In particular, this principle underlines how crucial the draft ADMT regulations are and suggests several priorities. One, to expand the definition of automated decision-making technology. Two, to strengthen notice and access rights for workers when an employer has used an ADMT to make a decision about them. And three, restore a meaningful right for workers and consumers to opt out of consequential ADMT systems. The second principle was that full transparency and disclosure are critical rights for workers, given the often hidden nature of algorithmic systems in the workplace. And in the context of current draft regulations, that principle suggests several priorities. One, to strengthen the required elements of risk assessments. Two, to clarify the role of workers and unions in risk assessments. And three, to strengthen the power of the CCPA to act on risk assessments. In closing, by covering workers in the CCPA and adopting strong regulations like you are currently considering, California has a historic opportunity to lead the U.S. in ensuring that data-driven technologies benefit and do not harm workers. I want to thank Executive Director Soltani, agency staff, and board members for your committed work on these draft regulations, and thank you for the opportunity to comment.
Thank you. Tim Newman, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. And can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good afternoon. My name is Tim Newman, and I'm sharing these comments on behalf of Tech Equity. We have conducted participatory research with contract workers and surveyed renters in California about the impact of automated decision-making technologies. The use of these technologies by employers and landlords represents one of the most important issues that is already shaping the lives of California's workers and renters with profound equity implications. The workers we spoke to reported how ADMTs control their workload, performance evaluations, and at times their pay. Workers described how their work product was often reviewed and assessed by an algorithmic or automated process, which sometimes denied submissions of work product, deemed their work product insufficient or low quality, or set unstable productivity quotas based on information that was unknown to workers. Workers were subject to physical and mental stress as they struggled to deal with the lack of transparency in factors determining their working conditions and livelihoods throughout the entire employment process. We found a similar lack of transparency in the use of tenant screening algorithms. While ADMTs are used to make recommendations to landlords about whether to approve or deny applicants, our California tenant survey of 1,100 respondents found that renters are largely unaware of how these decisions are made, or even whether the technology was used at all. Landlords overseeing small portfolios or renting at lower income levels are more likely to follow screening recommendations without additional due diligence, highlighting the increased vulnerability of underprotected renters. Black and Latinx renters were nearly twice as likely to have their applications denied as white respondents in our survey. These findings show that ADMTs trained on massive troves of personal data sets are likely to compound and perpetuate biases and often lack context that's required by law to ensure equitable treatment. Vulnerable tenants and contract workers we spoke to have little insight into these decision-making processes and few options to challenge their outcomes. These examples underscore 3 key principles for rulemaking. 1, full transparency, explainability, and disclosure is necessary, given the opaque nature of these systems and their ability to make critical decisions. 2, impact assessments should be conducted prior to and throughout the use of these technologies to determine likely harms and identify measures to mitigate them. And 3, workers and renters should receive an explanation, including what personal data was collected about them and how it was used in critical decisions to ensure that they have information to enforce existing rights and to identify when a decision made by an ADMT is inaccurate, discriminatory, or otherwise harmful. We believe that through this rulemaking, the CPPA has a historic opportunity to enact a clear common sense foundation for the use of ADMTs and to ensure that workers and renters have the opportunity for appropriate information rights and protections. Thank you to the staff and board for your work on these important regulations and the opportunity to comment today.
Thank you. Ivan Fernandez, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes. So please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
If you could speak up louder, please.
Yes. Is this a little bit better?
Yes, thank you.
Perfect. Hello, everyone. Ivan Fernandez, legislative advocate with the California Labor Federation of Labor Unions, and also speaking on the behalf of UFCW State Council, here to express our support of the ADMT regulations that will be discussed in our next agenda item. Automated decision-making technology will continue to expand in usage across all industries, impacting countless workers. ADMT can affect workers in a multitude of ways due to the wide range of uses the technology can fulfill. As a result, a regulatory framework must contain broad worker protections that respond to the range of uses and potential harms. The proposed ADMT regulations are a positive step towards protecting workers from unknown and unscrupulous ADMT usage by employers. We appreciate the board's proactive approach to regulate expanded ADMT use. While we are in support of the draft regulations, we additionally and respectfully urge the board to strengthen the draft regs based on the principles we, along with a coalition of worker advocates, provided in a letter sent earlier this year based on the experience of workers. Specifically, we urge that the definition of ADMT be expanded, that ADMT use notification be strengthened, and that the opportunity for workers to opt out of consequential ADMT systems be restored. With these additions, the CCPA can provide first-in-the-nation protection for workers in the new digital age and will be able to demonstrate that data-driven technologies can be utilized to benefit rather than harm workers. Thank you for the opportunity to comment and for the continued work on these draft regulations.
Thank you. Ren, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Ren Alajaji, and I'm a legislative activist at the Electronic Frontier Foundation. We appreciate your work on the next agenda item on automatic decision-making technologies, and thank you for the opportunity to speak today. EFF has joined 2 letters to the agency outlining some priorities for what we'd like to see in the final regulations, and we support the agency's work to continue to clarify and strengthen them for workers and consumers. California's personal data is being repurposed every day to train automated decision-making technologies, and we applaud the California Privacy Protection Agency for applying its expertise and leveraging its authority to provide Californians with basic transparency and recourse via this rulemaking. The U.S. workplace is rapidly becoming a major site for the deployment of AI and other digital technologies, and that is a trend that will only escalate going forward. Full coverage by the CCPA is a critical first step to ensure that California workers have the tools necessary to advocate for their rights in the 21st century data-driven workplace. These are very difficult issues, and we recognize that California is leading the way in crafting regulations to address them. So again, I would like to thank everyone that's involved in drafting these regulations for your work and for the opportunity to speak today.
Thank you. Kara Williams, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, great, thank you. Hello, my name is Kara Williams, and I'm a lawyer at the Electronic Privacy Information Center, or EPIC. EPIC is an independent research and advocacy center focused on protecting privacy in the digital age. I'd like to start by commending the agency's work to protect the privacy of Californians from data harms connected to automated decision-making technologies. The draft regulations are a vital part of protecting the rights of Californians because these ADMTs are increasingly being used in high-stakes decisions about people's lives and well-being, including important decisions about housing, employment, and healthcare. Today, I'd like to focus on one crucial feature of risk assessments under the draft regulations: transparency. First, risk assessment transparency is in the best interest of both Californians and the agency itself. Making risk assessment information public can make agency enforcement more effective by enabling advocates, academics, and other interested parties to support the agency's review of risk assessments. Making this information public by default can reduce the administrative costs of fielding California Public Records Act requests or related lawsuits. And risk assessment transparency itself can be an effective incentive for businesses to proactively improve their own data practices and can prevent a race to the bottom that harms California consumers. Second, risk assessment transparency aligns with core features of both California law and the California Constitution. Article 1 of the California Constitution enshrines the people's right of access to information concerning the conduct of the people's business, and the agency's proposed risk assessment requirements fall squarely within the ambit of the people's business. Businesses are obligated to complete risk assessments to determine whether the risks to consumers' privacy from the processing of their personal information outweighs the benefits to the consumer, the business, other stakeholders, and the public. These risk assessments are completed for the purpose of regulatory compliance and disclosure, not for private economic growth. This is particularly important because the risk assessments are not, nor should they be, trade secrets under the California Uniform Trade Secrets Act. Finally, much of the information that must be included in risk assessments under the agency's draft regulations is already meant to be public under the CCPA. Under the CCPA's notice at collection requirement, for example, businesses must directly inform consumers of the purpose for data collection, the categories of personal information the business plans to collect, and the business's data retention plan, all of which map onto the first three categories of information required under the CCPA's risk assessment requirement, as well as the entirety of what is required for the abridged risk assessments. Centering transparency and regulating automated decision-making technologies is key to protecting Californians' rights in the digital age, and the agency should vote to advance these important regulations. Thank you for your time today, and EPIC looks forward to continuing to be a resource for the agency.
Thank you. And it looks like we have an audience member who'd like to speak.
Good morning. There we go. Good morning, board members. My name is Tasia Kiefer, and I am here on behalf of the Los Angeles County Business Federation, also known as BizFed. BizFed is composed of over 245 diverse business organizations representing 420,000 employers and 5 million employees across Southern California. Thank you for allowing public comment today. The business community understands the importance of having consumer protection guardrails in place as technology continues to rapidly develop and expand. We also understand that the CBPA's intent with the proposed regulations is to ensure that consumer privacy remains a primary focus as new technologies are developed. But California cannot afford to get this wrong. We ask the CBPA pause and align its work with comprehensive AI legislation from the state legislature per Governor Newsom's directives to avoid exceeding its mandate and ensure regulations serve Californians effectively. Advancing these regulations as they are now is premature and detrimental to the public and small businesses. In fact, according to the CBPA's own impact assessment, highlights projected negative macroeconomic impacts over the next 12 years in California. It states a staggering $31 billion in direct costs to businesses, $50 billion shortfall in investments, a $27 billion loss in gross state product, and the loss of over 98,000 jobs just in California. Yet there is no empirical data provided in the impact assessment showing tangible benefits from these regulations, only theoretical ideas. Additionally, what may be more concerning is that the CBPA's economic impact assessment also found that out of the businesses identified who must comply with the rules, 66% of them are small businesses, many of which will not be able to afford the cost to comply. California already faces a $68 billion deficit. These rules threaten to deepen that deficit by constraining businesses and weakening state income. These rules will burden employers that use ADMT in hiring, work allocation, compensation, and other significant employment decisions. Many small businesses use ADMT for marketing to new consumers. However, these businesses will face a revenue loss due to the inability to monetize website traffic, as stated in previous public comments here today. Specific industries such as finance services, housing, insurance, education, and criminal justice are directly targeted. New consumers, Meanwhile, government and public agencies like yourself are exempt from complying with the rules that you are setting forth today. And respectfully, we request that the agency collaborate with the business community to develop balanced regulations that safeguard privacy without stifling innovation or economic growth. Board members, please know that our door is open for meaningful dialogue and collaboration to ensure California gets this right for its businesses, economy, and people. Let me remind you that business is what makes California work. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kiefer. The board needs to take a short break. We will return to public comment as soon as we are able to do that. Can we take 10 minutes and come back at 10:34? Thanks so much. Good morning again, everyone. Welcome back. Thank you for letting us take some time for a break. I think that's the problem with fueling ourselves for lots of comments with lots of coffee. And with that, I would like to return to Ms. Marzian and the queue.
Thank you. Dalton Klein, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes, so please begin as soon as you're ready. Dalton Klein, please begin as soon as you're ready.
My hand was just up from last time. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Carmen Comsty, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes. Please begin as soon as you're ready.
Good morning, and thank you, Chair Urban and the board. I'm Carmen Comsty, Lead Regulatory Policy Specialist with the California Nurses Association, National Nurses United, the largest labor union of RNs in California, representing over 100,000 RNs in the state. CNA urges the agency to advance the draft ADMT rule to formal rulemaking and to ensure that the rule is strengthened to ensure the strongest protections for workers and consumers. Healthcare employers are increasingly using automated patient monitoring technology and clinical decision-making algorithms that automate, de-skill, and devalue the work of nurses. The use of automated tools in clinical prediction and assessment leaves patients without the human-to-human relationship that is the basis for nursing, undermining nurses' professional judgment and threatening both patient and worker safety. Clinical ADMTs feed into healthcare employers' algorithmic management systems and can result in increased workloads, dangerous understaffing, and heightened pressure by management to work faster than is safe for patients and workers. As nurses, CNA members adhere to the precautionary principle, which we urge the agency to use as it develops its ADMT regulation. The precautionary principle means that the agency should ensure that ADMTs are proven safe, equitable, and will not result in harm before they are deployed. It is the role and responsibility of this agency, as authorized by statute, to develop protections against harms from ADMTs. Your regulations must be drafted broadly to ensure pre-market testing and regulatory approval of any new technology before they are deployed, and with ongoing monitoring to ensure that they are safe, effective, and equitable. There must be clear red lines established around the use of these tools to ensure that they do not replace nurses or other workers' judgment and do not put patients and consumers at risk. As others have commented, there must be clear and robust opt-outs for workers and consumers. The burden of demonstrating safety should rest with employers and developers, not patients and their caregivers, not working families and essential workers. If CPPA does not move forward with rulemaking today, it will have a cost for workers and consumers, their lives and their livelihoods as harmful ADMTs expand rapidly. Without regulatory protections, developers and deployers are shifting the burden of identifying unsafe and harmful ADMTs onto workers and consumers. However, these corporations are the ones that seek to profit off the use of ADMTs and are pushing the proliferation of these technologies before regulations can be adopted. It is important that rulemaking is started today. Formal rulemaking can ensure that the agency, like other California processes, can have robust discussion and analysis. Starting the rulemaking process is the beginning, not the end of the discussion. Thank you so much, and we look forward to working with you all more.
Thank you. Clint Oliver, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready. Clint Oliver, please begin as soon as you're ready.
Yes. Thank you very much to the board for this opportunity to speak this morning. My name is Clint Olivier, and I'm the CEO of the Central Valley Business Federation, or BizFed for short. We're a grassroots alliance of over 75 businesses and organizations representing 30,000 diverse employees and over businesses and over 400,000 employees here in the Central Valley from Kern up to Madera County. Many of my members have been leaders in the technology industry and pride themselves on job creation and entrepreneurship. They're also advocates for the safe and responsible use of artificial intelligence. Now, we believe, our board believes, that the proposed regulations by this agency to create new overarching regulations are detrimental to many of the small and medium-sized businesses that I represent. Additionally, they go beyond the scope and mission of protecting consumer data. We collectively have a couple of major concerns about the CPPA's economic impact. Economic impact on 66% of the 66,000 businesses they identified as being impacted, those being the small businesses that are the backbone of our economy. From the CPPA's risk assessment, the estimated costs in the first year of annual ADMT requirements, cybersecurity audits, and risk assessments will be more than $1.2 billion and more than $900 million year after year. We're also concerned about the CPPA anticipated negative impacts on the overall California economy after implementing these suggested regulations. All their calculations are from 2022, so we anticipate they're a little lower given natural inflation our state and nation are dealing with. The CPPA anticipates a negative $31 billion in direct impact costs and profit margins to businesses. They also anticipate an investment shortfall of an additional negative $50 billion. Now, over the next 10 to 12 years, they project a net loss of nearly 100,000 jobs, while our state already has the second highest unemployment in the country at 5.3%, according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics, and that's from last month. Lastly, the CPPA projects a loss of $27 billion in our gross state product, which will ultimately weaken our total economic output production. We are already $68 billion, as we all know, in a deficit here in the state of California. And our membership, our board is asking that we do not make a bad situation worse. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Kylene Fong, I'm going to mute you at this time. Please begin as soon as you're ready. You will have 3 minutes.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Keelan Fong, and I am representing the Cal Asian Chamber. I am participating today on behalf of small to medium-sized minority and AAPI-owned businesses who would be negatively impacted by these draft regulations. The businesses we represent are already dealing with the pressures of rising inflation costs and supply chain demands. They should not be further burdened by unnecessary regulatory actions, as they do more harm to the businesses themselves than help consumers. The financial harm is underscored in the agency's own economic impact assessment, called the Standardized Regulatory Impact Assessment, which estimates these regulations will cost businesses more than $3.5 billion. Independent financial analysis conducted by the California Chamber says that the number is actually far lower than what it would be realistically. This is frustrating for businesses, particularly since the goal of these regulations is supposed to be to help businesses comply with the CPPA, not bankrupt them. Of particular concern to our retail businesses is a regulation that would create a consumer right to opt out of automated decision-making tools used for consumer profiling. Allowing consumers this opt-out limits e-commerce businesses' ability to advertise to their own customers, which is not the goal of the underlying policy. It also creates confusion for businesses that will have to create different processes for customer interaction without a compelling consumer reason for this added expense. The scope of these regulations is broad and ill-defined, a point validly raised by CPPA board member Mac Taggart during the last board meeting. We are frustrated that the agency staff has failed to make any changes to the draft regulations to address these very legitimate and widely shared concerns. We believe the board should pause, listen to our feedback, narrow the regulations to the law's core purpose, and conduct a thorough economic analysis before moving forward with regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Ryan Allian, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hi, thank you. Good morning. My name is Ryan Elaine. I'm speaking on behalf of the California Retailers Association. I'm here today on behalf of our members, which range in size from national brands to the small and medium retailers across the country and across our state. To remind the board that these draft regulations are not just going to hit big tech companies, but they'll have a very real impact on a wide swath of California businesses, which are already reeling from post-pandemic recovery, disrupting supply chains, inflation, high energy costs, and a significant organized retail theft. The board's own, as mentioned before, the board's own standardized regulatory impact assessment estimates that the costs of the regulations on businesses in California would be more than $3.5 billion. This is even more concerning that the regulations are outside the scope and it's what is necessary for the agency to add clarity for businesses to comply with CCPA, which is supposed to be the goal. Instead, these regulations are essentially legislating the creation of brand new consumer rights that will have significant impact on California's economy and state budget, all without oversight of the legislative process. Although we provided detailed feedback regarding our concerns with many of the regulations earlier this year, given the time constraints, we'd like to emphasize one draft regulation in particular that will have an outsized impact on the retail industry. The regulation that would create a consumer right to opt out of automated decision toolmaking for consumer profiling. CCPA is about giving consumers control over businesses selling or sharing their data with others. It's not about limiting the ability of businesses to advertise to their own customers. These regulations take the law in a completely different direction as what is written in statute and it was approved by the voters. A California business losing the ability to customize ads for their own customers, as previously mentioned, will result in revenue that the agency has not considered. E-commerce marketplaces that suggest products to their own customers based on past purchases, a common practice, will have to redesign their platform and account for two different user experiences. This regulation will also create confusion for businesses rather than streamline compliance. What happens if a customer opts out of the decision-making tool, automated decision-making profiling, and the ability to show custom first-party ads, but does not opt out of cross-contextual behavioral ads? This confusion will be frustrating to consumers and costly for businesses to navigate compliance. As previously mentioned as well, we thank the board member McTaggart for raising these concerns, the staggering scope. We have been discouraged to learn that the agency staff has declined to take any of his concerns or industry feedback from past hearings into consideration. In conclusion, we ask the board not approve the draft regulations at this time, and that instead it conduct a more thorough economic evaluation and submit a revised, narrower draft of regulations prior to proceeding to formal rulemaking. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any other hands raised online at this time, but I believe we have an audience member who'd like to make a public comment.
Thank you. Good morning, CPPA board members. Julian Kennedy with the California Hispanic Chambers of Commerce, which is comprised of over 130 Latino and diverse chambers throughout California, representing not only the over 800,000 Hispanic-owned business, but diverse businesses across the state. On behalf of our membership, I have a couple of key points I would like to highlight for you this morning. Let me start with an ask. Respectively, we are asking that CPPA rethink the findings of the standardized regulatory impact assessment before it votes to move any of the regulations today. $3.5 billion in initial implementation costs with ongoing costs of $1 billion for the next 10 years is a real number that many of our small and diverse businesses represent, that we represent to many of our businesses. California is facing potentially double-digit billion deficit in 2025, and the cost of CPPA regulations can only make that number worse. Second, nothing in Proposition 24 authorizes regulation of AI by the CPPA. Let me read part of Governor Newsom's veto message of SB 1047 this year. I am committed to working with the legislature, federal partners, technology experts, ethicists, and academia to find the appropriate path forward, including legislation and regulation. Given the stakes, protecting against actual threats without unnecessarily thwarting the promise of this technology to advance the public good. We must get this right. We are asking CPPA to remove AI from the ADMT regulations. It does not belong there, and AI is coming back to the legislature in 2025. So getting ahead of them is pointless, and adds unnecessary costs for businesses. Let me paint a picture of what AI could look like from where we stand. CPPA adopts an AI regulation in 2024, implements in early 2025. The legislature passes the conflicting AI legislation in late 2025. Our business owners will now have to spend unnecessary money to undo CPPA compliance. Finally, in theory, and as CPPA interprets its regulations, the CPPA regulations do not affect our members because they only affect big companies. In real life, this is not true. When businesses impacted by this regulation leave California, it will land on us and not any of you. Respectively, we think a prudent approach is to advance the cybersecurity and risk assessment regulations and to collaborate with Governor Newsom and the legislature on ADMT and AI. Thank you.
Thank you. Gilbert Lara, I will unmute you this time. You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead and start when you're ready.
Good morning, board members. My name is Gilbert Lara on behalf of Biocom California. Biocom California is a nonprofit organization representing over 1,800 life sciences companies and research institutions across the state. Our industry is committed to protecting private privacy and maintaining robust data security. However, we're concerned about the scope and potential consequences of the proposed draft regulations regarding ADMT, which risk going well beyond CPPA's mandates. Firstly, the ADMT requirements go beyond typical privacy protections and into areas of broader AI regulation, raising concerns about regulatory overreach. By requiring detailed disclosures and opt-out options for ADMT, the draft proposals could complicate essential life sciences processes, such as clinical trials and personalized medicine. ADMT helps us match patients to clinical trials and tailor treatments effectively. However, these requirements may introduce delays and diminish the efficiency of these critical systems. Allowing opt-outs for ADMT in clinical settings could lead to less precise treatments and potential delays in patient care. Secondly, the requirement for annual cybersecurity audits could add significant burdens, particularly for smaller firms. These audits require extensive documentation and independent assessments, overlapping with existing federal standards, without clear additional benefits for consumers. For many life science companies, especially startups, the costs tied to these audits may shift resources from research and development to compliance, which could slow down progress in new therapies. Lastly, the proposed privacy risk assessments impose heavy administrative requirements, creating layers of paperwork without measurable privacy gains. Each assessment mandates 9 topics with 32 subcomponents, which creates compliance challenges that distract from core operations in the life sciences. Such complexity not only places an undue burden on companies, but also risks confusing consumers and overstepping into general AI regulation, which exceeds the authority granted by California voters. We urge the board to reconsider advancing these regulations in their current form. Life sciences are crucial to California's economy and to advancing healthcare. We ask the agency to collaborate with industry stakeholders and legislators to ensure these regulations protect privacy without stifling life-saving innovations. Thank you.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair and board members. My name is Naomi Padron, and I'm here on behalf of the Computer and Communications Industry Association, CCIA, which is a not-for-profit international trade association with members from a broad cross-section of technology and communications firms. We appreciate the opportunity to share our perspective on the current draft, as we believe that the agency has incorporated minimal industry feedback, which is critical to crafting effective and balanced regulations. While we have several outstanding concerns with the current draft as outlined in our January letter to the agency, the provisions regarding automated decision-making tools deserve particular attention. Our primary concern is the proposed regulation allowing consumers to opt out of automated decision-making tools for profiling.
This could severely impact businesses' ability to conduct first-party advertising to their own customers. For example, platforms would need to redesign their systems to exclude certain users from personalized recommendations based on past purchases, which goes well beyond the scope originally agreed upon in CCPA. At its inception, the primary agreement behind this omnibus privacy law was that businesses could continue using data from their own customers to improve the products they offer consumers, with the understanding that no private right of action would be imposed. Likewise, CCIA is concerned that the regulation may allow consumers to opt out of having their data used in automated decision-making tool training. This would hinder covered entities from developing their own ADMT applications internally, restricting their ability to create products and strengthen internal privacy mechanisms for consumers. For example, automated fraud detection tools may rely on valid customer data in their development, data which the proposed regulation would limit access to. Additionally, the agency's economic analysis estimates that implementing these remaining regulations for California businesses would cost around $3.4 billion. This, along with the potential for these proposed regulations to undermine California's leadership in artificial intelligence, is concerning. CCIA believes that the proposed regulation exceeds the agency's statutory authority. The emphasis should be on crafting a balanced and effective privacy law rather than an executive agency establishing rules that far exceed the legislation's original intent. We're happy to provide more specific information and assist in refining the language on these key issues if needed. Thank you for your time and your consideration of these comments. We look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, next speaker. You'll have 3 minutes. Begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to testify on the agency's draft proposed regulations to implement the CPRA of 2020 and the proposed data broker regulations. My name is Travis Frazier, and I'm the Senior Manager of Government Relations for the Association of National Advertisers. Before I begin, the ANA and its members believe that protecting consumer privacy is of paramount importance. However, if the draft regulations become final, consumers will be severely affected through the loss of access to products and services they value, rely upon, and enjoy today. The following list is not exhaustive, but outlines several important issues for the agency to consider. First, the proposed regulations would establish broad definitions of automated decision-making technology and AI. This could lead to significant confusion and operational challenges. The agency should reevaluate the breadth of these proposed definitions, or alternatively, if the agency elects to move forward with a definition that would cover practically all automated processing, it should scope the applicability of its rule solely to automated processing decisions that produce legal or similarly significant effects concerning a consumer. Second, the agency's proposed opt-outs related to behavioral advertising, ADMT, and AI can negatively impact businesses that rely on data to improve products and reach audiences. The draft regulations would create entirely novel opt-out rights for uses of ADMT for extensive profiling and behavioral advertising. The CCPA itself does not envision such an opt-out, nor does it provide the agency with the authority to create one. Such a regulation would extend well beyond the meaning and intent of the CCPA. In addition, the proposed regulations would create opt-outs for uses of data to train AI and ADMT. This kind of opt-out would significantly hinder businesses from developing their own ADMT applications and improving products and services for consumers' benefit. Now, with regard to the proposed data broker regulations, the agency's proposed updates to the state's data broker definition could classify nearly every entity doing business in California as a data broker. This proposed definition of direct relationship would render the state's data broker registry meaningless by including virtually every business in its scope. This approach directly conflicts with the stated legislative intent of the data broker registry statute, as well as the subsequently enacted Delete Act that builds upon the registry law. Second, the agency has not established a clear process for verifying consumer and authorized agent requests made through the drop. The agency should require agents to provide signed proof of authority and should require consumers to directly confirm with the agency that they have authorized an agent to act on their behalf. Additionally, agents should be prohibited from self-certifying their authority to act and should be required to obtain informed consent from consumers before submitting requests to the drop. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today, and we look forward to continuing to work with you throughout this process.
Thank you. You'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead and begin when you're ready.
Great. Good morning, CPPA board members and staff. My name is Robert Singleton, and I'm the Senior Director of Policy and Public Affairs for the California and U.S. West region at Chamber of Progress. We are a tech industry association supporting public policies to build a more inclusive country in which all people benefit from technological leaps. I'm here today to urge you to revise your approach and set aside this well-intentioned but ultimately flawed proposal to regulate automated decision-making tools, which exceeds the legislature's directive for an agency charged with creating privacy rules and stands to harm consumers and innovation alike. The expensive proposal, conservatively estimated to cost California businesses over $3 billion, could create opt-out rights where AI is not actually making decisions. Allowing customers to opt out of automated decision tools for consumer profiling creates a complex, potentially unworkable policy environment. Consumer profiles allow platforms to display relevant and interesting products to consumers. More specifically, these profiles undergird online advertising, enabling platforms to deliver informative ads for consumers. This is the most acute in large online marketplaces where small businesses are able to sell goods directly to people. With so many products competing for consumer attention, relevant advertising allows small businesses to reach consumers who may otherwise not encounter the products. This enhances welfare for consumers, marketers, and platforms alike. The proposed draft rules create consumers a right to opt out of ADMT training data are similarly overreaching and problematic to implement. Training is not in and of itself a high-risk endeavor, but regulating it as such will slow the improvement in AI in California. California companies utilize AI models to improve their product offerings. Often these are internal, not consumer-facing applications where the consumer-facing impact is minimal or even non-existent. But they serve an important process or a certain purpose, such as allowing product testing, continuous product improvement, and moreover, training is not in and of itself a high-risk activity, but granting an opt-out would require additional processing of consumer data since developers would need to identify them during training at odds with the agency's mandate to safeguard privacy. Here again, the CPPA is effectively legislating how companies operate their internal tools. We commend the CPPA for automated decision-making, or for making this effort. The current proposal adds substantial regulatory and compliance burdens to California startups without obviously advancing consumer privacy, and as discussed, may undermine it. But the matter under consideration is tantamount to legislating AI in California. The legislature considered but did not adopt comparable policy during the recent session. For these reasons, we urge you to set aside this well-intentioned but flawed proposal related to automated decision-making tools. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any additional commenters at this time.
Thank you very much. With that, we will move to agenda item number 3, which is discussion and possible action to advance draft regulations to formal rulemaking for updates to existing regulations, insurance, cybersecurity audits, risk assessments, and automated decision-making technology. I would ask you to turn your attention to the materials for this agenda item, and which will be presented by our CPPA General Counsel, Philip Laird, and Senior Privacy Counsel and Advisor, Lisa Kim, and CPPA attorneys, Kristen Anderson and Nilofer Sheikh. Good morning, everybody. We would like to hear from you, then the board will discuss. Mr. Laird, please go ahead.
Good morning to the board members, and thank you to all the members of the public who have submitted comment already this morning. As was mentioned, before the board are 3 documents today: a cover memo that includes staff's recommendation for the board to advance the proposed regulations to formal rulemaking. Also, the draft text of the proposed regulations, which update the existing CCPA regulations, clarify when insurance companies must comply with the CCPA, operationalize requirements for cybersecurity audits and risk assessments, and operationalize consumers' rights to access and opt out of businesses' use of automated decision-making technology, or ADMT. Additionally, we've also included the initial statement of reasons, which explains the purpose and necessity of each of the proposed regulations in the draft text. And since the board last saw the draft text in the ISOR in July 2024, the ISOR has been modified to incorporate now the Standardized Regulatory Impact Assessment, or sometimes called a SRIA shorthand. As you're aware, the SRIA is the formal economic assessment of the proposed regulations. It outlines their costs and benefits, as well as the costs and benefits of potential alternatives. As was required under the Administrative Procedures Act, staff did submit this SRIA to the Department of Finance for their review in August of this year and received DOF's feedback in September. In short, DOF, or the Department of Finance, generally concurred with the methodology used in the SRIA, And they only requested additional explanations from the economists about a few of the macroeconomic impacts identified in the SRIA, which our economists have worked to resolve. The other modifications to the documents include, we have removed section 7005, which addressed the consumer price index increase. And this is because legislation was passed earlier this year that essentially implemented that same requirement, obviating the need for regulations. We also provided detail on proposed regulations benefits, addressed regulatory alternatives, and provided a list of materials relied upon. The draft text of the proposed regulations and the ISOR are informed by several years of preliminary rulemaking activities, including hundreds of comments received provided to the agency in writing and orally at various board meetings, public stakeholder sessions, and in response to 2 separate invitations from the agency for comment on the topics of the proposed regulations. So today, staff recommends that the board advance the proposed regulations to formal rulemaking, which will provide the public with a formal opportunity to provide written and oral comments to the agency on the proposed regulations. After receiving public comments, the board will have additional opportunities to discuss and even potentially update the proposed regulations. So to be clear, and I think at least one commenter made this point, beginning formal rulemaking today would really just be the beginning of the process and would by no means be the adoption of the draft regulations presented today. And in fact, would allow for a formal opportunity for everybody to comment. We understand people are here today commenting on this topic already, which is great, but the benefit from my perspective of the Administrative Procedures Act is it gives a uniform approach where everybody can have an opportunity to provide comments on these draft regulations. So with that all said, my team and I stand ready to answer any questions from the board, but otherwise we'll turn it over to you, Chair, for facilitating discussion.
Thank you very much. And yes, thank you for all the commenters who've spoken so far today. It's really helpful, and I've heard some things that I've heard before, and I heard some new things. All of them are really useful, as are the materials and comments that have been submitted to us over the last 2 years, during which we have engaged in a very robust stakeholder process for staff and the subcommittee that Mr. Lay was on to develop these draft regulations. I want to be really clear about the question that is before us today, and I want to be really clear what it means for the process and what it means for the draft regulations and the form that they are taking today. It may be somewhat counterintuitive. It was somewhat counterintuitive to me until I thought it through, that indeed, as one commenter said earlier, engaging in formal rulemaking is the beginning of the process. Now, we have done a lot of preliminary activities, which are unusual in their scope and length, in order to best inform where we start the process. But this is where the process starts. And what I mean by that is that it may be somewhat counterintuitive, but it's actually easier for us to make changes to the regulations in the formal rulemaking process, because the system is built for that. It's set up for that. It allows us to take all of the research we have now, including the SRIA, and including all the research the staff has cited in the ISOR, and those have gone into the draft regulations as they are. But in the formal rulemaking process, we can accept, for example, some of the critiques of the economic assessment, some of the consumer surveys that were mentioned, other studies, and we can consider those and use them if we agreed that it was the right thing to do to revise the regulations themselves. Those of you who have been sort of consistent stalwart stakeholders, and I appreciate you very much, will know that in our last big rulemaking package, we revised the rules substantially during the formal rulemaking process. It is actually the best time to do that. And indeed, process-wise, it is the only realistic time to do that. I appreciate that a couple of commentators would like us essentially to just start over. I would like to remind those commentators and everyone else as well that we are legally mandated to have rules on opt-outs for automated decision-making, including profiling, on risk assessments, and on cybersecurity audits. And it is public record that we have in fact been sued on a theory that we have been too late in promulgating these regulations. So this is not a question of us just deciding to do this. This is a question of us being mandated to do it. The form the regulations take is, of course, very much something that needs to have broad input, as we have had and which we continue to have. And the best way for us to take into account the range of input in the form of the language and the regulations themselves is to advance these regulations to the formal rulemaking process. So I'm going to be really clear that that is the only question before us today, and that what answering that question in the affirmative means is that we have the opportunity to work on the regulations in much more detail than we have until we do that. I just want to be sure that that's clear for everybody. And with that, I would ask if board members have comments.
Yeah, I want to thank all of the commenters that spoke today. And that's exactly the type of feedback that I think these rules need. You know, I hear the concerns about behavioral advertising and that's impact on small businesses. You know, the commenter who talked about that makes it harder to run her small business teaching woodworking, I think. You know, I'm very sympathetic and hear all of these, and I believe, you know, this is the input that I need to make a decision on what the final form, but we all need to make a decision on what the final form of those regulations are. You know, I see the regulations as they are now as privacy protective for consumers, protecting consumers the most. I imagine after seeing that SORIA and hearing all these comments from businesses, I imagine we'll have to narrow it at some level. But where and what do we strengthen will come from the comments in the formal rulemaking process. So, you know, I'm very open to seeing these regulations change and become a form that works for businesses in California, but also for the folks from labor who called in, the folks who work in healthcare, and the other in education. So I want to make sure that we get all of that input, not just from the folks who could be here today, but the folks who can write in and provide comment through the formal rulemaking process.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Mr. Worth, please.
Yeah, I've got a few things that I would love some help with. If staff or even other board members could respond to some of this. I think some of what you just said, Chair, answers some of my questions. But first, thanks for the comments, and thank you especially to the folks that took the time and effort to come here in person. I know that's not easy, so I appreciate that. You know, a lot of the complaints that I am hearing are coming from the business groups. And one specific statement that was repeated is that questioning whether we even have the authority to proceed in the area of AI regulations. I'd love to get some feedback on that. There was discussion about the timing of the legislative process and whether or not we should be waiting and whether or not we're coordinated with the governor's executive order. I'd love to have some feedback on that. The question of whether or not there's restrictions on advertising to your own customers came up a few times. I need to understand that better because that, as presented, it seems like a pretty strange restriction, but I'm probably not getting the whole picture. You know, there was a theory that we're rushing ahead, although we've been at this for several years, and there's 1,850 pages of comments. So as much as I appreciate that going forward is only the next step in really starting the process, you know what comments are coming. We just heard 2 hours of them. So how are we going to address, you know, put differently, why have are those comments going to be addressed differently than they have in the past? Or are we going to be in the same place 6 months from now or a year from now with those groups having the same concerns over the regulations? I think that's all I have for right now.
Just one quick part of that.
Please, no, anyone can.
Mr. Lay.
Oh, yeah, just on the behavioral advertising, I know we were talking about that. You know, that was an idea to prevent people who don't want to be profiled with their use of, like, say you're on Facebook, you have a lot of information. There is a concern around how that information could be used against you in the targeting of products, right? And like vulnerable folks are targeted with predatory products at times. So I see that, but at the same time, I think we had a lot of comments coming in saying like, that's not the agreement that was made. And I think I am responsive to that. But on the second part is on the governor's AI order was on generative AI. I don't know why folks keep conflating the two. That was very much focused on generative AI, and this is not. These rules are not focused on generative AI. But I'll hand it off to Alistair and staff to answer.
Can I ask you a question back to, on the first point?
Yeah.
My view of those comments was not somebody taking information off of a social media application. It was communicating with a customer that you already have. That's what I heard. If I heard it wrong or
Right.
misinterpreted.
So if you're a corporation selling a bunch of different products, you have a lot of first-party information about someone's behavior, right? The idea would be someone would be able to opt out of them using that to target perhaps loans, educational opportunities, for-profit colleges, if they have that first-party information around a customer. But that's their own information, not one's. And perhaps that could.
Well, let me give a different example, because this is the way I interpret it. Let's say I'm purchasing goods from a company. Or the restrictions I'm focused on are their restrictions with my relationship with them that I've already established. That's what I'm looking for. Not them taking my information somewhere else, not them selling it down. Our relationship that we've created already. That's what I was hearing. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I'm happy to respond to that. Again, I think the premise in the way the regulations are currently drafted is it is sort of Board Member Lay described. It would be that information that that business got from you because you were their customer, but it's all the ways that they may be interacting with you and using that personal information to understand and essentially draw conclusions about things you may want to do that you've never actually disclosed to that business, if that makes sense. And I'd invite my, of course, astute colleagues, if there's anything more you'd want to supplement that with.
Yes, I think one other thing to address just with respect to the idea of the relationship between you and the business that could be helpful here is the regulations as they're drafted and under the agency's authority, it would not be prohibiting the use of that information. Rather, it's that you as the consumer would be able to opt out of that specific use of your information to advertise to you in that way. And so it's akin to things that we've seen in other contexts. So if you don't want to receive, advertisements to your cell phone, if you want to unsubscribe from email lists, you get that control, but it's not prohibited. It's that you as a consumer get to say, I don't want to be advertised to in this manner by this business.
That's very helpful.
I would also say that the way that I have read, and I read the regulations as a board member who of course received them from staff in the subcommittee, read them, is that the statute requires us to have opt-outs, including for profiling. And the definition of profiling is quite broad and includes various sort of first-party interactions. And the current draft of the regulations cabin that by only having opt-outs for extensive profiling, one of which is for this kind of behavioral advertising as the consumer's choice, as Ms. Sheikh was saying. I've heard this feedback as well a lot. And again, I think, informal rulemaking, we have the sort of procedural opportunity to consider whether the way that it's cabined now is appropriate. We've also, of course, heard that it's not cabined, that it's too cabined from some groups, or whether there's another model. Similarly with using, whether people can opt out for the use of their personal information for training. I think that's the kind of thing where I would be really eager to hear more detail, both from the business community. For example, there was a gentleman earlier who was talking about internal uses and things like that, so that we could judge that particular way of deciding, what in the ADMT universe we want to have consumers have the ability to opt out of. Mr. McTaggart.
Thank you. Well, at board meetings in last December, March, and most recently in July, I opposed these regulations. I voiced concern about their overreach, their lack of privacy protection, and the high likelihood of legal challenges. And at this point, the scope remains unchanged. And I believe this undermines privacy rather than protecting it. So I'm just going to, unfortunately, have to say my piece, and I wanted to say it finally because I really feel strongly about it. So there's some good news. I do think the cybersecurity regulations are in good shape and will benefit Californians. With respect to the risk assessments, I think these proposed regulations will make the inclusion criteria for risk assessments so broad that we will end up hurting the cause of privacy, not helping it. The scope of these regulations effectively mandates risk assessments for almost any business using software. This spread will hurt businesses and overwhelm our agency with, I think, largely form paperwork, diminishing our focus, our ability to focus on enforcement. There's no chance we'll be able to review tens and tens of thousands of multi-page risk assessments at this stage with our current resources. So how are these regs too broad? The risk assessment regs are too broad? Well, just to provide some examples, the definition of artificial intelligence, AI, is essentially all software, since materially all software, quote, generates outputs that can influence physical or virtual environments, close quote. Automated decision-making then includes artificial intelligence and everything that substantially facilitates human decision-making, that's a quote. And the limiting factor is only whether that technology was a key factor in a human's decision-making. So as a result, our definition of ADM includes the use of almost any computerized technology in a way that describes how humans have used computers for 30 or 40 years. This has almost nothing to do with some predictive algorithm that tells your boss to fire you because you might get pregnant. That's creepy and that's bad. So here are some examples that do help humans make decisions, whether that's a human employed by the company or, by the way, the consumer, because these regulations do not specify, since these can affect a human's access to essential goods and services. So first, email and text. These contain your PI and obviously help people make decisions. If you use email or text, please conduct a risk assessment. Booking software at a restaurant or a barbershop, that triggers a risk assessment. Listing notifications. Let's say you sign up at a real estate agency for a list to alert you to new listings. The human uses that list to upload a new listing and send out an update. That triggers a risk assessment. Application tracking. You're applying to some school somewhere, and it sends you out notifications saying you're missing some form here. You haven't put in your transcript. Triggers a risk assessment. Even the example given in 7001 F4 proves this point, even though it's actually a little confusing. It says spreadsheets are not AI, but if you use a regression analysis, it is AI. So you're, I don't know, a chain store, and you're looking at what time to open your stores, and you use a spreadsheet to figure out, like, you put some inputs, like, okay, what time is these stores open, and, you know, you use, let's say, Excel's solver function, which many of us have used. That's AI. So that technology was introduced in 1990, but now it'll require businesses to conduct a risk assessment. And I think this is statutory overreach. 1798-185-A15 mandates risk assessments only for activities that pose a significant risk to privacy or security. Yet these regulations use ADM as the trigger. But ADM is just a tool. It does not inherently impact privacy. And it was specifically omitted from this paragraph when drafting the statute. So if Mr. Soltani was here, when he was my consultant when we were drafting it, convinced me to leave technology out of this statute. So the statute really doesn't mention any specific kinds of technology, even like, for example, around security, because his point was, look, this is going to change over time. Technology will change, so don't get too focused on one technology. So the statute emphasizes the nature of the activity, not the technology involved. And one can make a cogent argument that ADM is more privacy and security friendly because there's no humans stealing or snooping. So my conclusions around risk assessments are: one, we should focus on activity, not technology. We should limit risk assessments to high-risk activities rather than focus on some ADM technology. We shouldn't care how a significant decision was arrived at, just that it was arrived at. And by the way, my suggestion here is more privacy protective, not less. Secondly, we should define significant decisions more clearly. We should remove the term access to from significant decisions and actually focus on decisions where you end up denying someone essential services. We should clarify essential goods and services. We should specify what qualifies as essential to avoid unnecessary assessment. Is an airline ticket an essential service? Is a dating app? These are the regulations which are supposed to provide clarity, and we should do that. And then we should streamline compliance. We should provide a comprehensive list of acceptable assessments from other jurisdictions to reduce duplication and compliance costs. With respect to ADM, these regulations give consumers the right to opt out of ADM if there is a significant decision or profiling. But if a business provides an appeal mechanism, then the business does not have to offer to opt out. So that sounds straightforward, but it's not, due to the very broad definition of ADM, which is, again, technology that processes PI and substantially facilitates human decision-making, and again, with the key factor in the human's decision. So under these rules, consumers can opt out of even contextual ads, one of the most privacy-friendly advertising methods. Privacy laws encourage contextual ads, yet these regulations would undermine that shift, potentially stalling a sector-wide effort to reduce intrusive data collection. Absolutely, these regs will allow you to stop using a consumer to tell the business to stop using first-party ads to their own customers, which was never and is not the intention of the bill. We would, just think about it, we would be saying to consumers, if you opt out, you're never going to have to see an ad relating to a bank, a hospital, a grocery store, insurance company, a healthcare employment. It's like I added up the different sectors we're regulating. It's like 75% of the economy. And at some meaningful level, this will break the internet, just the way it works, the advertising model that supports the internet right now. And it'll destroy the concept of trying to get us to move everybody towards a more privacy protective ecosystem of contextual ads, where when you're on a site, you see an ad related to that site that is not based on your 65 other sites that you visited and your purchases for the last 2 years. And relying on appeal mechanisms to get out of the opt-out isn't feasible either. It's not at scale. It doesn't reflect how the real world works. We're setting up a terrible architecture, and nothing about this architecture helps protect privacy. And on the contrary, we're just going to wreak havoc and hurt privacy. Let's examine some cases. Amazon, UPS, DoorDash, Instacart. These regs give the consumers the right to opt out of these businesses' automated delivery software to deliver the food or your medication or your package. So you're going to call Amazon and say, hey, I'd like you to deliver my package, but by the way, you can't use your ADM technology to get it here. And how does that protect privacy? So of course they're going to say no, but they have to set up this mechanism where they can then come along and have a mechanism for me to deny my request to opt out of the ADM. Access to lodging. I can call a hotel and say, I'd like to book a room, but please don't use your automated booking software. It's impossible for the clerk at Marriott for me to get the room. You call the airline and say, I'd like a seat on the plane, but you can't use your software your automated software to tell me what the prices are or to organize it. Same thing for academic admissions. And so this language in 185A16 was literally lifted from GDPR Article 22. And if you go back to GDPR, that talks about solely automated decision-making with legal impacts. And that was the intention here. Colorado's privacy law has a similar approach, which excludes human-involved decisions from opt-out. By contrast, our approach requires opt-outs even if humans assist with the decision. And this just creates a regulatory burden that I think has a negative impact on privacy. And so these particular regulations are $1.4 billion, the cost of them. That's our assessment. There's lots of questions whether that's the right one or the wrong one. But I come back to this and I say, why don't we, I've been saying this for a year, why don't we adopt a much more targeted approach? And so my recommendations are, with respect to ADM, remove the whole notion of access to or provision of from the goods and services, and get it to where you've been denied an essential service, where you've been turned down for a loan, you've been turned down for the credit card, you've been turned down for whatever the thing is that you're looking for. And then revise the opt-out approach. Secondly, if a human is materially involved in a decision, no opt-out should be required. And then, again, I think we should focus on our privacy mandate. What we're basically doing is we're taking 10 lines in a 60-page bill, and we're trying to backwards regulate AI. And look, I actually think it's an incredibly important area to have some regulations on, but that's what the legislature is doing right now. And that's what the governor's talking about. I think we should approve these regulations, but we should remove Articles 10 and 11. They're just too, I've been hearing this, just advance these, because then we can actually do the work. But I've been hearing that for a year. And nothing really has changed. And I think I actually think the threat of the lawsuit's a red herring. We can pass regulations that are much, much less expansive than these, that checks the box on ADM and checks the box on risk assessments. Our approach so far has been, don't worry about it. Now we have regulations which tally, some enormous costs, some of that cybersecurity, which I support, but I'm very concerned about these, and I don't buy into that we should just advance them as is, and I would have us remove Articles 10 and 11 at this time. Thank you.
Thank you, very much, Mr. McTaggart. And, you know, substantively, as has been the case when you've made these comments before, I think they're incredibly useful and incredibly thoughtful. We may, in the end, have some policy disagreements about certain things. For example, GDPR Article 22 says solely, but it's unclear actually how that is going to be implemented. And, you know, the intention was not to have a situation where you could just pretend there's a person there, and therefore it falls out of Article 22, for example, but there hasn't been a lot of guidance. My understanding that solely was explicitly removed from our statute, but I think, anyway, that's a discussion for a longer time. Similarly with access and some of these ideas, I think they're great. I just want to be really clear that the procedural opening for us to really work on these kinds of structural things is informal rulemaking. And I know that that is counterintuitive, but that is the process. Reality. And so one of the main reasons that I am really hoping that we will move to formal rulemaking today is for that purpose, to get, as Mr. Laird suggested, a rationalized, clear, full record. I would encourage everybody who has comments prepared that they've sent us, if they don't want to revise them, just submit them again. And then we have them in the formal rulemaking record to work with them in more detail. There are, you know, some APA imposed timelines, but they're very generous, which means that we can take some time and we can work on the regulations in a way that procedurally is just very difficult to do earlier this year. I would also note that we did revise the draft substantially between December and March. We've gotten some positive feedback. We've gotten some negative feedback, from sort of opposite policy directions. And all of that information is very much, as I understand it from staff, is very much sort of in the hopper, and procedurally the best option we have to act on it is in formal rulemaking. You know, I think a lot of these ideas are just really important, Mr. McTaggart, and what I would like to be is in a position where we have more of an opening procedurally to work with them. Yes, Mr. Lay.
Yeah, just a quick one. I agree with a lot of the points you've made. I do think, you know, don't want risk assessments for doing a Booking.com reservation. Really, the question is, you know, why we haven't changed is we need more comments. It can't just be from you or I or the folks who call in. Like, how do we do this? Like, I want to make sure these regulations, when there's an opt-out, it's an important one, right? Like when that human appeal exception, for example. I don't think it needs to happen for everything, but when you're applying to a job, you are rejected by applicant tracking system. Maybe you could respond, be like, this is why you have your access right. And then you go like, well, you know, my metrics didn't match, but maybe this education counts for 3 years of educational experience. You send that. So like, I want to cabinet to those specific situations that are high risk, are significant. I acknowledge the language as is doesn't quite get us there. And I think it's made very clear by all the comments that came in. But until we get those comments, you know, like my mind is just like, well, you know, I'm hearing this, I'm hearing that. How do we make sure we do it? So I want to reassure you, I agree with a lot of your points. I do think these regulations should be narrowed somewhat to make sure we don't capture, you know, that woman who is trying to run her small business, right? To do bookings, to do, you know, there was a comment from Salon.ai, you know, exemptions for low risk activities, phased approach for small businesses. These are all great ideas. And as we're entering what potentially is the formal rulemaking process, it's like a really good time to get that and then, you know, start redlining these regulations and getting them to a place that isn't $3.5 billion.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Yes, Mr. McTaggart.
Yeah, I was trying to smile, Mr. Lay, just because personally, it was pretty funny. Recently, I was on an airline and they hand out the little thing saying, you know, apply, get 50,000 miles for the credit card. So I was like, all right, I'll do it. and I get the form letter back, you've been rejected. I'm like, oh man, now I have to how am I gonna contact them? I was like, why did I get rejected? So I'm also mad at the system when it happens to me, you know, which it happens to people. And you get this, you know, the faceless kind of machine has an impact on you, and it's annoying. I guess for me, when I hear this, and I've been hearing, oh, yeah, don't worry, and I'm like, someone has the pen to write these regulations in a boil the ocean kind of format, and why we keep on doing that and then say, just trust us when we get to the other side, then we'll start to redline it. I'm like, but nothing, I mean, maybe some changes happened between December and March, but these are still massively broad regulations. And I keep on saying, why wouldn't we have just limited them a little bit you could say, well, it's not up to you or me, but actually we are the board. So I actually kind of think it is up to us. And of course, we want to get public comment, but there's been a ton of public comment over the last year, both for and against. But again, I'm personally uncomfortable with the process because we keep on just saying, just wait till we're on the other side and then we'll start to address these things. But we submitted for the Sharia this massive thing. I don't know why we did that. So I'm not supportive of this right now.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Mr. Liebert's very quiet. I don't want to put him on the spot. I just want to make sure he has a chance to weigh in if he'd like.
Staff have an opportunity because we've made all sorts of comments about whether things have or have not been done. Not to put you on the spot, but if there have been comments made here that you feel you might be able to illuminate, that would be helpful.
Thank you, Board Member Liebert. A lot has been covered, admittedly, but I suppose an important point to remind this board is you generally as a board made a decision to advance more or less this version of the text back in March. And it's been since March that staff has been underway following the Administrative Procedures Act to get things teed up just to start formal rulemaking. And so starting over again is practically the same as going back another 6 to 9 months to just get back to the same spot where there will still be comments, still be conflicts on either side. And we'll be doing all that still with just the limited information we've gotten to date. I think to Mr. Lay's point, those who are paying close attention to our agency, sure, have been very involved and been providing comments all along the way this whole year. But at the same time, the whole Administrative Procedures Act is there will be a notice published in the state's register that everybody has access to, that everybody will be made aware of with the full documentation that usually most state departments and all don't put out in advance. It's by the virtue of the fact that we are a board that the public is getting access to these documents in advance to see the drafts as they've been prepared because the board has been considering the details. But this is the record on which it is typical, and I would recommend that we start to then build a formal comment process and then make some very important decisions. I absolutely agree with a lot of what's been said today in terms of continuing to evaluate and be thoughtful about these things. I also just want to know, I know we've gone through a lot of examples, kind of rapid fire. Some of the examples I heard today would actually not be subject to these rules. And we could take the time to go through those, but I also think that may not be the best use of our time today, but just would make the point that through various exceptions as well as details in some of these definitions, I think there is nuance that maybe is sometimes glossed over. And I've heard it across the board, and I recognize that means we've got some education to do as well on these regulations, but there's an effort to really make this impactful in the ways that I think all the board want it to be. So we are committed to that same thing.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Mr. Liebert?
So I have a follow-up question for you. Let us assume for a moment that the board concludes with our esteemed colleague, who was very much involved in the creation of our efforts, that the hypotheticals that he's given are persuasive, and that we want to try to narrow this draft of regulations accordingly. What process would we have if we trigger the formal process now? What will that look like in order for us to get there? As opposed to if we don't trigger this process now and we do put this off essentially for 9 or 12 more months. I didn't go through this, you already have. I'd appreciate that illumination.
That's a great question, and there is a certain element of board discretion here on how you would like to approach this. Staff, of course, has been listening to all these comments and maybe at times even has our own opinions on which should be modified and where there's room for improvement. But at the same time, we would really do it at this board's direction. And so again, the benefit of having the formal public comment period is at the conclusion of that period, we will have a record for you. We'll have, I guarantee it will be a lot of comments, a lot of documents, a lot of pages, as well as testimony given at a public hearing as well, for the board to consider as an entire record. We will be happy to help then facilitate at board meetings, if that's the way the board would like to go, discussion on sort of the scope and nature of those comments raised, the suggestions made. We would be happy as a staff level to make recommendations ourselves, including recommendations that will make an effort to find common ground between board members on where the interests and motivations lie to try to get these regulations right. So staff is here to support in any way the board would like to take this, including proposing updates after we've heard the comments, as well as being responsive to general discussions. And maybe after hearing that complete record, if there is some consensus that's built at, for instance, a meeting following that public comment period, staff would go back to revising regulations to meet all of those interests.
So what I'm trying to compare here, Mr. Laird, and thank you for that. And thank you, staff, for what has been an amazing amount of work and truly extraordinary work. What I'm trying to drill down here is that if we trigger this formal process today, and we want to make changes, as Board Member McTaggart has pointed out, to some degree, as a consensus, hopefully as a group, what process would we be engaged in during this period of this public formal process?
Can I add to that question? So say we decide, for example's sake, we take out behavioral advertising, right, as one of the opt-out opportunities, right? What would happen if we did it now versus when we did it in formal rulemaking?
Thank you for that. That's very helpful.
That's a great question. If we're to do that now, we would need to update a number of these requirements. We would also need to update our standardized regulatory impact analysis in consultation with the economists that we've been working with to produce these documents. We'd have to resubmit to the Department of Finance for another 60 to 90-day review period, receive their comments, and then we'd, at that point, likely be in a position to move forward with that formal rulemaking. On the flip side, if we start...
Mr. Laird, could you estimate the time period there for redoing this RIA? And I know Department of Finance is 60 to 90 days. I'm just trying to get a picture in my mind.
Well, and it depends on how much, removing a single requirement that's been estimated might be a little bit easier for our economists to do. If we were to try to accommodate a lot of changes, we'd be probably starting a lot further back in that process and in that assessment. Our economists, on estimate, what would you say, probably spent about 8 months, probably plus, in developing these. They were doing some of the preliminary assessment before even full text was assessed, just to determine baseline numbers and assumptions, for instance, and then worked after this board moved to at least propose that we move forward with this text in March to then do the full assessment, which again, we weren't able to submit to Department of Finance until August of this year. So on the flip side, though, if we were to start formal rulemaking today, we could conclude that formal rulemaking the formal comment period by January of 2025. And by February, this board could be back having a real substantive discussion about what should be changing in these regulations as a result of those comments.
Would that trigger the need for a new SRIA?
No.
It would not.
It would require, before the board, when the board finally concludes the regulations they actually want to adopt, we would be required to update our economic impact assessment, which is a shorter document. It's about a 5-page form produced by the Department of Finance. It would still require a good amount of research and assessment by our economists, absolutely. But as long as the requirement is that be updated to reflect the final regulations and the estimates that would accompany those.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Just to add a little color, given that I know not everybody was on the board when we did the first big package of regulations, Mr. Lay and I were, and I'm going to just reveal my own naivete as a chair of a commission like this, and certainly with this law, which we were all naive to, which was that we, as the board, approved that package for formal rulemaking. received a very robust round of formal comments. And then I know another board member who's no longer on the board, and I will not name that person because I don't have permission, but I and myself were quite surprised when we saw the revised version in response to that first round of comments, because they were substantial revisions. And that's when I really had to, I had understood, I thought the process, and then I had understood what the process meant. They were substantial. And then, of course, you do another round of public comment when you substantially revise the regulations. So I think it is for those of us who have done legal practice and advocacy in a lot of venues, we tend to think that once you get to the hearing or once you get to this, right, it's pretty much baked. California actually doesn't work like that. The formal rulemaking process really is as it is advertised generally, which it is an absolutely genuinely substantive, robust opportunity to make serious revisions in response to public comments. And so I think that experience has very much sort of lodged itself with me. And I apologize if that hasn't been clear to everybody else, but I think that was a really nice example to hopefully illuminate that for you, Mr. Lieber.
Yeah, I think I hear all that, and just for Mr. Liebert, who was not on the board and may not have been watching every video of past board things, there was a vigorous debate, I would say, in March as well. It was a split vote, 3-2 to move ahead with these regulations. I think, I would be surprised, having worked with economic analyses in the past, a lot of the work is spent, constructing the model. If you then say we're going to take out these 16 requirements, it's usually not as long. I would hope it wouldn't be as long as, okay, well, we don't have to do that, don't have to do that. We can reduce the cost. So I would hope it wouldn't be 8 or 9 months. My worry, I've got many, but one of them is, I don't want to vote for something between risk assessment and ADMT, our own cost assessment, there's close to $2 billion, or maybe it's more than $2 billion, depending on whether you use the high or the medium or the low. That's going to be the headline. California Privacy Protection Agency, imposes $2 billion dollars of cost in these two, and there's going to be cybersecurity, costs as well. I don't think that redounds to our public credit here as we're trying to convey that, we're doing good things for consumers that are, in the public interest. And again, I say, I don't think these help privacy. I think they hurt it because it's regulation that ends up not advancing privacy.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. My own thoughts about the risk assessment. Again, we have already received a number of public comments, some critical of the scope of the regulations in the direction of thinking they're too broad, some criticizing the scope of the proposed regulations in the direction that they're too narrow. And when I say broad and narrow, I mean in terms of let's just say one measure would be the cost on businesses. The SRIA as it is now, given what I'm hearing on the board, and I'm not holding anybody to this, I think is a cost that is based on a broader conception than people are willing to entertain it, seeing what we hear from public comments. And to me, I think one of the sort of best things that we could do as a public agency is to move into formal public comment with that, this is how much it could cost in front of us. And if we chose to narrow it, then I don't really, like that is a positive impact for businesses in their view. And so I feel, I feel comforted by that. I don't think that we can just keep shooting at another target and get anything that is going to be more certain than we could get, again, from hearing formal public comment. I would welcome more detailed information from businesses and from consumer groups and from the labor groups on the relative costs as they see them, which would allow us, again, to make a more informed assessment than we even can now with the robust process that we have, because we have the formalized interventions from the people whose boots are on the ground. I know you've all heard me sort of beat this drum many times, but for just as an example, the thresholds, we have some thresholds. They're reasonable. I don't know if they're right, but I think they're I think that they're probably as broad as they are likely to be agreed to by the board. And so we have the full cost of those thresholds. And if we pull them back, it would be less cost. I don't think that we should worry about what the cost is beyond our understanding of the actual impacts to the economy, to businesses, and to consumers. It costs what it costs to have regulations, and our decision needs to be based on how we balance the equities. And we're going to get the best information from that now that we have a SRIA we can work with, again, from formalized public comment. Now, it is entirely possible, I can't and I would never want to hold my fellow board members to, my sense of things right now. And of course, something could change in the world, and maybe we would decide that we need to broaden them substantially in a way that would impose more costs for businesses. In that case, I think we should address that if and when we come to it. But I don't think that we're going to get a more sort of certain picture in advance before we have the formal discussion. And what we do have is kind of the highest costs that we're likely to have that we can work with.
I still had, excuse me, a couple questions, maybe one that wasn't addressed specifically and it was repeated. If I'm one of these business groups that have for over a year raised the same concerns and changes haven't been made, why should I feel they're going to be made 6 months from now when we're in the formal rulemaking process? What's different about what we've been going through and what we're going to go through? Why should I be comforted that I'm going to be heard and addressed differently than I have been in the past?
Great question, and I think my response is, again, staff started working on the documents to support the direction of the board back in March. And since March, we've held multiple stakeholder sessions, we've had multiple board meetings, and these have presented plenty of opportunities, including folks reaching out to us separate of any of those instances to submit public comment. And we've been listening, but at the same time, we're under the mandate of the board to produce an initial statement of reasons, a standardized regulatory impact analysis on the text that was currently agreed to by the board back in March. And so we're listening, and at the same time, it's been a lengthy process just to get us to the starting point. And so to us, the starting point, it's very helpful to have all this in our minds already, but at the same time, once we start this process, again, it sort of ensures there's a uniform opportunity for the public and not just for those that have been attending the board meetings or the stakeholder sessions. It gives the benefit, until just recently, the public actually hadn't seen the standardized regulatory impact analysis assessment because it didn't exist yet, right? So these are new documents, new substantiation and estimates all related to the text that was agreed to in March that the public can consider now as a complete record from the agency. Give them the opportunity to give their feedback across kind of all issues, and then give us the opportunity to take that and make changes. And so I hope that answers your question. I guess my thought is we've been hearing it, but at the same time, it's been a lengthy process to get to this stage.
It hasn't been ignored, just hasn't been the right time in our process to address it. One final question. If we decided through the rulemaking process that we wanted to eliminate 10 and 11, we have that ability?
If you were to eliminate certain components of the draft regulations without advancing them, we would have to redo a number of them.
After advancing them?
Oh, after advancing them? Absolutely. You can make any amendments to these regulations you want once formal rulemaking has begun. And as the chair mentioned, the process is great in the sense that every time you make amendments, then there's another public comment period, 15 days for those, but it'll be more opportunity for the public to engage each time the board makes a change to these regulations.
Mr. Lay?
I just want to give some context to that first question. Yeah, essentially it got frozen in March, but I think as someone on the subcommittee, who got a lot of good recommendations, but then also got recommendations that were opposing those, like how do you decide who to listen to? Right? Do you listen to Consumer Reports or do you listen to the business chamber? So there was a decision, I think, to kind of just freeze it where it was and then get everybody's input in. so that we can do it. And that's been a consistent thing that I've said throughout is I think we started out with a very consumer-friendly set of regulations and figuring out what actually needs to stay. And I'm hearing a lot about healthcare, housing, employment, right? Not hearing as much around, behavioral advertising or training data for ADMT, right? So that's the kind of input that I would like to hear from the comments.
Thank you, Mr. Lai. Yes, Mr. Liebert.
No one said it was going to be this much fun. I want to say a couple things and do something which I normally don't do, and is try to slow myself down. Again, I want to thank the staff for all the great work that you've done. And I know you'll continue to do. I consider this a real conundrum. I come from a legislative background. And so when all of my friends and colleagues keep saying and testifying that we just need to throw this to the legislature, I need to tell you something. I spent 20 years at the legislature. We are doing far more intense, careful, deliberative work here than I could ever expect my colleagues at the legislature to do. They hear thousands of bills every year. And my colleague knows very well that they can't spend the kind of time that we are right now talking about whether behavioral advertising or any other issues should be in this legislation. And so I am not particularly persuaded by just, let's wait for the legislature, they're going to figure this out. Well, I don't expect that of them. I don't think it's reasonable to expect it of them. I've got great friends there, but they have lots of things they have to do besides focusing on these issues. The second point I'd like to make is that this is a really important consumer protection law that I am very grateful that was pushed and that we're trying and struggling with to get right. And the governor, of course, is absolutely right. We want to get this right, but we also want to get this. And many times in the legislature, you will hear people say, oh, this is not quite baked. We need to hold back. And what that does is it keeps progress from ever happening. And so we're in this conundrum right now of whether we trigger this process now to get this going and moving forward. And there seems to be a growing consensus because of the persuasiveness of the concerns that board members have that we can get there. But I am definitely concerned that if we put this off to keep trying to do that with all of the constraints that we face through the process, that we're putting this off too long, that we need to make progress and we need to support our staff and we need to have the confidence that we will be able to get this as right as we can. I was reading a little bit as we were hearing testimony that about some of the risks of ADMT, and they are profound. They are profound. Many of us are experiencing it now, just as you did, when you can't actually reach human beings anymore because you are literally talking on the phone to machines. And when you want to get to that human, you cannot do it. And we have just hit the tip of the iceberg in this process. We really have. So I'm very concerned that we try to address some of these issues to make sure that we still have humans working and that we still have humans we can interact with when there are mistakes. And there's plenty of reporting by Stanford and Harvard and all of these academic institutions about the degree of mistakes that are happening through ADMT, large language models. We got to care about this stuff really profoundly. So I am prepared to support moving this process forward today, but I am also absolutely committed to addressing the powerful concerns that the business community has mentioned, with us paying adequate attention to all of those consumers out there. This law that was pushed was passed by almost 60% of California voters. And they really want real protections in regards to their privacy. And we sure haven't gotten there yet, have we? So we have to make some progress. And the only way we're going to do that is if we keep pushing forward. I think from the discussion we've had today that we absolutely will have the opportunity to do that. And as people in the legislature always say, I reserve my right not to vote for this when we get to that point. If we haven't hit those marks of those dangers that some of you have highlighted, that we've gone too far perhaps in some areas, we all have the ability through this process, whether it's 9 months from now or a year from now, to say, you know what, we're not there. We're not going to do this. And so that gives me the comfort that I need with the respect that I have for all of you, that we can get there. but that we will absolutely need to get this trigger going, to get this process going in this formal process. And I think the staff, I'm quite confident, has heard loud and clear that there are some major changes that need to be made in the coming months, and that we will have that opportunity to do so. So I would urge my colleagues to consider those issues as well, but I'll be prepared to support moving forward today.
Thank you very much, Mr. Liebert. Final comments. Mr. Lay says same. Yes, Mr. McTaggart.
And Madam Chair, at some point, I have a slightly orthogonal comment to make about the regulations that are not specifically about ADM or risk assessment. So I don't know when you would like to.
Well,
do that.
yes, our only action item before us would be to package into formal rulemaking. So I think now would be the time.
Okay, and this is a slight tangent here, but just so everybody doesn't think I'm entirely pro business here. I'd like to address, has to do with the regulations that are.
That's clearly what we think. And for the transcript, that was sarcastic.
I'd like to address the opt-out provision that the regulations cover and the recent demise of Assembly Bill 3048, which was an Assembly bill sponsored by Assemblymember Josh Lowenthal, which would have given consumers an easy way to access opt-out rights in their browsers, their phones. And it was a good piece of legislation. It would have strengthened consumer privacy rights that were hard-won in the legislature in 2018, at the ballot box in 20, and subsequently in legislative efforts. So what went wrong? Well, fear, uncertainty, and doubt, as the saying goes, FUD, right? A deliberate campaign aimed at confusing and obfuscating the true stakes of this legislation. So now I understand as a board member, I'm not supposed to single out any specific companies, so don't worry, Mr. Laird, I won't. But let's imagine hypothetically that you're a massive international corporation deriving a large share of your revenue from mining people's personal information. Information gathered in ways that if consumers were fully aware of and could easily stop, they would. But rather than disclose how much data you're collecting or how you're using it, you spend thousands of engineering hours designing products that make it almost impossible for your customers to fully understand your practices, let alone exercise their rights. So maybe you're a company that helps consumers find answers to their questions, or navigate their daily lives, find out how to get to point A to point B, or to store important documents, or share photos and thoughts with friends. And perhaps you can even influence public opinion by curating news. And suddenly a bill like AB 3048 emerges from the California legislature, which poses a real threat to your business model. Oh no, you say, if our consumers can restrict the use of their personal information, what will happen to our revenues? So what's a company to do? I know, we will spread fear, not truth. We'll go to our advertisers and warn them that advertising effectiveness is on the line. AB 3048 will kill advertising. And there's no mention of contextual ads or their effectiveness. There's only fear. The magic of internet advertising is about to disappear. Just another anti-business California law threatening livelihood. And so to heighten the pressure, maybe we'll even pre-print letters and forms and flood the governor's office with pleas for a reprieve. Maybe we'll even mislead officials with claims that consumers can already download a plugin to Safari to protect their privacy, knowing full well they can't. So in conclusion, I found this campaign to defeat AB 3048 by way of fear-mongering and misinformation nothing short of appalling. I didn't get involved in the bill much because I believe that these giant corporations that have been singing in four-part harmony for the last couple of years, saying they finally get privacy, and they really always did get it, and now they really are huge supporters of new privacy laws, I took them at their word. But just like tobacco companies fought tooth and nail to keep cigarette vending machines in high schools and smoking in the workplace, and yes, I am comparing the brazen mining of our personal information, the purveyors of tobacco, given that it's one of the keys to the sort of auto-playing and addictive feeds that keep our youth glued to their social media apps, helping to assault their mental health around the world. When this business as usual was threatened, the giant data miners leapt into action and crushed the bill. So we failed this year, but next year, I hope Assemblymember Lowenthal and his colleagues in the legislature will reintroduce the bill, pass it again, and I hope that this time we in the privacy community are more prepared to counter the FUD with truth.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. And I appreciate, again, the integration, the fact that we need to think in an integrated fashion about opt-outs, and that has come up in the comments as well. And I would encourage us to do that and commenters to provide information about that should we move to formal rulemaking. With that, I'd like to propose a motion to direct staff to advance the proposed draft regulations for this agenda item, which cover updates to our existing regulations and new regulations on insurance businesses, cybersecurity audits, risk assessments, and automated decision-making technology, to formal rulemaking, including commencement of the 45-day public comment period, and to authorize staff to make additional changes where necessary to reflect the board's discussion today, improve the text clarity, or otherwise ensure compliance with the Administrative Procedures Act. Do I have a motion?
I so move.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. I have a motion and a second. That is the motion that we will have on the table, and I'd like to ask if there is any public comment.
This is for agenda item number 3. If you'd like to make a public comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 3. Okay, it looks like we have a few hands raised. I'm going to unmute you at this time. Dylan Hoffman, you'll have 3 minutes. Go ahead and speak.
Thank you.
Can you please speak up?
Hello, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Sorry, malfunction, I think, on my end. Dylan Hoffman on behalf of TechNet, greatly appreciate the opportunity to provide comment on this agenda item. TechNet, we represent about 90 companies in the technology and innovation industry, and we represent companies across the spectrum of this economy, from companies who develop this cutting-edge automated decision-making technology to the vast numbers of companies who deploy it for both consumer-facing uses, but also who use this technology in some capacity on the back end to help improve their efficiency and their business operations and just simply operate day to day. I want to touch on a couple of substantive issues with the current draft regulations. As a threshold issue, we believe the definition of automated decision-making technology is a concern because of its continued overbroad inclusion of essentially really any software. As has been noted by board members during previous meetings, the definition as it is currently proposed would include far more technologies and uses than intended. It encompasses nearly every use of automated software and technology, even when there is significant human involvement in decisions. As a result, the rules cover far more than just automated decisions and would thus implicate many low-risk consumer service decisions made by businesses of all sizes every single day. Broad definitions of legal or similar significant effects or profiling also pull in far more technologies than necessary and shift the focus away from the high-risk uses of this technology. And I don't think there's been a single public comment that has taken issue with the regulation of these high-risk use cases of ADT, and many of the examples raised by consumer advocates have highlighted the need to regulate these use cases. TechNet and our members agree and believe the focus should be on high-risk use cases and high-leverage situations. But these definitions go far beyond those use cases and have significant consequences for the risk assessment and opt-out requirements. As an example, the regulations propose heightened opt-out requirements with several presumptions that we believe are far too strict. This will make it harder for companies to provide reasonable avenues to use ADT to improve efficiency and also the ability for workers and consumers to get the goods and services they want and expect. Furthermore, by having an over-inclusive definition of ADT, the draft regulations will require significantly more risk assessments be completed and filed than necessary. This in turn significantly increase the costs, which is demonstrated in the SRIA, and will have downstream impacts on the services that consumers receive, not to mention the administrative burden on the agency. Again, we've raised these issues in written and verbal comments in previous meetings, and they still have not been addressed. We remain extremely concerned that the agency is exceeding the authority granted to it by the voters and beyond the realm of privacy regulations. We believe that the agency should focus on the primary obligations as a privacy agency, which also means providing more meaningful and constructive opportunities for engagement with all stakeholders, including the regulated community. We also remain concerned about the interplay of these regulations with legislative efforts in the coming year. As has been mentioned, California considered and nearly passed legislation on this topic, and we expect follow-up bills to be introduced in the next session. The legislature is, we believe, the best forum to consider such impactful and complicated.
Thank you. That is your time. Ronak, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you are ready.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Ronak Deolami with Cal Chamber. Our members understand and agree that reasonable regulations are important to protect Californians as technology rapidly evolves. We firmly believe that overregulation hurts everyone, and unfortunately, these regulations continue to miss the mark in achieving any semblance of balance. As I have testified several times now, the regulations clearly continue to exceed the express authority that voters granted to the agency, stretching far beyond the realm of what's commonly understood to be privacy regulations and veering into general AI regulations, at times even rewriting the law. In doing so, the agency continues to risk getting ahead of the legislature and governor on incredibly critical issues like AI, which carry massive implications for the prosperity, safety, and security of California consumers and businesses, and therefore should be decided by our elected state officials, who we all know will continue to grapple with these same issues and policy questions when it returns to session in a matter of weeks, including with a bill on ADTs. Such issues should go through the legislative process first, where different policy implications, legal rights, and competing interests are considered prior to setting the overall direction for the state. With respect to the agency SURIA, we are concerned that the agency continues to underestimate the cost and complexity of implementation and the full impact of these regs on businesses, consumers, and public entities. We hope you will consider the report that Cal Chamber submitted from well-respected economists, including a former director of finance, which outlines exactly how the SURIA both substantially underestimates the actual costs to the tune of billions of dollars and dramatically overestimates the benefits and savings, having caught a mathematical error. We implore you to not force this draft forward over the continued concerns over the agency exceeding its mandate and acting prematurely relative to the legislature and governor. There are many examples of this, including overbroad provisions enabling consumers to opt out of low-risk activities, such as their data being used for AI training, and regulations that create opt-out rights for behavioral advertising when voters created a narrow right for cross-context behavioral advertising only. There's just too much at stake here, and those provisions at minimum should be scaled back, if not deleted, before formal rulemaking starts. I just quickly want to respond to a few of the comments made by the board going off script. The reason many of us are feeling jammed and that these regulations are not ready for rulemaking is that to us, this hasn't been an entirely iterative and interactive process, especially when you compare it to the legislative process, where we do believe that many of these issues you're starting to veer into belong. So as much as the agency might be able to get more done than the legislature, not all of these issues are issues that you have authority to act on or that you should act on as a privacy agency. Of course, we know that once formal rulemaking opens, changes will happen since our feedback, but we also know that it really will only happen once, since our feedback on the modified draft regulations the last time around really led to no substantive changes. So, our point here is that the first draft put out to public comment shouldn't be the one that you know has significant deficiencies and that could have been fixed over the last several months.
Our next commenter is Avin Seventer. I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comments, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Hi, can you hear me?
If you could speak up a little bit louder.
Sorry, how about this?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair Urban. I appreciate the time. My name is Anton Van Seventer, and I am counsel for privacy and data policy with the Software and Information Industry Association. And our more than 380 members are committed to fostering the free flow of information to enhance both business opportunities, but also consumer experiences. Our greatest concern with these draft regulations does lie in the automated decision-making tools section. As we know, the draft regulations would create a consumer right to opt out of ADMT used for consumer profiling. As written, this means the regulations would place a large burden on businesses to actually entirely redesign their services in many cases that have already been long used by their customers. So for example, a California resident may purchase dishwasher detergent at regular intervals in an online marketplace. And today, the marketplace could suggest that the consumer may need to order again, but the proposed rule would disrupt this ability for businesses to do this very basic first-party advertising to their own consumers. And this is also and notably well beyond the scope of the CCPA, where both background negotiations in advance of the passage of that law, as well as its plain text, specifically concede that businesses could continue to use data for their own customers to improve their products and to advertise to these consumers. So our second major concern with the draft ADMT regulations is that they do create a consumer right to opt out of ADMT training data that has been discussed. So we think this really would first unnecessarily hamstring California startups developing their own applications. But furthermore, even larger technology companies, many of which already have their home in the state, would also find it more difficult, if not impossible, to maintain representative training data, especially training data that does not unintentionally discriminate against groups whose representation in the data set as a whole is skewed by the opt-outs. So lastly, as was discussed, we believe the agency's process for conducting its economic analysis of these regulations does vastly underestimate the cost to California businesses, unfortunately. And we would submit that if the agency wants to effectively regulate privacy and ensure business compliance, we believe it first needs to fully understand the realistic financial burdens of these draft regulations. We do appreciate the legal and delay issues at play here, but due to the overly broad and imprecise elements of the draft that I just mentioned, we nevertheless strongly encourage the agency to at this time refrain from advancing these regulations to formal rulemaking and hope it will help in order to fully incorporate these crucial elements of stakeholder feedback. Today, as well as in the coming months, we do very much appreciate your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. Letty, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment, so please begin as soon as you are ready. Letty, we can't hear you. Please begin.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, wonderful. Hi, good afternoon. I'm Leticia with the California Grocers Association, and we represent national, regional, and independent grocery store operators all throughout California. We are incredibly concerned about how the opt-out of automated decision-making tools will impact the grocery industry and their ability to interact with customers moving forward, and very concerned about the high price tag of the implementation, particularly in the face of rising costs and consumer dissatisfaction with how much everyday needs impact their bottom line, including groceries. I'd like to reiterate again, our biggest concern is with the regulation that would create a consumer right to opt out of automated decision-making tools used for consumer profiling. In a time of high grocery prices, customers rely more and more on rewards and savings programs that grocery stores offer. This regulation will limit the grocery operator to customize advertisements to its own customers. Customers have their own profiles and receive coupons that match their shopping patterns, saving customers money on their own staple items. The choice to opt out of an automated decision-making tool not only hurts the retailer, but also hurts the consumer's wallet. I'd like to add a quick anecdote. We represent a family-owned grocery operator with 4 stores in a rural and disadvantaged area that have recently implemented a rewards and discount program. Even though this technology has been available for many years, this member saved up to provide the service to their customers. It was extremely costly for this small grocery operator. Their hefty investment into this technology will be in vain if they are not allowed to provide their customers with their own personalized coupons and ads because customers opted out of an automated decision-making tool and may not have known how this would affect them. In an industry that depends on a very small profit margin, our members are very calculated on what investments they make to satisfy their customers. So we ask that the board not approve the draft regulation at this time and take into consideration how this would affect the grocery industry and its customers. Thank you.
Thank you. Jack, I'm going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment. So please begin as soon as you're ready. Jack, go ahead and speak when you're ready. Okay, I guess at this point, I don't have any further commenters at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian, and thank you to all the commenters. And again, all the commenters earlier in the day who spoke to the issues we've been discussing now. I know because everyone has said it, I speak for the entire board when we express our gratitude for the continued engagement. In that case, I would like to call the vote on directing the staff to advance the proposed draft regulations into formal rulemaking. The motion in full was stated and was made by Mr. Lay and seconded by Mr. Worth before public comment. Yes, Mr. I'm just thinking, I think so. Yes, 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 yes. Go ahead, Mr. McTaggart. We'll just redo it if we have to.
Sorry. So I am just going to explain my no vote here. I voted against this in March. I do feel like the process of doing the most expansive and saying trust us, I would have liked it, and I still would like it to be go to public, go through the rulemaking process as a more, I think, appropriate size of regulation. But I really do want to say, I know you guys have all been working incredibly hard at this, and I know it's got to be super frustrating to keep on hearing me say the same thing, which sounds kind of critical. So I do want to thank you all because it's been a lot of work, I know, and to the entire staff. I apologize to you for coming across as critical or negative, and I do want to let you know that I am deeply appreciative of the fact that you're doing this work. I know you could be all doing something else, and you're choosing to work here and in the cause of privacy. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Mr. Laird, should I restate the motion?
I think you're fine to just acknowledge
wonderful.
the motion as it was made before.
Wonderful. Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. And proceeding with the motion as stated earlier and seconded, Ms. Marzian, could you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Lay,
Yes.
Board Member Liebert,
Yes.
Board Member McTaggart,
No.
Board Member Worth,
Yes.
Chair Urban.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have 4 yeses and 1 no.
Thank you, Mr. Marzian, and thank you very much to the board. The motion has been approved by a vote of 4-1. I want to thank the staff and the subcommittee for all the work that is, I can't even begin to express it, a pretty incalculable amount of work over the last few years to get us to the point where we are today, which is a beginning point. Sorry. No, and I know that you're fine with that. I mean, I know that is the purpose of the formal rulemaking. And to everyone who has engaged from the public up to this point. And I very much hope that you will continue to engage and really appreciate the staff's continued attention to both the public's comments and the board's perspectives and thoughts on how we might address some of the varied concerns and support that we have heard as we continue with the formal rulemaking process. I could go on, but I think my thanks are simply too deep to express them in more words. I do have, just to make things a little more difficult, a process request that, if it is possible, given that the winter holidays are coming up, and the rulemaking process, the first part of it has the 45-day public comment period, followed by a hearing should we choose to do that, and I think that we will choose to do that. I would like to request that we, if possible, extend the initial comment period and provide commenters with extra time that they could choose to use in the way that works best for them during the holiday season. They could submit comments earlier if they would like to, for example, before Christmas or Hanukkah, or they could submit comments after the new year if we extended the comment period. I would like that to be in the hands of the commentators. Last year, for example, I had a briefing schedule that was changed because the parties decided to move it up actually instead of move it back so we could get done before Christmas. But sometimes, of course, people would prefer additional time. And if it is possible to be flexible in that way, I'd like to expand the time so that commentators can make those choices.
Thank you, Chair Wade. We're happy to accommodate that request and extend beyond 45 days.
Okay, wonderful. In that case, again, I thank everyone. I thank the board for continuing robust discussion, including today, and I look forward to digging in again substantively with more procedural sort of room to dig in on the regulations as they're currently formulated in the formal rulemaking process, and look forward to further discussion. With that, I would like to actually take agenda item number 10 out of order. Agenda item number 10 is a closed session with 3 items, I think it is, that we will do during lunch, so that the public can go and take lunch while we discuss those. And let me just introduce the items so everybody knows what we'll be talking about in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 11126E1 and 2A. The board will meet in closed session to confer and receive advice from our legal counsel regarding the following matters: California Chamber of Commerce versus California Protection Agency et al., California Privacy Protection Agency et al. Versus the Superior Court of the State of California for the County of Sacramento, California Chamber of Commerce. In addition, we will meet in closed session to discuss personnel matters pursuant to Government Code Section 11126A1, and to discuss litigation for which disclosing the names would jeopardize the agency's ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. So we will be talking about those several closed session items during lunch. We will keep this public meeting open, and we will return from closed session to resume the public items on the agenda after lunch. I anticipate that we will not be back before 1:15 p.m. so people know that they can go get their lunch, and we will take a break until then. Thank you. Well, you will take a break. We will go into closed session. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, to this meeting of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board. We have now returned from closed session, and we will move to agenda item number 4. Agenda item number 4 is discussion and possible action on proposed regulations, sections 7600 to 7605, implementing data broker registration requirements, including possible adoption or modification of the text. And this will be presented by our General Counsel, Philip Laird, and our CPPA attorney, Liz Allen. Mr. Laird, please go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Urban. And I, in fact, am going to start by just handing it over to Ms. Liz Allen, who's been, I just want to say, an incredible asset on this whole program, has really been a lead and kind of the self-starter behind all the success of the registry so far.
Thanks, Phil. Hi, my name is Liz Allen. I'm an attorney, obviously with the legal division and the primary support for the data broker unit. Included in your materials today is a cover memo that provides background for the data broker registration regulations, as well as a number of relevant rulemaking documents. As you may recall, during the May 10th board meeting, the board voted to move the staff's proposed data broker registration regulations, which memorialize the agency's existing practices related to the registry, but also clarifies key terms, concepts, and procedures to formal rulemaking. We ran public comment from July 5th to August 20th, including a public hearing on the final day. The agency received 3 oral and 18 written comments from a total of 24 distinct entities, all of which are available on the agency's website under the Laws and Regulations tab. Commenters ranged from data brokers themselves to consumers to think tanks and to policy shops. The agency appreciates and thanks the commenters for their effort and thoughtful feedback. The staff has prepared all comments in the draft final statement of reasons, also known as the FSOR, which is included in today's materials, along with the initial statement of reasons, which was published earlier this year. And it describes the reasoning behind each proposed requirement. After careful consideration of the comments, staff does not believe it is necessary to make any modifications to the proposed text and recommends that the board adopt the proposed regulations as originally proposed. Not only will this provide the needed clarity with respect to certain terms and concepts within the law, but it will also memorialize certain procedural elements that will streamline the registration process. In addition, if the board decides chooses to adopt the proposed regulations now, staff will be in a position to file the proposal with the Office of Administrative Law in time so that they may become effective before the upcoming registration cycle, which, as you know, begins January 1st, 2025, if they're approved by Office of Administrative Law. So thank you, and we're here to take comments or questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Allen. And I'd like to echo Mr. Laird's profound thanks and for all of your work on the Data Broker Division. And we'll ask if the board has comments or questions. Mr. Lay.
We got a comment about data broker regulations and the definition of direct relationship. Could you address that commenter's point? Essentially that it's a very broad.
Yes, happy to address that point. First, I would be remiss to not point the public and the board to the final statement of reasons, which does provide actually kind of a lengthy explanation of why we don't think that's correct. I'm not going to just read that word for word here, so I can summarize though to say, we've heard that comment, we understand it, but we respectfully disagree with the proposition that it goes beyond the intent or scope of the law itself, or even this agency's delegated authority. Direct relationship is a term that appears in the definition of a data broker, but that term itself is undefined. The agency was given the authority to define undefined terms through the rulemaking process, which we're proposing to do. And understandably, this has actually been a point of confusion as we understood it as we went through the 2024 registration cycle, because businesses didn't always know what it meant to have a direct relationship. We are clarifying that with our definition. We think it's clear. It's a business that is selling and sharing personal information of consumers that they didn't collect from that consumer. That is activity that is happening outside of a direct relationship, and therefore would qualify a business as a data broker. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Could I follow up with a related question about the 3-year time limit that connects to the direct relationship definition, and how staff see that as providing notice to businesses and consumers? I think I understood all of the FSOR responses, but I was hoping to hear a little bit more.
Sure. So in terms of the, just trying to find our notes here. In terms of that provision of that direct relationship definition, here, let me see. I'm going to find where we are real quick, just a moment.
If it helps, I'm looking at page 4 or 5, and so.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, yeah.
And is the question just understanding?
Just the mechanism. I think I understand it. I think I understood it when we looked at these regulations before, but I just wanted to be sure that I understood how it interacted with the direct relationship.
Sure. So essentially what, and it's funny, actually, I'm going to get the text in front of me too, because that's key to this. Very well, yes. So essentially what we were, the sentence as it reads is that direct relationship means that a consumer intentionally interacts with the business for the purpose of obtaining information about, accessing, purchasing, using, or requesting the business's products or services within the preceding 3 years. And as described a bit more detail in the initial statement of reasons and then provided in the FSOR in response to some comments on this point, this was by staff's estimate a reasonable timeline that a consumer who's interacted with the business might expect that their interaction has been in fact a direct interaction that they intentionally engaged in, and understands that that business may continue to have personal information about them and be sort of in that consumer business, direct consumer business relationship. At the same time, what we wanted to make clear is that a single interaction with somebody, and part of this is driven by examples of some businesses we're aware of that set up models where they have a very light touch point, or maybe have created some sort of popular app, for instance, that gives an interaction, but in fact, that interaction is just one piece of their business model of collecting and selling personal information about that person. And so what we wanted to do was avoid the situation where somebody, because they had that one interaction with the business as part of either some promotional campaign or just visiting, browsing the web, hasn't necessarily signed away the keys to their personal information indefinitely.
Thank you. Other questions or comments? All right, so we've been through the public comment period. We have before us the final proposed regulations for us to consider for approval, and the FSOR, the working with responses to all of the comments. And in that case, the motion that I would like to propose would have three components. The first part, a motion to approve and adopt the regulations as originally proposed. Direct staff to take all steps necessary to complete the rulemaking process, including filing the final rulemaking package with the Office of Administrative Law, the amendment of any documents within the rulemaking package other than the text of the rules as necessary to ensure clarity, accuracy, and compliance with the Administrative Procedures Act, and authorizing the executive director to make non-substantive changes to the proposed regulations, and to further authorize staff to withdraw the rulemaking file in whole or in part from consideration by the Office of Administrative Law at any time if, in their opinion, the legal risks associated with disapproval of these regulations warrant further consideration by the board. So there are three sort of administrative pieces to that. May I have such a motion? Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Lay. May I have a second? Thank you. I have a second from Mr. Liebert. And with that, I'd like to take public comments on this item.
This is for agenda item number 4. If you'd like to make a public comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 4. And I believe we have a hand raised. Tony, I am going to unmute you at this time. You'll have 3 minutes to make your comment, so please begin as soon as you are ready.
Thank you. Hello, I am Tony Ficarota, General Counsel for the NAI. Thank you for the opportunity to provide comments. The NAI's comments today are on the agency's proposed definition of reproductive healthcare data under the DELETE Act. We are proposing a slight update to the definition to clarify that only information that qualifies as personal information under the CCPA is reproductive healthcare data under the DELETE Act. By way of background, when businesses register as data brokers, they must indicate whether they collect reproductive healthcare data. In turn, that information appears on the public data broker registry, enabling consumers to identify which brokers collect reproductive healthcare data. And as it stands today, the proposed definition of reproductive healthcare data refers generally to information about a consumer searching for, accessing, procuring, using, or otherwise interacting with goods or services associated with the human reproductive system, information about a consumer's sexual history and family planning, and inferences from either of the prior categories. However, the definition does not make clear that reproductive healthcare data is also personal information under the CCPA, and could therefore include information that is not personal information and not subject to the CCPA's opt-out and deletion rights. Examples would be de-identified data, aggregate data, or publicly available data. This result is confusing from a consumer perspective. A consumer visiting the data broker registry may see that a broker collects reproductive healthcare data and seek to exercise their CCPA rights by requesting its deletion or opting out of its sale. However, if certain reproductive healthcare data is not covered as personal information under the CCPA, these expectations of the consumer will be unmet. This result would also run counter to one of the agency's stated objectives for the rulemaking, which is to support the DELETE Act's goals of consumer protection through transparency and informed decision-making when exercising CCPA privacy rights. The NAI raised this issue in its written comments. However, the agency did not act on it, raising concerns that doing so would exceed its rulemaking authority under the Delete Act by changing the underlying CCPA definitions. We do appreciate the agency's careful consideration of its rulemaking authority and understand the importance of staying within those boundaries. However, because the agency's response focused only on a technical issue and is consistent with the ultimate goal of avoiding confusion, we are now requesting a different modification that would achieve this objective while addressing the agency's technical concern. Our new proposal is to add one simple statement to the definition of reproductive healthcare data, that it excludes information that is not personal information under the CCPA. This approach would not alter the existing CCPA definitions, but would provide needed clarity that all reproductive healthcare data is subject to CCPA rights over personal information. We respectfully request that the board instruct the agency today to adopt this amendment. We believe doing so will avoid confusion and protect consumer confidence when they exercise their CCPA rights with data brokers. We hope that this comment is helpful to the agency in meeting its goals for the rulemaking without exceeding its authority to define reproductive healthcare data under the Delete Act. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Once again, if there are any other members of the public who'd like to speak at this time, please go ahead and raise your hand using the Zoom's raised hand feature or by pressing *6 if you're joining us by phone. Again, this is for agenda item number 4.
Thank you. And in the meantime, Mr. McTaggart, you had a question?
Yeah, I had a question for Mr. Laird, or Ms. Allen. I'm not sure if you were following that comment from the fellow from the NAI, but it struck me, I could be wrong, that he was asking for the universe of right now, the universe of what's covered is bigger than if it was restricted to personal information under the definition of CCPA, because if it was de-identified or publicly available, the Delete Act covers it and says don't sell it. But CCPA would say, oh, it's publicly available, you don't worry, it's not personal information. But I kind of feel like what the Delete Act probably was getting at was, hey, if it's my personal information, don't sell it. So I might be on the other side of his comment there, just because I wouldn't want to restrict it if that's what it was. Does that make sense?
That makes sense to me. And you know, respectfully, I'd say we think the text is clear as written.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Other response, comments, questions? All right, Ms. Marzion, how are we doing on public comment?
I'm not seeing any additional hands at this time.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much to the commenter for the comments. And with that, I will ask Ms. Marzion if you would please perform the roll call vote so we can consider whether to approve the motion as stated.
Board Member Lay? Board Member Liebert?
Aye.
Board Member McTaggart?
Aye.
Board Member Worth?
Aye.
Chair Urban?
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 5 yeses and no nos.
Thank you very much. The motion has been approved by a vote of 5-0. Thus, the board has approved these final regulations to go into the process with OAL for final approval. I want to state at this time how grateful I am and the board is for the careful attention to the Delete Act and the careful attention to how these regulations will provide certainty to the data broker community who are regulated by this and to consumers and give them the ability to understand how their own personal information may be used in these large marketplaces of data. I know this was a very complex and technical task, and we're going to talk about an even more so one in a moment. But I just really want to commend staff for example, commissioning a survey of data brokers in order to understand their practices and sort of how they are thinking of complying and really sort of digging into the issue in a way that makes things quite concrete for everyone. It's much appreciated. And I also want to thank all the commenters who commented on the regulations. I looked at the comments and I went through the FSOR in detail and appreciate all of the thoughtful feedback and thoughts that the board, that the agency received and staff's thoughtful responses to those comments. So thank you all for that. With that, we will move on to agenda item number 5, which is an update regarding development and implementation of the delete request and opt-out platform, aka DROP, and associated fees pursuant to SB 362. This will also be presented by Mr. Laird, our General Counsel, and Ms. Allen, our attorney, who is our guru of all things related to the Delete Act, and I will turn it over to you.
I second that description. I'll go over to Ms. Allen.
Okay, yeah, you're gonna get me three in a row here. So Liz Allen, so we have a little presentation for you. Let me just make sure. Kidding, that's not gonna work. Okay, sorry. Okay, so first for the agenda, I'm just gonna do a quick level setting and review of SB 362 for everybody who is listening in. I'll give a summary of the public engagement that we've done since March. I'll run through the DROP overview as in like how the system's actually gonna work. So this will be a little technical. We'll talk about the project approval life cycle, which is essentially how you have to, the nuts and bolts of building a system like this within the government. And then we'll wrap up with a little bit of next steps and any questions that you have on the slides we've got. So we'll start with a quick refresher on the law itself. The Delete Act, commonly known as SB 362, was passed in 2023. It actually contains 2 programs. The first is the registry, which we just talked about. The agency took that over from the Office of Attorney General as of January 1st, 2024, but the program, of course, has been in existence since 2021. The second requirement, which is this presentation, is a mandate for the agency to build a quote-unquote accessible deletion mechanism to allow a one-stop shop for consumers to request the deletion of their non-exempt personal information from the data brokers who register with the state. Accessible deletion mechanism, of course, sounds very similar, ADM to ADMT, and so we are helping the public and ourselves out, and we call it the DROP, which is the Delete Request and Opt-out Platform. So you'll hear that throughout the presentation today. So let's go back. Let me give you a quick overview, and then we'll go forward. The DROP will allow a consumer through a single verifiable request to instruct every data broker to delete personal information related to the consumer. It's the first of its kind nationally, or from what we know internationally, and it's similar to its much more basic cousin, the Do Not Call registry. The platform will help consumers to quickly and easily exercise their deletion and opt-out rights. The platform will not only allow consumers to request the deletion of their information, but if a data broker cannot delete the consumer's personal information because the consumer cannot be verified, the data broker must still opt that consumer's personal information out of sale and sharing. Importantly, it also requires data brokers to direct all of its service providers or contractors to do the same. So given the statutory requirements, if you're going to translate that into some sort of platform, this is what you get. You get the consumers on one side. They come into the platform to make a delete request individually or through an authorized agent. On the other side of the platform, you'll get data brokers who register with the state and then access the system every 45 days to ensure they have the updated list of deletion requests from California consumers. Data brokers will then write back the status of those requests to our system. The CPPA and the DROP sit in the middle, accepting deletion requests, processing them, making sure that the information is protected, and making them available to data brokers on the other side. So within the law, there are statutory requirements for the consumer experience. Perhaps most importantly, it is free to consume to California consumers. Consumer information will be submitted in a secure and privacy-protecting manner. And consumers can make a delete request of all data brokers or choose a narrow subset of specific data brokers that they would like to send a request to. The platform will allow consumers to verify the status of their request. It will be accessible to those with disabilities. It will also allow consumers to alter those requests 45 days after making them. On the data broker side, the data brokers also, their experience also has certain requirements under the law. They must register, which of course includes paying the registration fee annually. And beginning in August 2026, so not this year, but next, data brokers must access the drop and process the deletion request every 45 days. The agency may charge data brokers a fee for the drop, and data brokers must update their public disclosures July 1st of every year to report about the previous calendar year's activities with regards to consumer CCPA requests. That same information will be reported to the agency during their annual registration. Starting in 2028, they must undergo an independent audit every 3 years. So that's a lot of requirements in a bunch of different orders. So just to give you a quick timeline, here we are, signed into law in 23, launched in 24. July 1st, the additional reporting requirements came into effect. Next year in January, consumers can start making delete requests. Starting in August, 6 months later, data brokers must access the drop. They then have 45 days to process those first deletion requests. The way the law is written, consumers essentially have about 7.5 months before those initial deletion requests are on. So, and then starting August 1st, data brokers must access the platform every 45 days. And then, of course, as we discussed, 2028, we've got the audit requirement that kicks in. So as we digested this as an agency, we knew we needed to get a lot of stakeholder input early on the development of the actual system. What are the nuts and bolts? What's it going to look like? This will help us inform what industry's current practices are and what the public thought about how we should build the system. To engage in a 5-pronged public engagement strategy spanning from March to June of this year. So in March, we designed a voluntary anonymous survey to help better understand how data brokers manage delete requests currently. So because data brokers will have to ingest a list of millions, possibly millions of California consumers, we wanted to ensure we built a system that worked at scale and volume and fit within existing practices. So we sent the survey to data brokers who registered in 2024, asking a range of questions, including how businesses, for example, how businesses uniquely index information within their own databases, how they maintain and process deletion requests from consumers. And approximately 10% of registered data brokers at the time chose to answer the survey, and they gave us much needed insight. We greatly appreciate the businesses that took time to talk to us and answer those questions. And the data brokers who answered spanned the industry, both in size and type. Some data brokers had fewer than 10 folks, and there were data brokers who had well over 5,000 employees, some who made under 100,000, and several that made well over 25 million. So large range. And they were in marketing, people search, identity verification, fraud, financial industry, et cetera. In April, we also did a series of one-on-one calls. We did 25 of them with a variety of stakeholders, including 12 different data brokers and 13 think tanks, advocacy groups, or authorized agents. Also, and then in May, we released preliminary questions to the general public, not just about the data broker industry, but the public as a whole. And we were soliciting additional information on system preferences and consumer expectations. In response, we received 15 written comments. And commenters range from consumer advocacy groups, university academics, policy think tanks, data brokers, and the ad industry. Finally, on June 26th, we finished up with a preliminary stakeholder engagement with an open session to hear from anyone in the general public. And we received 17 oral comments during the session. Again, the range was similar to above, everything from consumer advocacy to data brokers to individuals. And these conversations gave us key insights on how the system should be built. For instance, key identifiers most commonly used for data brokers were full name, email, phone, date of birth, mobile ad ID, for example. Those were the most persistent ones. Data brokers generally preferred an API, which stands for Application Programming Interface. It's a way for two systems to talk over getting information from a different source, such as an SFTP box or an email. These are all technical things, and we are very thankful for the product managers who talked to us. And while business tended to accept delete requests in a number of ways, email, online form, or API were all used. The vast majority preferred this API method, which we can talk about later. We also talked about verification, identity verification, and how folks did that. And one of the most important pieces that came to light was that most businesses, especially the most sophisticated players, were moving a lot of data around, maintained a suppression list, which is essentially a list with a very, very small amount of personal information that allowed the business to ensure that the delete request was ongoing. So they essentially were allowed to, they used it to check any incoming data to make sure that delete requests continued to be honored. So all of this research led us to preliminary design choices, which we'll share with you today. Okay, the consumer user journey. So if you've got a Jane Doe, she comes to our drop portal and essentially kind of signs in where the California residency would be established. She can optionally provide additional personal information to facilitate the delete request. For example, additional old emails, old phone numbers, old addresses, date of birth, and other pseudonymous IDs like a cookie ID or a maid, should she know them. The drop system would record all the information in a privacy protective manner, and then Jane Doe can choose which data brokers to send her delete and opt-out requests to. The data broker user journey starts similarly. Data broker lands on the website and they create an account. They complete registration, of course, during this registration period between January 1st and January 31st. They pay their fee. Before August 1st, 2026, the data broker must access the drop system and select the relevant deletion list. So which is their primary identifier? Do they need an email list or a phone list to query as related data fields? We'll discuss this a little more in detail next slide. And then starting August 1st, 2026, the data brokers must access the drop at least once every 45 days. And within 45 days, provide an update to the CPPA with respect to the status of each deletion request. Okay, so as we're collecting this information, these select identifiers from consumers, we have a mandate within the law to permit the consumer to securely submit information in one or more privacy protective ways. And so first and foremost, and our privacy by design is separating the personal information of consumers into separate lists. So we're not just providing all information on about a consumer to the data broker. We don't want to provide a data broker with additional information that they do not already request. So for this, we're going to maintain 4 separate lists of consumer personal information: the phone list, and even list of emails, pseudonymous IDs, which again would be mobile ad ID, cookie ID, and then a list that contains name, date of birth, and address. And we know that data brokers have a wide range of practices, and people tend to think of the data brokers as the very largest businesses, like credit reporting, for example. While there are some big brokers who have many pieces of information about each person, there are also many other data brokers that only contain certain pieces. So not every data broker has your email address or has your phone number, for example. So the 4 lists will also be, so the data broker essentially can choose which list they want. All the data within our system will be, and provided to data brokers, will be hashed. Hashed is an industry standard security practice at this point, and the agency will maintain the practice internally to protect the public's personal information and to make it harder for a breach to occur, because it essentially means that data is not stored in plain text. So rather than seeing Elizabeth Allen, you would see some numerical and number version of that. We're also going to use data minimization practices, which just means that we only collect the personal information that's directly relevant. So rather, we heard from many data brokers that they try not to collect sensitive personal information, such as social security number. And so likewise, and they don't index off of that sort of information. And likewise, we stuck to relatively basic personal information because it reduces our exposure and risk as an agency, but also because that's actually what industry practice is.
I'm going to give Liz a break now and take over the next slide. So to talk about now procuring such a system under state
This way,
government.
I just wanted to check if the board had questions on the system.
Yeah.
Mr. Liebert, please.
It's going to show my naivete, but I'm very good at that. When we talk about the consumer's journey,
Yeah.
what should I imagine here with this drop process? That they're going to go where to access the drop process to trigger their desire in a very simple and easy and user-friendly way? Take me out of those things.
Yeah.
How's that going to work?
It'll be a website. So imagine just,
Okay.
you click and you land on a website, and it'll be very similar to your experience all over the internet. You enter a piece of information to essentially authenticate yourself through. There'll be a verification step to verify that you're a California resident. And you essentially get taken to an interface that will allow you to enter, imagine, I don't know exactly whether it'll be boxes or how it's going to look, but it'll be, it'll be like how many addresses. You can enter many, you can enter one, you can enter none. And then,
So it's basically a state government operated website.
Yeah.
That we're going to have some education process. So consumers are going to find out about this, that they can access this. And we're going to make it really simple and easy with as little information as is needed.
Mm-hmm.
And then you'll be able to say, either get me out of all of these data broker databases, or can't imagine people wanting to just pick and choose some, but that would assume that they actually understand what those different data brokers have on them, right? Okay, that was my first naive question. I have others, but I don't want to monopolize this. The enforcement process then that will be in place, how will the state know whether the various data brokers are in fact complying with these requirements? Is that similar to the other ways that we do it in terms of kind of surveying? I don't want to give up any state secrets for enforcement, but what the thoughts are about that.
Yeah, well, again, legal is not over enforcement, but
Yeah.
at the same time, I think we're
Yeah.
understanding monitoring of the system and use of the system is appropriate. So certainly
Yeah.
the system as it's constructed will be able to tell the agency who has accessed the system and who hasn't, for
Okay.
instance. And then also an important component in the law is consumers being able to verify the status request of the status of their request.
Right.
And so there will be a feedback loop, we anticipate, where the data broker will actually have to say whether or not they did something. And certainly that information could inspire our enforcement division to look into anomalies or things of that nature. And then the third prong, which is unique to the Delete Act, is this audit requirement. All the data brokers registered are going to have to start running an independent audit of their operations to ensure compliance with this by a third-party independent auditor. And that's something that the enforcement division, again, could go ask for, review the findings of the audit, and again, use that mechanism to determine if there's been compliance or non-compliance.
Got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to add really quick that the way the system's designed in the back end between data brokers and us is anytime you kind of ping the system, that all gets written into a database. So you can tell automatically the time and date that a company, for example, accesses the system. So all that gets automatically recorded.
And there presumably would be a way for you to test these out, to have individuals make requests for deletion, and then to be able to determine whether that had actually been accomplished or not. And you used the API terminology that you said you'd explain to us. Maybe that's coming later, or is?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can. So an application programming interface.
Yeah.
It essentially allows two systems to talk with each other. You program one and you program the other, and they kind of link. And so rather than having to ask every time, like email, let's say an email came into me and I had to email you the list, you can automatically essentially send a request and the system automatically answers with the request. And so because it's auto, it's machine to machine, it's much easier on the business, right? They just keep running it every 45, they put it in, and they run it. And then on our side, we see when they hit.
So that's really just between the website folks and the
They're
brokers.
people.
Consumers aren't part of that process.
No.
Got it. Okay, now I totally understand everything. Okay.
Great.
Thank you, Mr. Leavitt. Mr. McTaggart.
Thanks. And can you remind me, I put my name in and everything, the 45 days, from the business point of view, it's not just retroactive, it's my name's in there, so it's everything going forward. And is the 45 days in statute? I forget. That is? Okay. That might be something just to note to self that eventually we might want to tighten up. It's a long time to be selling information,
And I'll note too, the statute does actually prevent consumers from amending their request for 45 days. So once you've entered your request, you actually have to wait 45 days to amend a request under the law.
And then another question. So when I show up, I always have to put in like my real world data. Is there ever, or is there a thought, and it would be, but I show up with my phone and I say, okay, here's my, all the identifying
Like the
information.
device ID?
The device ID and all the rest of it. And I'm just gonna want to give you that. I want this phone to be not sold, but we're still stuck on you have to have a name.
No,
associated with it. So
no.
I could just say,
Yeah.
here's my phone. Okay.
Yeah, you could say here's just my pseudonymous ID, my maid or my cookie ID, and just send that. Yeah.
And then it's on you if you wipe your cookies, you clear your cookies, and you have no way, or you were saying that there's a way then of knowing, like I show back up on there's a way of knowing whether or not I've kind of cleared my cookies, and so therefore it doesn't identify me anymore.
Well, I don't know if it would go into that much detail, but it would be like, did you send your request, was your request picked up, for example, on the API side? And so, yeah, I mean, yeah.
I can give the example, one of the first things a data broker will do is, do I have that cookie ID or do I not? And if I don't, that's one bit of feedback, for instance, we'd be able to relay back to the consumer.
They're not fine.
They said they did not have your cookie ID at all in their system. But at the same time, then, if they did, then we expect to get a confirmation that they've deleted that information.
I have Ashkan available to comment.
Okay, wonderful. Executive Director Soltani, please. That's okay, Serena.
Great.
Please go ahead.
Thank you all. And just to provide a little bit of technical clarity on that last one, if the company knows that, say, the cookie ID, so Mr. Board Member McTaggart is correct, where if you delete your cookies, then you won't know what those are. You might just have a new set of cookies that the business is using to identify you. But if the business knows that the previous data was related to the cookie or the same consumer, the law applies to the consumer. And I'll let Mr. Laird respond to that. And so if they know it's the same person, or if they know the data pertains to the same person, they would need to delete that information as well. With respect to showing up with a device, one of the challenges, and I think you, Mr. McTaggart, brought it up during the presentation on the comment on opt-out systems, is device IDs, unfortunately, are often governed closely by the bigger platforms, such as the mobile smartphone makers. And so it's difficult for us as an agency to get access to those, to make it easier for consumers to show up with their device IDs. Conversely, ad companies can, but we would have a hard time building an app to do that. So at this stage, it would likely involve consumers having to find their device IDs and communicate that to us by looking it up. And we'll likely do heavy public education and awareness showing folks how to do that, but it's not something we can at this juncture automate, unfortunately.
Thank you, Mr. Soltani. Yes, please go ahead, Mr. McTaggart.
Mr. Soltani, so on that, what's the holdup? So I assume I can look on my phone somewhere and find out what the device ID is by going to settings. What's the holdup in the API kind of sucking that out? I mean, if an ad tech company can do it.
Yeah, so we would then need to develop an application to do that, for example. The agency would, in addition to the website that we discussed, we'd have to do an application. And then there's also certain limitations on how that information is used. The common example, and we're going to get really into the weeds, but I'll just share so you have your device ID, which is essentially the serial number for your device. You have your advertising ID, which effectively is how advertisers and ad companies refer to you. And then you have your IMEI, which is your equipment ID effectively. And that's how location tracking occurs. Those first two, your serial number and your IMEI, is rarely available even to advertisers after a lot of the reporting we did on how that information is used. And companies have changed their practice over the last decade. However, companies do sell and share information around that. So in a lot of circumstances, consumers will be the only ones that, or the platforms themselves, say if Apple or Google would want to make that available to us, that's one consideration. I don't think they will. But at this juncture, consumers would have to look that up, to your point, go down to settings, and then make that available to us, which is a challenge. Thankfully, though, based on the kind of, as Ms. Allen highlighted, based on our research, oftentimes companies have multiple pieces of data. So they know you by your device ID, they might know you by your email address, and they might know you by your address and birthday pair. And so hopefully, by you providing those other attributes, that you will find a match in their database. But certainly there are companies like mobile location tracking companies that only know you by your ad ID or your device ID. And that's why we want to provide consumers the ability to provide us pseudonymous information that they can then request deletion of.
Thank you, Mr. Soltani. Other questions from the board? All right, shall we move on to the PAL process?
Thank you. And I think if we can return to the slides. So I'm going to go a little bit over what it takes to procure something like this in the state. The authority for approval of information technology projects in California and the state of California lies with the Department of Technology. And it occurs under a process called the Project Approval Life Cycle, or PAL, which we'll call for short. And it's the mechanism for approving IT projects in the state. The PAL ensures projects are undertaken with a strong business case, clear business objectives, accurate costs, and realistic schedules. The process takes IT projects from the idea stage through the formal procurement with the goal that execution is as smooth as possible and able to handle technical complexities and unanticipated issues should they arrive. As the DROP system is a new state technology project, we are subject currently to the PAL process. So the PAL process is administered by the California Department of Technology, or CDT, and is divided into 4 gated stages. Stage 1 is business analysis, Stage 2 is alternatives analysis, Stage 3, solution development, and Stage 4, project readiness and approval. Each of these stages requires CDT approval to advance to the next stage. Each stage of the PAL process requires a myriad of documentation, decisions, and refinement. Stage 1 is articulating the business use cases and need, and Stage 2 is getting into the nitty-gritty details of how the system will work, what alternatives are available, and putting together plans to govern the remainder of the procurement and build. Stage 3 is developing and releasing a request for proposals, or RFP, which is part of our public contracting process. And then Stage 4 is the procurement process, including evaluation of the bids and entering into the final agreement to procure and develop the system. A typical PAL process can take anywhere from 2 to 5 years, and as this board well knows, the timeline for DROP launch is a bit shorter than that. All right, so in terms of another complicating factor we just wanted to mention to the board is that state budget timeline, as well as revenues from data broker registrations, do not exactly line up with the launch of the timeline of this system. The state's fiscal year runs from July to June, but the process for requesting budget augmentations for a given budget begins far in advance of the fiscal year, with documentation and estimation often needing 9 or more months in advance. So for our system to go live by January 1, 2026, we need to proceed with PAL, procure and build across multiple fiscal years, and the PAL approvals. The PAL approvals do not necessarily align with that budget process. Now, the asynchronicity between the budget, who chose that word? All right, between the budget timeline and the proposed PAL requirements creates some challenges because alternatives are still being assessed and a solution has not yet been chosen. Yet CPPA must submit a BCP for additional expenditure authority for the 2025 to 26 fiscal year. So again, just to make clear, this complicates the build because the DROP system comes from data broker registrations, which we only receive revenues from every January. This means that we're in a position to having to estimate how much funding will fund construction and launch through 2026, as well as the registrations needed to pay for the contract through 2025. And these determinations are being made without a vendor actually procured or in contract with us. So in addition, next slide, please. In addition to the budget issues and the sheer volume of work, the PAL process also requires significant coordination between multiple government agencies. By law and regulation, we have to work with multiple state departments. There's a project approval and oversight team and statewide technology procurement from CDT. And of course, there's also Department of Finance to help us get approval and the appropriation authority. And because of our size, and we have also contracted with a third CDT team, the Project Management Office, to augment essentially our expertise to manage a project of this nature and to guide us through, given our agency is rather lean at the moment. Coordinating between these departments does require significant time and effort, and our data broker unit is extremely small. And this project does require a significant amount of time and
But
involvement.
very mighty.
But very mighty, exactly, by our executive director and our chief deputy. So let's take a look at next steps. Did you want to?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna-
Okay, yeah, sure. Sure. So over the next year, the data broker unit and all of those supporting it will be busy. We are going to finalize we are in the process now of finalizing our stage 2 documents, artifacts, description of the system, and moving into the PAL process. And then we'll begin procurement. We will be selecting a vendor through this process, and then we will construct the system. And in the midst of this and ongoing over the year, we'll be working on drafting board regulations that supplement and complement the use of the drop system. As you can imagine, there'll be a lot of requirements of data brokers in how they integrate with this system, and those are things that will actually need to be explained through regulations. Yes.
Just as a quick clarifying question, this isn't, well, I'm not saying the PAL process makes sense or its interaction with the budget process, but the function of the system makes sense to me. Are the regulations likely to cover things like the API standard? Okay, great, I got it.
Yeah, generally, it's going to talk about how the business needs to interact. It won't probably, it's not going to go into the technical details of what an API is, for example. Yeah.
Let's see. Okay. Oh, yes. And so indeed, there will be those regulations, and after the system is constructed, we'll of course have to do lots of testing to ensure everything is running smoothly in time for launch. And then we are very aware, to Mr. Liebert's earlier point, public awareness and campaigning for this will be very important. Consumers will really need to know this is out there and a tool available to them to make this real for Californians in the coming years. So while drop work continues, we're also working on maintaining and improving the data broker registration process, which we did just discuss, and thank you, board, for your vote to move forward on those regulations. And of course, we will be maintaining and having a new registration cycle just around the corner in January. So with that all said, we do have a last item today before we finish on this overview to talk about actually a necessary fee increase born out of the need to procure and launch this system by 2026. But for now, we'd love to, if you do have further questions as a board about the system, we're happy to take them.
Thank you. Mr. Liebert and then Mr. McTaggart.
Mine's just quick. I'm incredibly excited about this. I think this is truly path-breaking, not just in California, but the country and the world. We're leading the way on this. The agency can be so proud of the work Mr. Soltani has led, and all of you have done fabulous work on this. And I think it's just really magnificent. Keep it up.
I just want to echo what Mr. Lieber just said, especially I don't want to diminish anybody in the room here, but I do know that Executive Director Soltani's incredible technical skills, among other things, were super useful he was handed all of you were handed a large problem, and you guys are solving this well. So I just want to say congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Mr. Lay?
Yeah, thank you all for putting this together, Liz. Great job. You sound like a technologist. I wouldn't know you're an attorney with your knowledge of APIs and your really considered interviews of all the data brokers and the surveys and building out, which is a pretty technically complex system. So I remember reading comments when the Delete Act passed saying, there's no way government can build a system like this in 3 years. Here we are, well on our way. So I really want to applaud the work that you've done on this.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Any other? I echo my fellow board members' sense of impressed with everything that you've done. And I want to thank you, Ms. Allen and Mr. Soltani. I know you've been working closely And it is both appropriate and very pleasing to see that you're building this in a privacy protective manner, and that you're building it to the best standards of a privacy protective manner for a system like this. We heard some comments earlier in the day that I think are well taken about being careful for having opt-outs and other systems not accidentally being accidentally perhaps more privacy damaging and not as privacy preserving as they could be. And this is a real technical undertaking to understand how to do that. And I really appreciate that you're building it so that the data brokers can just run their APIs and make calls to the system. That's going to be a lot easier for them. That makes a lot of sense. And I share the sentiment that this is a very sophisticated tool that you're building, and that California will be leading the country, but also the world, as Mr. Liebert said. I also want to just pause for a moment and thank the sponsors and the legislators who moved this legislation. We're happy to implement this legislation. Maybe Ms. Allen isn't as happy as some late nights as we are privileged to be sitting up here listening to the great work. But it's made possible by the legislature, the legislative process, and their attention to Californians' privacy rights, and to do it in a way that is possible for the data broker industry. And so I wanted to pause a moment and thank them for that while we are looking at the beginnings of the fruits of this part of the law. So thank you to all of you. Yes, Mr. Lay.
I had a question come up. I've heard other states are interested in a system like this. I'm curious, is there like any plans for interoperability? Is that possible to build on? So like we don't have to reinvent. This is just curious thoughts.
Sorry, I'm just thinking of the PAL, and I'm like imagining another state and yeah.
Sure. This is probably not realistic.
I think it's a wonderful dream, and maybe it's not even a dream.
Yeah, I would say we've heard similar things of other states interested in executing something similar. By being the first ones out there, certainly I think we can set an industry standard or a government standard for a system like this and how it should be operated, and we'll be happy to share sort of our lessons learned and the practices we're doing with any other state who's interested to hear. And there is always the chance some sort of agreement could be reached between states to reach that functionality. So we're open to exploring possibilities like that in the future.
And again, to the extent that we can have convergence in the same way that we think about our regulations and how they compare to the law, the better that is for everyone, so long as it's at the standard that we need under our law and for Californians. Other comments? All right, Ms. Marzian, is there public comment?
We have Executive Director Soltani. Would you like to speak?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you all. Just on that important point of interoperability, you are correct that other states have approached us asking and inquiring about the system, and Ms. Mahoney's great work in our interagency and intergovernmental work is supporting that. We are indeed looking to build, the architecture similar to as California first developed the opt-out preference signal. We have now 12 or 13 other states following essentially the standards that we've set. We hope, similar to how Do Not Call started, if folks know the history, in Florida was one of the first states to build Do Not Call. It expanded to multiple states and became a federal program. We hope that we build this system in an interoperable fashion, including the specification and the APIs and the protocols in an open standard. And we're kind of committed to trying to do the best of our ability to do that, such that other states could potentially at least plug and play, or at least data brokers can, consume the information in a universal fashion. So that is on our radar. We have a lot of competing priorities, as you can tell, and a lot of other legal and process-based restrictions, but that is something we have an eye towards, and we hope to be able to achieve, again, setting the standard, the California standard in this regard as well.
Thank you, Mr. Soltani. Is there anything else from Ms. Allen or Mr. Laird? I assume you'll keep us updated on the budgetary and PAL process and how that will all interact with building the system.
Absolutely, and we do anticipate starting to talk to you all about regulations in 2025.
Okay, thank you very much. And with that, I will ask if there's public comment. Sorry, Mr. Sultani.
For agenda item number 5, if you'd like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 5, and it looks like we do have a commenter. Human, you have 3 minutes. I'm going to unmute you at this time, so please begin as soon as you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Human Saberi from the Permission Slip team at Consumer Reports. Permission Slip is an app that serves as an authorized agent submitting requests on behalf of consumers to both data brokers and consumer-facing businesses. And to date, we've submitted just over 4 million requests. Our team is also implementing the Data Rights Protocol, which is a standardized means to receive, process, and complete data rights requests in an interoperable fashion. We're doing this in a consortium with other agents, brokers, and privacy infrastructure providers such as OneTrust and Transcend. So I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to share our comments on DROP. So our first comment is that we see that many companies circumvent authorized agent requests and reach out to the user directly to verify identity. We found that this causes confusion, and we see users reaching back out to us requesting that we confirm whether the request is legitimate or not. And so we'd like to ensure with DROP that companies do not reach out to users directly again for verification. We would also recommend a consideration for a process to authenticate valid authorized agents accessing DROP. For our data rights protocol, we maintain an authorized agent directory and authenticate agents with public keys. We also were excited to see one-way hashing as a consideration. And as you work through implementation details, we'd like to note that we have found that small variations in how names are presented, such as with or without a middle initial, can change whether a data broker finds a match. An implementation which encourages data brokers to fuzzy match instead of strictly looking for string literals may increase fulfillment rates. And finally, we would like to emphasize to the CPPA the importance of ensuring an intuitive and accessible user interface for consumers. We're glad to hear that there will be a help center because we found that users frequently need to change their email addresses, have multiple emails under which their information might be keyed, and they also experience very technical difficulties. Those were my comments. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. If there are any other members of the public who'd like to speak at this time, please go ahead and raise your hand using the Zoom's raised hand feature by pressing *6 if you're joining us by phone. Again, this is for agenda item number 5. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any additional hands at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzion. Thank you to the commentator, and thank you again, Ms. Allen, Mr. Laird, Mr. Sultani, and everyone who's been working on this. I regret this, but I do need to ask for a short break. If we can return at 3:15, we'll pick up agenda item number 6. Thank you very much. Welcome back, everyone, to today's meeting of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board. We will now proceed with the agenda to agenda item number 6, which is an item on discussion and possible action to amend regulation section 7600 to adjust the CPPA's data broker registration fee pursuant to Civil Code section 1798.99.80 et sec. It will be presented by CPPA General Counsel Philip Laird and Attorney Liz Allen. Please go ahead.
Hello again, Liz Allen with the Legal Division. As described earlier today, the DELETE Act directs the CPPA to not only maintain the data broker registry, but also create a mechanism by January 2026 that allows a consumer to, in a single request, direct all data brokers to delete their personal information. As you previously heard in agenda item 5, the statute has significant legal and security requirements for the system, including that it has to be privacy protective. Since receiving direction from the legislature to develop and implement the DROP system, the agency staff have worked diligently towards planning for procurement of the system. In compliance with the project approval lifecycle of POW, we've done robust market research, stakeholder outreach, and even published a request for ideas, or an RFI, which received multiple submissions. As a result of these efforts, the agency has been able to reasonably refine estimates for the purposes of system procurement and build. When it comes to paying for the system, as well as ongoing costs affiliated with the registry, including personnel, the CPPA was directed by the legislature to set and adjust the data broker registration fee to cover the costs to develop and maintain the registry and the deletion mechanism. As you know, the registration fee is collected annually during the January 1st, January 31st registration period. And staff evaluates projected costs every year to determine the necessary fee during the next cycle. Given the projected costs for procuring and deploying the DROP system by 2026, the agency staff recommends a fee adjustment to $6,600 to ensure the agency can cover all necessary costs through the next fiscal year and comply with the statute's requirements. As the cover memo described, which can be found on our website, this adjustment is based on an estimated need of $3.5 million, divided among the 527 currently registered data brokers. Staff is happy to take any questions, and otherwise we'll just turn the discussion to the board.
Thank you, Ms. Allen, and thank you for this helpful memo as well. Questions, comments from the board? Mr. Worth?
Just to quickly summarize, we're required to do this and we're required to fund 100% of it from these fees, correct?
That is correct.
And so far, if the number of data brokers increases to 650, that surplus will be transferred into the following year and then fees will be adjusted?
That's exactly right. We anticipate being back before the board this time next year to make an appropriate adjustment based on the revenues we still have.
Great, thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Liebert?
Great question, board member. My question is, how many data brokers under the definition that we have do we think actually are out there as opposed to the number that we are using right now?
Well, we don't know. There are several other states that have data broker registries with slightly different definitions, Texas, Vermont. We see estimates from various thinkers in the space from 1,000 to 5,000. None of the registries have over, I think 800, don't quote me, but around 800 is the most on any official registry, Texas or Vermont.
So it kind of sounds like those data brokers who have complied with the law and have registered have an incentive potentially to get those other folks on board in terms of registering if they want those fees to appropriately be reduced. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Other questions, comments? Yes, Mr. Lay.
And can you tell me, I know there was a range of estimates for developing this system, and like, where does this cost for the system fall into that range of, well, it's third-party contractors, right, building a lot of this? Yeah, so where does this fall in that range?
Great question. In terms of our market research, we've kind of turned over a lot of potential options. And as I mentioned, we also did an RFI, a request for ideas. That actually had a range of between $800,000 and $12 million for a system of this nature. But even there, I have to acknowledge that certain of the lower level estimates did not actually include all of the system requirements in their description of what would be required. So we've partnered with CDT and looked at other state procurement models as well to kind of really hone in as best as we could a reasonable estimate. So when we came to this conclusion of 3.5 million, it's technically more than that, but there is a balance in the data broker registry fund, sort of as Mr. Worth has mentioned, that we are going to deplete first before we ask for more funds. So that's where the price comes down to 3.5 million. But yes, I would say from what we've seen, it's on the lower end and certainly very, very keyed in and kind of reasonable from a state IT procurement perspective.
Thank you. I was going to say, I've been studying procurements at state government. This is actually is much on the lower end compared to $80 million and like procuring a lot of these data systems in other contexts. So thank you.
And I'll just jump in and add that we looked a lot at the FTC Do Not Call registry, which was started in 2003. It's a much simpler system. It's just phone numbers, for example. And in 2003, that was an $18.1 million project that went up for the next few years. And in 2023, it was $14.1 million to run that. Now, that's, of course, the entire nation. But if you were to right size that to just California and adjust for inflation, it would have been a $3.4 million system just for phone numbers, not for the rest of the complicated stuff we're putting in place.
Thank you, Ms. Allen. Other comments or questions? All right, with that, I will go to public comment after making sure that I understand what the motion would be here. Mr. Laird, please correct me if I have this wrong and let me know if I have this right. I think I'd like to propose a motion to direct staff to amend section 7600 to adjust the California Privacy Protection Agency's data broker registration fee to $6,600.
Perfect. That's correct. Yes.
Okay, wonderful. You know, my own comment is that when I first saw the difference between the 400 something and the 6,600, it did raise my eyebrows a little bit. And so I anticipate that that may be the case for those listening. And there are a few factors that I think are important here. One is that this is not just for the registry. This is for the drop system that has to be built. Secondly, as you both pointed out in response to Mr. McTaggart's good question, this is the model the legislature chose to fund this, for industry to fund this. The other option would be for California taxpayers to fund it, and the legislature made the decision that this is something that should be industry funded, like the Do Not Call registry is, for example, and it must be funded. And in my view, it makes sense for the industry to fund it. And though there's an increase in the fees, I think a data broker needs to be sufficiently capitalized in order to handle the data that they're handling of Californians. It feels like every other day we hear about a data breach that exposes people to identity theft, that exposes people to ongoing harm. And with all support for businesses getting off the ground, to me, this is very similar to, for example, I am the daughter of a small business. I grew up the father who's an electrical contractor, and there's a lot of cost of doing business in order to make the work safe. And that's simply part of the capitalization that you need to do the business well and to do it safely. So I'm glad that staff have thought really carefully about how to do this and sought comment and sought information about how to do this in an efficient way. And I'm really glad that we'll be able to revisit this as the data broker registration grows and make sure that we're funding it appropriately and funding it efficiently. But I really appreciate the work that you've put into it to balance these considerations. Yes, Mr. McTaggart.
Yeah, and just to kind of clarify for everybody listening, I think I'm correct in saying we're just following the law here. And there's just no choice there's no other place for the money to come from. So all that we could say is thank you for making it this cost effective, because if you're a data broker and you're complaining about the money, well, it wasn't going to come from any other place. We literally can't just, decide to pay for it some other way. Okay, thank you.
Correct. Ms. Marzan, is there public comment?
If you'd like to make a comment on agenda item number 6, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 6. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzan. In that case, I would like to request if anyone would propose the motion that I offered, and it was short, so I'll recreate it. I'd like to propose the following motion: direct staff to amend section 7600 to adjust the California Privacy Protection Agency's data broker registration fee to $6,600. Do I have such a motion?
So moved.
Thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Lay and a second from Mr. Worth. Ms. Marzian, will you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Lay,
Aye.
Board Member Liebert,
Aye.
Board Member McTaggart,
Aye.
Board Member Worth,
Aye.
Chair Urban.
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 5 yeses.
Thank you very much. The motion has been approved by a vote of 5-0. Thank you again very much to staff, and we will move forward with that as our model. Thanks again, everyone, and we will now move to agenda item number 7. Agenda item number 7 is an update regarding agency administration that will be presented by Executive Director Ashkan Soltani and Chief Deputy Executive Director Tiffany Garcia. We will first hear from Executive Director Soltani and then have some board discussion. Then we will hear from Chief Deputy Executive Director Tiffany Garcia on some process points. Mr. Soltani, are you ready?
I'm ready. Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Board and Madam Chair, for the opportunity to address you all today. I regret I couldn't be there in person for such a momentous meeting, but unfortunately, some health issues prevent me from being able to be physically present. I had hoped to provide this update last month, but due to our scheduling conflicts, I appreciate the opportunity to do it today. Last month marked my 3-year anniversary as Executive Director at the agency, and a great opportunity to reflect on the progress we've made in the organization, as well as my personal journey. Since starting as the agency's first employee in October of 2021, we've come quite a long way. We've managed to grow the agency to nearly 45 staff and overcome numerous administrative and political hurdles along the way. All along the way, we've also been an exemplar of government efficiency in our process. In addition to tackling all of the challenges and complexities of standing up an independent government agency, whole cloth, within the bureaucracy of the state, we were also able to successfully promulgate our first substantive rulemaking package with just a mere skeleton crew of fewer of a dozen employees. And together, with the board's support, we also fought off numerous attempts at federal preemption. And we were welcomed into the community of international data protection regulators of the Global Privacy Assembly and the Asia Pacific Privacy Authorities. We also launched a statewide public education campaign geared towards informing Californians about their privacy rights. And we successfully satisfied our obligations to stand up the first data broker registry in less than 2 months, as we just discussed. The Enforcement Division also began its enforcement and oversight role as soon as we were empowered to do so in 2023, and is humming along quite nicely. You're likely aware of the multiple sweeps surrounding connected vehicles and recently data broker registrations, and we have dozens of open investigations underway, which I'm excited about. In short, the agency is a very different place than it was at the time of my appointment 3 years ago. We're no longer a startup in state government, but we have skilled legal, policy, and admin divisions that can support the board in many aspects of the board's operations. And it is at this juncture that I believe it's the right time for me to step down as executive director. It's truly been an honor and a privilege to serve as the founding executive director. Californians currently enjoy the strongest privacy protections in the entire nation, thanks in part to the remarkable dedication and hard work of our talented team who are before you today and behind the scenes of this meeting. I'm fully confident that the agency is well positioned to continue to lead California and the nation in privacy and consumer protection. I'm grateful for the opportunity of being able to get us to this point, and I look forward to supporting the board as we transition. If appropriate, our Chief Deputy is now prepared to provide a little bit of background on the transition process.
Mr. Soltani, thank you. That doesn't even, see, here we go. If Mr. Soltani is going to step down, suddenly nothing's going to work. Mr. Soltani, I mean, I think it's very difficult to express my own gratitude as well as the board's gratitude. You and I have been in this together for for apparently quite a short time, but it feels like it was it's certainly been an action-packed time. So I will collect my thoughts for a moment and ask if other board members have comments. Mr. Lay?
I want to say thank you, Director Soltani, for your service to this agency as its first employee and executive director. I'll keep it short since it's been a long day, but over the past 3 years, you've taken the agency from a startup with no printers where, as you said, you and agency staff were building the airplane while trying to fly it. Now we're at an agency with nearly 50 employees, a growing admin, legal, and enforcement presence, and plenty of printers and copiers, I hope. All that is to say that you've done a great job building out the plane while navigating the rules and complexities of state government. I've appreciated your tireless work ethic, commitment to the agency's mission, and your thoughtfulness in developing a transition plan as the agency grows from a startup to a mature organization. Thank you again for your service to this agency, and I'm looking forward to continuing to work with you through the end of this year and in the future.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Mr. McTaggart?
Well, it's been 3 years of this, but you and I were shoulder to shoulder getting this thing done. And as the person who agreed to kind of join me as my expert, your philosophy and your expertise, pervades every single word of this document. And I can think of few people who have had such an impact on privacy as you have. You bled for this thing, and I'm just in awe at your commitment. And I am grateful that we crossed paths because this law would not have been nearly as effective without your expertise. And this agency wouldn't have been nearly as effective without your commitment. I remember one time talking to you about the printers, speaking of printers, and you're like, dude, you can't believe how impossible it is just to get a printer and how many steps I have to go through to requisition whatever the paper. So I know you've been a trailblazer, a pathfinder here, and I'm honored to have been on this journey with you, and I thank you for all your hard work. I really do.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Mr. Liebert?
My tenure here on the board is the shortest, but I know that my awe is some of the largest. You've just been absolutely amazing. Your work commitment, as everyone's noted, is just unimaginable. You've really dedicated everything to this, Ashkan, and I've heard my colleagues refer to you as a privacy rock star, and that's really no understatement. Your knowledge and technical know-how is really just amazing. So your legacy here is secure, and you'll be able to be proud of this startup that you helped create for the rest of your life, and we'll be proud of the work that you've done. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Liebert. Mr. Worth?
Yeah, a lot of this will be repetitive, but first, personally, thank you for bringing me along in an area that I didn't have as much experience as my fellow board members. I appreciate the time you've taken with me. But really, as it was just said, you should be so proud of what you've done here. Not for weeks and months and years, but for decades. This legacy is going to grow and mature with this team that you created and brought along and supported and worked with. But this is really something special, and I think a lot of people are going to be looking at us as an example of probably how did they do that, and can they just do it for us? And maybe there's a licensing model there, but thank you for.
We could lower the data broker fees if we could license.
Right there, back down $400. I appreciate all the hard work that you've put in to get us to where we are, and I thank you for it because I know it's not easy. But be proud for what you've done here.
Thank you, Mr. Worth. We couldn't do that because the law requires us to get the money from the data. Anyway, I just, on the record, I didn't want to misstate the law. And Mr. Soltani, like Mr. McTaggart, for a somewhat shorter time, but I think a very intense time, I have worked with you closely to build this agency. You are our first full-time hiring the executive director hiring the inaugural executive director is one of the board's very most important tasks. And I'm very grateful that you answered the call and you took it on. And I'm delighted with how you have taken what was a name in a statute that you also helped develop with Mr. McTaggart and others and turned it into an entity that has action, that has power, and most importantly, has people. We now have multiple divisions. We are operating on all cylinders as required by our statute. And the people you've recruited are stellar. They're the best people in the business. And this is not an easy area in which to find the right expertise. It requires a special kind of person to engage in government service. It requires a special kind of person to engage in government service during a time of such intensity of attention to an issue and during a time in which the agency is still under construction itself. So the first very special person would of course be you, but then you've managed to recruit teams of people, each of whom is incredibly impressive and skilled and makes us punch above our weight in any number of ways. And you've done that in a bare 3 years. I want to say one small word about our relationships outside the agency. Our implementing statute asks us to coordinate with other authorities, California authorities, national and international authorities. And I am especially grateful for the position that you leave us in with regards to our relationships in California, nationally, and internationally. It is, I think, an incredible testament to your reputation as a technologist, as a privacy expert, and as someone who will work carefully in this area to protect consumers' privacy and do it in a way that is manageable and implementable, that we were immediately welcomed into the Global Privacy Assembly for privacy regulators all around the world, into assemblies for Asian privacy regulators, for Latin American privacy regulators in the Americas, and many more, as well as working with federal agencies, including just last week, signing the Memorandum of Understanding with the Federal Communications Commission, following a Memorandum of Understanding signed with the French authority, the CNIL, over the summer for a brand new agency. This is an extraordinary accomplishment, and it's an extraordinary boon for the people of California, because we can draw on each other's expertise, they can draw on our expertise, and we can learn from them. And I call it out because it's not necessarily predictable when you're starting from no agency at all, that at this point in time, we would be in that position. That's just one thing. Others have talked about your technical expertise and your privacy expertise, and I hope that we will have the opportunity to vet you properly in the future. But I wanted to mention that aspect in particular because it is something that I am especially proud of and I find to be especially important. As everyone has already mentioned, Mr. Soltani and Ashkan, you leave it all on the field. And we are incredibly grateful for that. And we knew going in that you were building this thing from a startup and that it would too soon be time for the agency to move to other hands when it was ready, when it's not in a startup mode. And you've gotten us here, and we're incredibly grateful. I'm personally incredibly grateful. I want to know if we're ever going to find Shackleton. He's got our printer. But maybe in the time before you go, he'll turn up. Thank you.
Board and Chair, thank you so much for those really kind words. I could not have done this without your support. You all were here well before me, and I really appreciate, and I'm honored to have had your support. And importantly, I do feel like we have an incredible staff. And so what gives me confidence and assurance in terms of our future is that we have, that's, and honestly, one of the hardest parts of stepping down is parting with that staff, but I do expect to be in the space and active. So you may, depending on the rules, hear from me, whether you like it or not. But I do expect to be active, and I do expect, and I fully trust our staff in helping guide the agency, the board, and whoever you all choose as a successor into kind of the model for our future. So thank you all, and thank you for those kind words.
Thank you, Mr. Soltani. Ms. Garcia, shall we talk about practicalities?
Yes. Yes, thank you. And how do I even follow that? I will just also express my thanks and gratitude to Executive Director Soltani. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for him. And yeah, his dedication and commitment to this agency is amazing. And I appreciate and respect you, and you're not leaving soon. So I have more time with you to get as much knowledge transfer as possible. Now, with that, I will dive right into process. So again, my name is Tiffany Garcia. I'm the Chief Deputy Executive Director here at the agency to unfortunately present on next steps for the recruitment of an Executive Director. The recruitment process begins with the duty statement typically, and there's a memo before you, with materials for that. If you can, perfect, thank you. Given with the duty statement, which clearly and accurately describes the functions and responsibilities for a position as determined by the board, but as always, staff are here to support you. The duty statement will be used to develop recruitment flyers and advertisements for the position. In addition, it will be used to define the criteria for screening of applicants. Recruitment for the executive director position shall be consistent with the provisions of civil service laws to ensure consistency and transparency in hiring throughout the agency. As there is no specific specification for the executive director position, desirable qualifications will be used for the basis of competitively evaluating each candidate. Therefore, it is necessary to develop a set of desirable qualifications to be used for the recruitment of the executive director. And again, in that handout, staff has prepared potential desirable qualifications based on the current duty statement of the executive director. And I won't read them all to you, but I will highlight some of them. In terms of desirable qualifications, a candidate with strong commitment to the alignment of our mission, vision, and values, someone who has progressive experience with executive level leadership, management, and problem solving, administrative experience with government operations and processes, experience establishing, promoting, and maintaining cooperative relationships across government, ability to think strategically and creatively, ability to promote internal and external teamwork, experience with public speaking and ability to deliver speeches and presentations, and a consultative approach to problem solving and the ability to facilitate coalition building. So once a duty statement and desirable qualifications are finalized, the position will be advertised on the California Department of Human Resources website. And then other activities related to the recruitment could also include advertising the position on professional publication. And in the past, we've also used recruitment services for various positions across the agency. Following that, the job posting will close after a minimum of 10 days. HR staff will be prepared to review and screen the applications based on the desirable qualifications criteria. There's the potential for staff to recommend, again, human resources staff, let me clarify, apologies, to recommend the top candidates for interview with the board in closed session. HR staff can also help scheduling those interviews. Related to the recruitment, we could also include references to be provided at the time of application. So those can also be prepared for the board when they review the materials in closed session. Conducting the interviews
would be of the highest scoring candidates with a quorum of the full board in closed session. After that, the board would choose a successful candidate. And that's the process. Happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much, Ms. Garcia. I suggest we start with reviewing the preferred qualifications list that staff have drawn up and ask if we have comments, questions on that. Oh, here, I'll give you, they go onto the next page. Yeah. Yeah. We seem to be short one copy. Here it is. It's okay. I'm looking on the screen, so you can just take that.
And Chair Urban, I just wanted to make the point to the audience that for anybody here in person, copies of the memo are available to the public and it will be posted on the agency's website.
Wonderful, thank you. And for those who are not here, it's a short memo that expresses what Ms. Garcia just said. I could read out the desirable qualifications. Or no. This is desirable qualifications. The duty statement part.
The duty statement for reference is the last 2 pages. There's an attachment.
This is the duty statement. I see it's a little confusing because the headline is explaining what is it. All right, we've got ourselves together.
Would you like me to read line by line?
Maybe actually just for anyone listening in.
And take feedback for each bullet, and then if there's anything you'd like to add.
Maybe just read through and then.
Oh, the entire list? Okay, perfect, okay. So desirable qualifications, again, as prepared by staff, strong commitment to and alignment with the mission, vision, and values underlying the California Privacy Rights Act, progressive experience with executive level leadership, management, and problem solving, especially past success in working on complex issues, administrative experience with government operations and processes, including legislation, regulations, budgeting, personnel, and equal employment opportunity, experience establishing, promoting, and maintaining cooperative working relationships with representatives of all levels of government, the public, and special interest groups, ability to think strategically and creatively, work well under pressure, and meet deadlines, ability to promote internal and external teamwork and cross-functional collaboration and communication in support of an organization's mission and goals, experience with public speaking and ability to deliver speeches and presentations on sensitive, technically complex and controversial subject matters in front of diverse audiences, including the public, and a consultative approach to problem solving and the ability to facilitate coalition building.
Thank you, Ms. Garcia. Comments, questions on the desirable qualifications? Yes, Mr. McTaggart.
Totally minor, but just because progressive has come to mean something now political, perhaps we could come a different word than that, just without any value judgment about it. Just it might be simpler.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Other?
More questions? So, to the extent that we were going to get more granular and, you wanted to say this person needs to, speak Spanish or something like that, where would that come, where would we ever put that kind of a granular level, this person needs to be a CPA or they need to, where and how would we deal with that?
Sure. So it depends on what you're talking about, but say, for example, if they need to be a CPA, that would be a professional qualification. And so that's something that would need to go into the qualification.
And I think where I'm coming from is one of the things I think that we all ended up appreciating a tremendous amount with Mr. Soltani was he had a real background in technology. And so not only was he a practitioner in the area of policy, but he actually is a person who can kind of, go toe to toe with the technologists. Say, well, no, this is actually not happening. And so I just would love to make sure that while it may not be we may not be able to get that same, we probably won't be able to get the same kind of level of expertise in these different areas. that we could just kind of have a nod towards, hey, great if the person also has a technology background. Again, not, and I don't know, maybe it's already in there, but that to me is just something that would be, I think, super useful.
Thank you, Ms. McTaggart. May I ask another clarifying question related to that, Ms. Coulson? So these are desirable qualifications. So as Mr. McTaggart alluded to, we wouldn't necessarily find a candidate with all of them. And in deliberation, we might choose a candidate who meets some of them, meets some very strongly, but we wouldn't, my point is that they are desirable, not required.
So the way it would typically work is your desirable qualifications, since this is an appointment, hence there's no civil service list of qualifications. That's exactly what you're doing. So typically what you would do is those would be your scoring criteria and your evaluation criteria. So when it comes in, you would evaluate whether or not they meet that criteria, and then your highest scoring candidates would typically move on to interview. It does not mean you don't consider everything about the candidate, and you certainly can consider everything when you're choosing between the candidates. I don't know if you have anything else, Ms. Garcia.
Okay, thank you. Mr. McTaggart, what about something like familiarity with the privacy law and policy landscape, and ideally technical implementations of privacy policy or something like that? That's two things, but.
Yeah, and I think for me, and again, this might be, Ashkan might be an N equals 1, so there might not be, but not even just like the familiarity with the technical implementation, it's like familiarity with the technology, with actually, computers.
So how the data flows and.
Yeah, just all that. He's an expert witness. He goes to testify on this stuff. He really knows what he's talking about. And so, and this again, it's not just like, oh, how the law should be applied here. It's actually, well, no, behind the web page here, and here's how the two pages are interacting, all the programming stuff of that. So that to me, I just, again, would like to call that out in some way. I don't want to have to upset the whole apple cart here, but if we could kind of make a reference to that being a desirable qualification, I think it would be useful.
Yeah, I certainly don't disagree. I think there are other aspects of, for example, the relevant industries that somebody could bring a lot of expertise on that could be beneficial, even if they don't understand, they don't have the same expertise on exactly the technical aspects of the data flows. And maybe we would end up with someone who's incredibly strong on some things, and they could hire somebody to advise them on some of the other things. So I'm thinking revising a preferred qualification. Sorry, it's not a preferred I apologize. I'm on the faculty appointments committee at my law school as well, and we have the same terms with different words. To say understanding and knowledge of privacy law and policy, relevant industries, and the use and protection of consumer personal information or something. Without the or something, and also it doesn't need to be word for word. I'm just trying to capture Mr. McTaggart's thought here.
Sure, and I think the second last bullet point does talk about technically complex, maybe systems. And what this is talking about giving a presentation, delivering speeches, and you could reword that sentence and say familiarity with technically complex systems and, familiarity and knowledge or whatever, and the ability to speak about it as well. Something that I just think in that bullet point, you could maybe just redraft that just to, not just my ability to explain it, it's my ability to actually understand it.
And we're not limited to this number of bullet points, because that could be just a separate item to
Sure.
add.
I don't, personally, I don't
Okay.
feel the need to wordsmith this right now, but I trust you guys to, if it were the sense of the board, I just want to, this is my point right now, so it may not be the sense of the board, but if it were, I just would like a nod in that direction, understanding that we may not get everything we're looking for, but it just feels like given that we are in an area of technology, feels like it's an important thing to actually point to anyway.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. Ms. Coulson and Ms. Garcia, are you comfortable incorporating that? And the board is comfortable with staff doing that. Yes, okay. Mr. Liebert.
Yeah, I just wanted to note, I'm super comfortable kind of giving whatever is the appropriate delegation to staff to kind of make this all happen the way we're describing it right now. So I don't know what form that should take, but I wanted to pass that along.
Yes, we'll talk about that when we, soon. Thank you. All right, comments or questions related to the process for evaluating the candidates that Ms. Garcia outlined? Mr. McTaggart?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm pausing because I don't know if it's the appropriate time to bring this up, but I think just speaking just for me, I think this is our most important responsibility as a board is hiring this person. And so I personally would like the chance to look at the resumes and the candidates. And I understand that it might be useful to have someone on staff somewhere produce a list of the top criteria, probably not the people who are going to be working for this person, but somewhere in the system. And then I don't know, my suggestion would be that all of us get a chance to weigh in on that, and in a way that obviously works for Bag McKean, and then we get a chance to then have a second round where we might interview the person.
Thank you. So you're imagining a sort of a two-stage process from the perspective of the 5 people here on the board, that staff would be delegated to put together the process for recruiting and accepting the applications and working with the HR at DGS, I would assume, to score the applications according to the desirable qualifications and to give us some feedback, at which point the board would presumably meet in closed session to look at all of the applications and the scoring process and evaluate our sense of the pool and recommendations for candidates who would then move to an interview process, which we would do in a subsequent meeting. Is that right?
Perfect. Yeah, exactly right. And
All right.
my only desire, I don't know if it's crazy, would be like we could meet the people, because it's we're in a virtual world now. It'd be great to be able to go back to a world where we could actually meet some candidates. So eventually.
Indeed. Other comments? All right.
I do have a comment.
Mr. Lay, please.
Yeah, I just want to put to the rest of the board, happy to have a closed session item if you can figure out the scheduling to meet and discuss, these candidates. If, even outside the timeline, whatever it works best for the applicants and the hiring pool. So not a real comment, just saying, if we have to go out of order and do a closed session, I'd be happy to do that, knowing it's a lot on staff to host these, but I could come in person and everyone else could be remote.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Not a real comment. I'm not, you've broken my chair brain, Mr. Lay. I don't know. Anyway, thank you very much for the input. Additional input? All right. In that case, my profound thanks to Ms. Garcia and Ms. Colson for helping put together this plan and working through what some of our options are so that we have a very careful transition process where we sort of get as much more time from Mr. Soltani as we can while we carefully transition to a new executive director, which is an exciting moment in the agency's history as well. And I suggest that we move to the question of process, which Mr. Liebert alluded to a moment ago. I think that one way to move forward would be a motion to move forward with the hiring plan as set out, but as amended by our discussion today, and then to delegate to staff the portions of the hiring plan needed and as recommended by Chief Deputy Executive Director Garcia to get the process started and then follow it as. And that was not the actual motion. I'll say it better. All right. Thank you. Yeah. Yes, Mr. McTaggart. Actually, just a moment. I just, before we move to Mr. McTaggart's comment, is that appropriate? And is the delegation to staff for that purpose is appropriate? Okay, thank you. All right, Mr. McTaggart.
I just also would think it would be useful if we could give a little timing-ish kind of update about expected timing and everything. In terms of, it's Thanksgiving's coming up, Christmas is coming up, and sort of what's the perfect person might walk through the door tomorrow, but also that might not happen. So kind of what are our expectations about timing, and then what's our fallback, and do we have any update about Mr. Sultani and his schedule and all the rest of that kind of thing, which I don't know how much of that we need to talk about now, but just whatever you think, Madam Chair.
Thank you. I don't want to put Mr. Sultani on the spot. So what I would suggest is that we focus on the really important observation Mr. McTaggart made about the holidays, and that we need a process that makes sense and a process that is efficient, and then ask Ms. Garcia if we could sort of check in on that.
Yes, absolutely. Would you like a rough timeline now?
Sure.
Okay,
Thank
perfect. So after a motion, potentially, what you have alluded to today, staff are prepared.
It wasn't a real motion.
I know, that's why. Like, if this happens. Staff are prepared next week to work with the Department of General Services on the recruitment, which would include a duty statement, the modified, amended, desirable qualifications, and then all the other legal requirements for posting. That could be advertised, perfect world, by the end of next week. For a minimum of 10 days, or if we wanted to provide some more time for staff, again, then given the Thanksgiving holiday, we could close that application period the first week of December, or roughly the 9th. And then that would give between the 9th and the 16th for human resources staff, not CPPA staff, to review the candidates and score and present that information to the board by the next board meeting.
And would we be possible to leave the application window open if needed?
Absolutely.
Okay. And so that would anticipate that that first discussion that Mr. McTaggart outlined would happen sort of mid to late December, and then we would go from there.
Correct, roughly in December 19th, so before at least the Christmas holiday.
Thank you very much. Mr. McTaggart.
And what's the law? I mean, we're, obviously a pretty high profile agency, so I'm sure everybody in the privacy world will hear about this, but what's the law on, I don't know, advertising, or, I mean, we put it on the Cal statement, the Cal government website, but it's not necessarily something that everybody who's a privacy lawyer out there is checking every day. And so that, and then how does that work? And so, and then just the chair's point, so that means you can keep it open if we don't get enough interest.
And just to follow on Mr. McTaggart again, can we call people and offer them the posting? Can we post it on social media?
Absolutely. That could all be part of our recruitment, and we've done that across the agency in terms of the positions. We've also advertised on the Capital Morning Report, for example, and also like professional IAPP organizations to get broad reach. And then you can obviously share at least the link to the recruitment with networks. Absolutely.
Thank you. All right, I have an additional request, which is that we take advantage of processes that CalHR and or DGS can provide to us to cast a net that will be open to and welcoming of people underrepresented in the industry and underrepresented in state government, so that we can have as inclusive and full a search as possible, and that it is welcoming to candidates who might not otherwise think that they should apply. Thank you. Okay. In that case, may I have a motion to approve moving forward with the hiring plan we have discussed for the executive director position, which is based on the materials we have today with amendments flowing from the board's discussion today. and to delegate to staff portions of the hiring process as recommended by Chief Deputy Executive Director Garcia, with the hiring decision to be made by the board. Thank you, Mr. Liebert. I have a motion. Do I have a second? Thank you. I have a motion from Mr. Liebert and a second from Mr. Lay. And with that, I'd like to ask if there's public comments on this item.
Okay, this is for agenda item number 7. If you'd like to make a comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. This is for agenda item number 7. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Marzian. In that case, I will ask the board to vote on whether to approve the motion as stated. And Ms. Marzian, would you please perform the roll call vote?
Yes. Board Member Lay,
Aye.
Board Member Liebert,
Aye.
Board Member McTaggart,
Aye.
Board Member Worth,
Aye.
Chair Urban.
Aye.
I have, Madam Chair, you have 5 yeses and 0 nos.
Thank you very much, Ms. Marzian. Thank you to the staff for putting this together, the board for the careful discussion and approach that you will be taking to hiring a new executive director. And most of all, thank you, Mr. Soltani, for your exemplary service to the agency and to the state of California and to privacy for everyone. Thanks again, and we will now move to agenda item number 8, regulation proposals and priorities discussion. As a reminder for everyone, this is on our regularly scheduled agenda twice a year. It's an opportunity for staff to let us know what priorities for regulations are coming up over time, and for the board to propose topics for prioritizing in regulations. We last did this in May, I believe, and this is our regularly scheduled discussion. It will be presented by Mr. Laird, our General Counsel, and Lisa Kim, Senior Privacy Counsel and Advisor for the CPPA. Ms. Kim, please go ahead.
Good afternoon. I'm Lisa Kim, Senior Privacy Counsel and Advisor here at the agency. I'm a little surprised we got to this, so personally, I want to congratulate the board for their efficiency today. So as mentioned, item 8 is our biannual update on the rulemaking efforts and items proposed by individual board members as well as those of the public. As Chair Urban mentioned, this was something that we covered during the May meeting. And during that May meeting, we provided the board with the attached chart in your meeting materials. Given the agency's workload at the time, the board decided to wait until the next biannual regulations discussion to begin assigning priority to the concepts that were introduced. So the chart in the updated rulemaking topics document in your materials represents ideas that have been raised by individual board members, lawmakers, and the public on various occasions. If the board recalls, these were generally items in the chart last year, and they were identified as requiring more time and resources. At that time, the board had not expressly determined which topics staff should dedicate resources to analyze and or pursue when it has the capacity to begin new projects. And certainly we can add or delete items off the list. Some were introduced by former board members, so to the extent that the board is not interested in pursuing them any longer, we can certainly remove them from the list. Now, I just wanted to take a moment. If the board would like us to move forward with any of these items, we do ask that the board come to a consensus and provide us some specific direction, even if that direction is to go out and do some preliminary research and then come back and present ideas. But it would be very helpful for us as staff to have consensus and clear direction from the board. We could note and recommend a few possible action items. First, one of the items that staff has internally identified would be for the topic of authorized agents. Over the years, we have received several comments or topics that relate to this topic, and it would also align with our rulemaking mandate under DROP. Another possible item that has been raised by members of the board are regulations related to employment, since the CCPA does apply to employees or employees are considered consumers. And a third possible item that we'd like, that we have identified is potentially some rulemaking related to financial incentives or specifically loyalty programs. So those are three topics we wanted to put out for the board to consider, but also anything related to topics identified, or in addition, anything you'd like to speak to, this would be a great time to do it.
Thank you, Ms. Kim, and I'm just going to jump in to say as well, I think staff's feeling is many of the things that you've seen on this list and the items that Ms. Kim just mentioned are things that will take a little bit of time for staff to really kind of sink their teeth into, do some preliminary research, and come back with some initial recommendations. So the point being, we're not necessarily thinking these are anything we could execute immediately, but the next step would potentially be for staff to come back after having done sort of that additional legwork to kind of come back with a full-fledged proposal for these topics. So again, we largely do defer to the board here and are eager to hear what the thoughts are from the members, but are willing to start work on any number of these topics.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kim and Mr. Laird. I think in return, I would at least ask if you have a sense of if we start loading you up when we have gone beyond your resources, because I have some ideas. And I realize that we have the drop system to come. We have a lot of things that are to come that are required by our statute or other statutes. And so I want to be sure that we're proceeding in a reasonable manner. With that said, understood, heard loud and clear that the policy priorities need to come from the board. So we appreciate that, and we will work on that. I'll start us off. I think the three that you identified, Ms. Kim, are very good candidates for the reasons that you mentioned with the agents for opt-outs. We have heard quite a bit about that, and there does seem to be some desire and need for some implementation that would help everyone know how to proceed. With regard to the regulations relating to employment, I hope I'm not speaking out of term. I think Mr. McTaggart has mentioned that before as well. It does seem to be something that, again, we're hearing a lot from labor, we're hearing from employers, and that seems important. Similarly with financial incentives and loyalty programs, that's an area of the statute we haven't worked with in terms of making sure people have the information they need to implement it. So those all seem very helpful to me. It also seems like quite a lot if it were all on your plate. And let me just say one more thing, which is you've heard part of this from me before. I know it's a fairly big lift and it's something that we will do when we have the resources, but I do think it would be incredibly valuable to both the regulated community and to consumers for us to produce model notices and disclosures. And today we heard a comment asking for model risk assessments. I think that that is a value that we could really add. I think it's probably not intuitive to many people that we can't just write those, that we would have to do them through regulation. And when there is resource opening, I would like us to think about doing that, because I think it could be so valuable for businesses who maybe don't want to write a bespoke one or have somewhat fewer resources, and for consumers because they would be able to know sort of what the model version means at least. So starting us off with one, are there other thoughts, options? Mr. Liebert.
I just want to echo what you said. I've gotten the impression from today's meeting that you're all plenty busy. And so I love the points that you made, especially the one that we probably need to kind of give our staff here a little pause as they're trying to accomplish all these other things which need to be accomplished really well in the midst of lots of pressures from a lot of different directions. So I know you're appropriately seeking our guidance about jumping into new things, but I'm certainly aware of the benefits of giving you the space that you need to get this other stuff up and running.
Thank you, Mr. Liebert. I have a process question as well in line with that, which is if we were to sort of stick with what's on our plate, but make sure we have the list, we could revisit this in May and sort of.
Absolutely.
Okay.
We'll be happy to revisit this at any
Okay.
time.
And then the second thing, which probably goes without saying, is that I'm sure staff will inform us if there's an emergency, which would usually be, we have, legislation that requires us to do a regulation right away, or it could be though that something is happening in the world and the regulation really needs to be done right then. Thank you. Mr. Lay.
Yeah, I'll echo the other board members. I don't think any of this needs to be addressed until we get these rulemaking packages well underway that we voted out today. Just for May or a consideration like 6 months from now or whenever there is capacity, I'll double click on the employee data, figuring out like what needs clarification there from the regulated community and employers and employees. And also, I'm just maybe curious about like where insurance is at, right? I think we talked about where the gap filler between insurance, but I don't know if there's been progress on those model insurance regulations. So I'll add that to the list. I know there's other folks who are interested in that. So just a status update potentially.
Thank you, Mr. Lay. Mr. Laird?
If I may, I'll just respond to Mr. Lay about his second suggestion. It's something staff is continuing to monitor actively. And in fact, we have a meeting scheduled next week with the Department of Insurance due to some updates in the model code. So we'll be looking forward to updating the board on those.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Laird. Mr. McTaggart?
Thanks. So I agree with the chair, but let me just actually ask you, oh, sorry. I agree with the chair, but let me just ask you, Ms. Kim, if you were to go through, or you and your team to go through this list, where do you, were those three that you gave us, the authorized agents, the employee regs and loyalty, are those where you think in a perfect world you'd spend your time first?
I think there is room there for us to explore those areas, especially given the comment and the feedback that we've received. But it's also somewhat in line with trying to think how we can harmonize what is already on our plate, particularly with regard to drop. But that said, I would have to agree with Chairperson Urban that all three would be quite a lot of work. We can explore perhaps where we could see some synergy and best utilize our resources and be efficient in, addressing one or two of the topics.
And for you, when you guys talk about it, and also, by the way, I love the notion of the model disclosures and the model risks, because I think it's great. Where would you rank order them in a world of limited priorities?
I know you tried.
I'm not sure if I could answer that question on my own. Certainly, there's a whole legal department. I don't think we've necessarily done a survey or anything amongst us.
Reason I'm asking this because, we all, I think here understand that it's, they're busy, but at the same time, we want to give you a sense of what to go forward. And I just, rather than sort of loosey-goosey, just kind of go, there's 4 things on the table right now. I kind of wouldn't mind just us as a board giving you feedback to rank order them. I mean, I don't know whether we all want to jump in here, but at least like give you a direction. And if nothing gets done because you're so busy on this stuff, great. But like at least it tells you that we thought that they should be in this order. So I mean, we can tell you. I guess we could take a poll here, but I would just as soon have because you might be like, well, this one actually is only going to take X amount of time, so we might as well knock it off because the other one's a huge lift.
I actually find this very helpful, and I was going to propose if the board would be comfortable, we've identified now 4 topics, including the chairs, that are kind of broad strokes, big topics. And so I think what we could do is actually take that back, do some thinking on these and come back with a proposal on what we might strategize, prioritize and strategize for starting the work on these items.
That would like at the next meeting?
Potentially, if we're gonna do a meeting in December, we could strive to, that might be a little bit of a lift, but certainly by the
Just even
meeting.
prioritizing. I mean, I'm not talking about doing them, obviously.
Okay,
Yeah,
fair,
just prioritizing, just telling us a list. I would.
Absolutely, prioritize, we absolutely
Okay.
can. What I'd love to do, though, is also maybe make some recommendations along strategies, right? Maybe preliminary comment on one of these, or something where we could at least start information gathering early on, so, priority's easy by December, but if we can, we'd love to even provide a little bit more in terms of a strategy.
And then I have a sort of, that was the bigger picture thing, and then I have a couple of small comments, as usual. So one thing, if you wouldn't mind, I don't know, Mr. Laird or Ms. Kim, at some point, I do like the idea of, are we allowed to legally have like a bounty kind of system where people report? And I remember back in the day, you used to be able to call for the air quality if you saw a car, a smog thing or whatever, and at least it would get reported. We could do that, but could you have a system where we paid someone something, I don't know, like a bounty hunter, if they report some violation, some website that's not displaying the do not sell button?
Great question. Under the law as currently written, we could not do that. However, I believe we're aware of legal models that are out there if there was an interest in pursuing a legislative sort of function like that.
So could I just ask that where there is a list somewhere of legislation, I think Maureen's here somewhere, or Ms. Mahoney was, but could we add a list, that to the list of things to be on that list? And then just kind of wordsmithing here, if you don't have right there, probably in front of you, but in a regulation here, in 7012, E3, we're talking about TVs or smart, that they collect your information. And it says that the consumer will encounter the notice before the device begins collecting the personal information. If you could just at some point think about adding before and after, because what I find oftentimes is you see the notice once and then it disappears, and finding it again, it's just like it takes you 15 minutes to find it because they've hidden it now. They were like, oh, we showed it to you, and then your kid pushes the wrong button, you're in the wrong screen, you're like, oh, I can't find it back. That's in 7012 E3 and also in 7014 E4. And then my last, I promise I'm about to end here. 7012 E3 and 7014 E4C, E3C, I'm sorry. And then my only other thing, in 7015, we're talking about the opt-out, the button. And I just would love it if you guys would also maybe think about just clarity there, because I cannot tell you how many times, I mean, we're all pretty expert here. I'm on the site, it's like push the button. I'm like, what do I do? Left or right? Because they're making it difficult and they're doing it on purpose. And then you have to like rethink, okay, they're trying to trick me into doing this, so I'm going to do the other, And it's just super frustrating. And it would be wonderful if it was clear, push this button to opt out. Some sites are great and they make it super clear. And then some sites are not. So I know you've got the little sticker here, but even if I saw the check mark and the X, I'd be like, well, does check sell or is check opt out? I don't know. Or X's don't sell. So thank you. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. McTaggart. I'm just going to join a little small complaint about like the ones that meld it with cookies as well, and you don't have any idea what you've actually opted in or out of. It's very frustrating. All right. Any further comments? Mr. Liebert, are you?
Yeah, I'm just struggling. Cookies. First of all, who came up with that term? Second of all, if we do surveys, what percentage of people actually really understand the cookie process and how cookies work and how they last and what does it mean and all of those things? That's a whole new area that obviously is going to require education.
Thank you. All right, given that, is it, would we like to ask Mr. Laird and Ms. Kim to prepare a sense of priorities among the 4 options that we discussed directly today for our December meeting or close thereafter, and perhaps with a little background information behind them so that the board can help them prioritize next steps? I see nodding heads. I don't think I need to vote on this, do I? Okay, wonderful. With that, I would like to request public comment.
This is for agenda item number 8. If you'd like to make a public comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. Again, this is for agenda item number 8. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Marzian. Thank you to the board, and thank you very much to Ms. Kim and Mr. Laird for keeping us on the path, and we will help you as much as we can. With that, we will turn to agenda item number 9, which is our agenda item for future agenda items. As a reminder, under this agenda item, board members and the public can propose items for future discussion, agendized discussion at future board meetings. The board cannot discuss or deliberate those items directly, but we can discuss putting them on a future agenda. We do have a regularized schedule we've been working to. There were some other items usually for November, which we will probably pick up in December. I'm not sure whether we have announced the December board meeting. Is it all right if I do that? I assume it is, of course. We will be meeting on December 19th in Sacramento, in the location where we had one of our hearings or our public comment sessions, preliminary rulemaking for the ADMT cybersecurity regulations and risk assessment draft regulations. The information will all be available soon, and we will also hold that in a hybrid format as well. It is on a Thursday, just to give everybody a heads up, instead of on a Friday. And we will be working to address some of the regularized agenda items that would normally be on the November calendar that were displaced by the October meeting being rescheduled. We also have a few things that are under development in the hopper that haven't come back yet. A question of adequacy from the perspective of the EU. We had discussed maybe some EC experts present to us, collaboration with legislature and other agencies. That is on the timeline that's going to make the most sense, but it's on our list. Growth and hiring. Of course, the board will be working to hire an executive director, but we also have on the agenda perhaps discussion of contract for services, which can't be provided by employees and so forth. We, of course, have formal rulemaking going into effect for the large package that we talked about under agenda item number 3 today. And those will come back for full board consideration a couple of times at least. And then as Mr. Lay asked about, the insurance regulations may come back for discussion as things develop there. This adds to my running list from previous meetings as well, which is the public awareness budget details and breakdown as that continues. And we do have a request maybe for metrics on success. More public awareness. We always want more. We're rapacious. We want more and more cookies and so forth would be, that was actually already on my list, Mr. Liebert. So, we've covered a few things already. We will return just to close up the rulemaking process subcommittee that Ms. De La Torre finished out right before she left. And the board handbook is still outstanding. In December, we will also talk about the regularized calendar for the upcoming year and the schedule for board meetings. With that, do board members have additional agenda items to consider? No, thank you very much. In that case, are there additional agenda items from the public?
Okay, this is for agenda item number 9, future agenda items. If you'd like to comment at this time, please raise your hand using the raised hand feature or by pressing *9 if you're joining us by phone. Madam Chair, I'm not seeing any hands raised at this time.
Thank you, Ms. Marzian. Thank you to the board. With that, we have finished our agenda proper, and we will move to agenda item 11, which is adjournment, our final agenda item for today. I'd like to thank board members for their time, attention, and care today, staff for their expertise and their hard work on behalf of the agency and supporting the board's work and making it possible for us to do our part of the work for the public. Mr. Sultani, most especially, for getting us where we are today. And to everyone for their contributions to the meeting. I'd like to thank our technical support. I can see in the window in the back, thank you so much for keeping us going all day on this long meeting. And Ms. Marzian for her expert moderation. Everyone who has contributed, thank you very much. May I have a motion to adjourn the meeting?
Yes, the motion is to adjourn.
I need to actually have
sorry.
it first. Thank you. It's Friday afternoon and there is traffic. Yes, thank you. I have a motion to adjourn the meeting from Mr. Lay and a second from Mr. Worth. Ms. Marzian, could you please conduct the roll call vote?
Yes, absolutely. The motion is to adjourn. Board Member Lay,
Yes.
Board Member Liebert,
Before I say aye, I just want to just let everybody know that all of these great staff are driving back to Sacramento on a Friday, on a 3-day weekend, and boy, it's going to be tough. So thank you all very much for coming here. I for adjourn.
Thank you. Board Member McTaggart,
I'm optimistic, so I'll say it's going to be a good ride back for you guys. I vote yes.
Board Member Worth,
You'll still get home before I will. Aye.
Chair Urban.
Aye.
Madam Chair, you have 5 yes.
The motion passes with a vote of 5-0. And with that, this meeting of the California Privacy Protection Agency Board stands adjourned. Thank you very much.